Well, hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? I apologize for not being here yesterday. I needed to go to the doctor. I've been feeling really sluggish lately, and it was just more than what my chronic fatigue and POTS and long haul COVID and all of the other things. And my inflammation has definitely been worse lately. So I needed to go to the doctor and see what the hell was going on. And I love my doctor, don't get me wrong. But this man actually suggested that I take time off. And I'm like, sir, I don't get paid benefits. Okay. I don't get paid benefits. I don't get paid time off, sir. That's not an option. Okay. Okay. Not an option. And so I argued a little bit with my doctor and was like, listen, I will take today off. I will go home. I will lay down. I will rest. In his words, I'm overdoing it, which I get. But at the same time, life doesn't stop lifing, right? Which is what I explained to him, which is like, life doesn't stop lifing. Bills don't stop. My sister's surgery isn't going to magically stop, right? I have kids. I have a household. Like, I got bills. Like, stuff does not magically stop, you know? You got to buy groceries. Those don't magically go away to the fact that you got to buy them, right? So I cannot take time off. I don't get paid benefits. This isn't a regular 9 to 5, so I don't get paid bennies to do that. So I agreed that I would take yesterday off with the caveat that the doctor said to me, I kid you not, he said, well, you're going to also need to find some time to take off. And I was like, sure. We'll do. And it's like, great, doc, I would love to do that. You know, I tried to explain, like, listen, this isn't, I don't have the option of like, I'm not Ethel, right? I'm not Ethel. I don't have cations that are paid for by, other people that I can just, go. Everything's free, right? And just hop in my car and just go, right? A, I don't have a car, so that wouldn't work, right? B, I think the only cations I might get this year is my husband's tournament that's in Ocean City, Maryland. So we were offered a spot in one of the Airbnbs that the team had already got before he was, asked to play. But I got to come up with $240 for that by the middle of next week. So we'll see, right? We'll see. And then we still got to figure out how we're getting there, which probably requires a rental car, which is very expensive for a few days in Maryland. Okay. From here to Maryland. So we'll see what I can Houdini out of my asshole, depending on how good my shows are and how good they're not. But 240 is not bad, for space for me, my husband, and my kids. For a few days in Ocean City, Maryland. It's at the end of August, and I think by the end of August I'll be ready to lose my ever-loving mind. So I think it would be a good time for a vacations, right? But I couldn't just take time off, which I explained to the doctor. Listen, doc, I would love to just take a few days off and just, do something. That'd be great. But I don't have that option, doc. Don't have it. Sorry, not sorry. I don't have paid vacation here. Okay. And so unless I hit the ever-loving jackpot on direct donations in the next few weeks, then that's not an option. So I agreed to take yesterday off. I did take yesterday off. I did rest and do all the things. And I get where he's coming from. I'm overdoing it. I'm doing too much. There's a lot of stress. I understand it. But life doesn't stop lifing, as we all know. And so you can't control what stressors are in your life, right? Like some you can and some you can't. Like if you're stressed out because, you made the pie and the pie's not right, then like you make another, right? Try to make it right the second time. If you're stressed out because your sister's about to have brain surgery, there's nothing you can do to change that, right? It's like crying over spilled milk. There's nothing you can do to change any of that, right? If you're stressed out about your own health, there's nothing you can do to change. I follow all the doctor's directions. I do everything that they tell me to do. No matter what it is, right? I just have a lot of inflammation that is in my body now that wasn't until I had COVID. And so I have long haul COVID, POTS, chronic fatigue, rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, fibromyalgia. I have heart problems. I have gallbladder issues. I got a liver issue I was born with. That's like the only thing I had was a liver issue that I was born with, which kind of didn't really do much until after I had long haul COVID. And so now the inflammation is sort of just taking over my entire body and causing damage inside my body. And so that's part of like what wipes me out so much is like my body is like, hey, this is a lot, right? This is a lot to deal with. Like we need a little bit, right? And it's like I have limited my, you know, physical capacity of like I'm not, lugging around heavy shit or hiking anymore, right? Like I'm not doing those things that would cause, more inflammation or flare-ups. I get random flare-ups when it comes to fibro anyway. I get chronic pain anyway, right? But there's only so much you can do, which of course easy for a doctor to say, right? Like doctor's like, yeah, take some vacations, and you're like, yeah, easy for the doctor to say that makes, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and has a car accessible in his driveway that he, doesn't stress out about paying for or having one, right? Like it's easy for them to say take time off, but it's like, where do you want me to get that time from, sir? Like bills don't stop and they pile up, and then like, yeah, no, that's not an option. So I took yesterday off after arguing with the doctor. I said, I will take yesterday off and I will figure out a way to lighten my load going forth. I don't know what that is going to look like or what it's going to be, because I don't see anything feasibly changing, right? Like life-wise, like life is stressful. Everybody's life is stressful, right? Like not just mine, everyone's. And so I don't think anything's really going to change much in that aspect. Of course, I'll do whatever the doctors tell me. I'm going to have to get, looks like probably an infusion, maybe a shot to control the inflammation in my body that's just wreaking havoc at this point and causing just all sorts of issues. But I do the best I can, right? I do the best I can. And so I missed you guys yesterday because I wasn't here. I missed you guys. I wasn't here. I missed y'all. I'm back. We got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of things that happen. Quite funny things, as a matter of fact. Okay. Hi, Peggy. It's nice to see you. If you didn't check our members only live stream, we did spill a little tea over there. I take B12, I take iron, I take why am I drawing a blank? Iron, B12, vitamin C. What's the other one? Magnesium. Sorry, magnesium, which is all supposed to help. I take my vitamins and my medications. So, I mean, I do all of the things I can do. Big fat shout out to Lisa and Cannoli because it's her birthday today. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, girl. I'm not a singer, but I'll half sing happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, my friend. Happy freaking birthday. Tell Cannoli I said, hello, Cannoli. Hello. TB is lucky plaintiff's counsel has only served him with another subpoena at this point. After he missed yesterday's subpoena deposition, they have every right to file a motion to find him in contempt. They do. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about it. It's quite funny that he was served while he was live, and we got the clips. We got the clips. Right, girl? Like, listen, doc, I love you. And listen, I wouldn't, let me make this clear. I would not rather any other doctor than the one that I have. He is the one that got to the root of all of my health stuff when it first started happening. Like you go to the ER when you got something really strange and weird happening to your body, and the ER is like, yep, your blood work's fine. So like, just go home. We don't know. Right. And so by the time I moved from Western Mass back here, and I got a new doctor out here, I was literally at the mercy of the doctor. I was just like in tears. I was like, listen, I haven't been to a doctor that I needed to be to in like fucking 10 years. Like clearly there's something going on here. Like I don't know what it is. The ER doesn't bother to try to figure it out. Like help me. Right. And I'll never forget my doctor. He's amazing. He just looked at me with like the most kindest eyes and was like, I promise you, like we will figure it out. And step by step, test by test, he ruled things out and ruled things in. And I couldn't ask. Thank you, 1-800 Fraudbusters, for your jewels and the flower. It's beautiful. I couldn't ask for a better doctor. I really, really couldn't. But sometimes I feel like they kind of get out of touch where they're like, yeah, just take time off. You're like, yeah, buddy, I don't make 400 grand, 300 grand, 500 grand, 200 grand a year. Can't do that. That's not options. I don't have like paid time off, bub. I love you so much, but that's not an option, sir. It's not an option. Not an option. All right, I got Twitter tales. Oh my God, what is under my foot? Oh, it's a cat ball. My cat looks like she was quite busy, guys, yesterday. So what I can say is if you can see back here, you might not be able to see how wrinkled my curtain is. Well, that is because when I came in this morning, my daughter had wrinkled it up and tied it in a knot. So the light was coming in, and her and the cat, I can't see it probably here, but the cat ball is over here. Her and the cat were here on my rug playing with the ball. Okay. And the cat was going ham sauce. She made a little video. Made a little video of her and the cat playing with the ball. But my cat loves these little puffball things that she plays with. And she likes my rug. I'll come in and sometimes she'll just be like sleeping on my rug. Like, okay, ma'am. All right. All righty then. Okay, so let's get into some of these clipskis. I'm just like a mess today. Like, look at my hair is a mess. I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm a mom and I just don't care. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's wild. See, that's what my husband's always been like, just smoke some weed. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm that person that gets paranoid. Like when it comes to, I can't smoke weed. I'm not a weed smoker. Never have been, never will be. I think the last time I smoked weed, I was like 18, 19, somewhere around there. I can't do it. I'm not a weed person. Happens though, happens. All right. Let's see. That's what the hubby says. Take some gummies. Yeah, he got served live. It was amazing. Amazing. I'll show you guys. Happy Friday Magic. I'm as good as I can be, my friends. Happy birthday to Lisa. Happy birthday, girl. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay. Oh, girl, you and me, we're just a mess. We're just a mess, both of you. You went to the urgent care today. I went to the doctor's yesterday. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Shh, don't tell the doctor. Don't tell him. Okay. I told him I would take yesterday off. I did not confirm nor deny I would take today off. I said yesterday, sir. So nobody tell him. He told me I need to take it easy. I need to take time off. I was like, yeah, well, when you start paying me paid benefits, sir, and I'll do that. Are you going to be my new employer? Can I do your paperwork on the side? I want some fries. I want some barbecue sauce on the side. On some side. And don't forget the chicken wings that I ordered, or you get smacked upside the head with the quarter. You know what I want? What you want? You want some fries? All right, hold on. Oh, I love this. Happy birthday in Welsh. I love that. I love it. I love it. Happy early birthday to Casey. I am off tomorrow, but happy early birthday to Kate. I mean, not fun fact, I might not be off tomorrow, though. I thought about this and I was like, shit, like I missed yesterday and I can't really afford to do all that. Like, and then I'm like, should I just take the day off? Cause like my doctor's like, do it. You need to take time off. And then I'm like, should I just like not? Because I need to catch up with like bills and groceries and I don't have a choice. Like, I haven't decided yet. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Well, I also like my live tomorrow wouldn't be until like afternoon because fun fact, I will be in the South Shore tomorrow. My niece's birthday party is happening. So I think that's at 2. So I wouldn't do a live anyway, unless it was going to happen at night. So, yeah, girl, listen, I'm sending you all my love. Go Duke. Not my wrist, but my ankle. I messed up pretty bad when I worked at the prison and I had to wear a boot for like 12 weeks. And I was pregnant at the time. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. It hurt. And sometimes sprains are actually, this is what the foot doctor told me. Sprains sometimes can actually be worse than breaks. So that's a fun fact for you. Oh, Frank, we're going to play it. We're going to play it. He not more charges. He was served by the constable or sheriff. It's usually a constable or sheriff. I think it was the sheriff's office. So that he got another subpoena for the deposition that he then in turn decided to not show up to yesterday. So he was served with a deposition subpoena because he skipped his yesterday. It wasn't for charges though. So today is Lisa's day and tomorrow is your day. Right? I could probably do that, right? Like take a half a day, like you know, tomorrow and like a half a day. So does that count? The doctor said I can have coffee. He doesn't say the caffeine is a problem because I only have one coffee a day. So he says that's acceptable. That's acceptable. I asked. I've cut out a lot of other foods and stuff that are inflammatory. No, a lot of the remote positions aren't fully remote. They're like half remote and not half remote. And the other problem with that is even if I took a remote position, there would be a schedule. They would have a schedule, right? And so I wouldn't be able to not work on this day, or I'm like, my body's really feeling bad, like I can't do this day, or if my kid has a surgery scheduled and I need to be with her, like you'd be fired in 5 minutes, right? Like there's no give or pull with that when it comes to working for someone else, because you can't, and they expect you to be like at that desk for, you know, 8 to 10 hours. Like some of them like take your keystrokes down or your mouse movement. And with this, I can put myself on mute, shut my camera off, get up if I'm uncomfortable, right? I can shorten the stream if I need to. I can get up after the stream and come back to the computer later on when I want to do other work. There's a lot of other reasons too why like I choose this instead of, I mean, I could just be on disability. Disability is $1,000 a month. It doesn't pay shit, you know. I choose to work in whatever capacity that looks like for me. This is what it looks like for me, right? But for me, I don't have to worry about childcare, which is like 30 to 60 grand a year, which I don't have, right? Because I'm here, which would just take up my entire paycheck for the whole year if I did that, right? So that wouldn't make any sense. I can work around my medical, my daughter's medical, and now my sister's when it comes to helping family. And because we don't have many family members left alive, there's very few of us. So unfortunately, even like the ones that do exist, they're not, there's no movement. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to work these days at these times from this time to this time, and that's it. So there's like people don't take into consideration are the things like childcare. School starts for these kids at the end of August. So where would my kid go, right, after school? Some jobs, even remote ones, like my sister's, she works for an insurance company. If they hear kids in the background because you're dealing with patients and it's confidential, you can be fired. So it's like she's got a remote position, but if they hear her kids, she can be fired, and people have been. So it's like, what's the point of that remote position? The whole point of a remote position is to be home in case, you know, you need kids, you got to be home for kids. Like, you know, it's just like a clusterfuck of things. That's a good idea though. Half a day, you know. Oh, you poor. Nah, the pain still sucks. Sprain or not, mine wasn't broken either, and the sprain was really bad. The pain was bad. Like it was, yeah, 12 weeks in a boot, and I was pregnant. It sucked. It sucked so bad. It sucked so bad. You know, it sucks so bad. But a lot of them, we don't even have, like a lot of the positions now, you have to be available to be half remote and half go back into the office at any time that they say, which is, you know, if you only have one car between a household, or if you don't have any, that's a problem, right? I know, happy birthday to all of the birthdays that are coming and happening. It's amazing. Well, he has no lawyer representing him in these matters right now. For the subpoena for Diller, he has no lawyer representing him in this. He's representing himself like a dumbass, you know? He is. Hello, Quit. Okay, so we're gonna play some clips. All finished with radiation. That is what I'm talking about, Robert. Round of applause, my friend. Fucking right. That's right. Yes, yes, yes. Rose wants to know if you remember to smash the like button. It's free. We appreciate it. Now that you just reminded me, Rose, thank you for reminding me. If you'd like to donate to the channel and help with vacations or days off, that would be helpful. We have one of a bunch of different ways to do so. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have a Amazon wish list. It has all sorts of things on it, household items, gift cards, all sorts of random stuff. We do have our Justice Chat link at the top there, and that works for any debit, credit, Apple Pay, Google Pay options. And then for those of you that just simply can't, you can always smash the like button. You can smash the like button. You can comment in the chat. You can comment on the video when it's over. You can hype the video when it's over. You can hype people's videos 3 times a week, starting on Mondays. After the stream is not live anymore, then you can comment on it. So, okay, let's get into some of these goddamn clips, and then I'll read some donations. Okay, let's do this because I might pee myself. Okay, full disclosure, if you haven't peed yet, please get up and pee. Okay, please get up and pee. Oh, also, this is not a brand deal. Okay, well, fun fact, this is not a brand deal, but I'm going to tell you about a product that like my kids and me can't get enough of, and my sister and my sister's kids. And I'm not crunchy, and I'm going to tell you, my sister's crunchy. When I say crunchy, I mean like she's a health food nut, like. And I like healthy foods, but like, hold on, man. Like, hold on. Okay, this you can only find, and you guys know my daughter loves Stitch, right? Oh, my sister-in-law and my sister have plantar fasciitis. And also the doctor told me, fun fact, I have flat feet. So I need to get like sole inserts for my feet. And also the doctor said my little has, because she was complaining that her feet and legs hurt. The legs are from like growing pains. But her feet, and the doctor said, you got flat feet like your mom, girl. You're gonna have to get inserts for your shoes. But so this is delicious. Okay, listen, I don't like spicy things, and you're probably all looking at me like, Elise, you're fucking Spanish. What do you mean you don't like spicy things? I don't like spicy things. Okay, I'm not a spicy thing person. I know it's weird. All right, I'm also Irish. Remember that. I have a good part of Irish in me outside of my Spanish and Portuguese and Congolesian and West African. Like, I'm also Irish. Okay, so the Irish side of me is like, no, we don't like the spicy. Okay, we don't like it. It's not good. It's not fun. So this, okay, it's called Fan Foods Co. And they're shaped like Stitch. Okay, they're freaking shaped like Stitch. Now, this is not a brand deal. I'm not getting any money from this brand to promote this item. They're simply just delicious. They're delicious. I'm sorry. They're freaking delicious. All right. They are freaking delicious. So, all right. They're called Fan Foods Mango Chili Flavored Stitch Chips. Okay. You can only get these, as far as I understand, at Target, because that's where I got them. They were not at Shaw's. They were not at Walmart. Okay. They were literally only at Target. All right. And they are absolutely freaking delicious. Now, they're mango chili flavored. I'll open it and show you guys one. The kids have been through so many bags of these. It's like a little ridiculous. Okay. All right. I'm trying to see if I can tag it. I don't think I can. It's not even like on the dashboard. Sometimes it'll let me tag products in the video so you guys can find it easily, but I don't even see it there. Nope. Mango. Nope. It won't. Nope. It won't let me find it. Oh, wait. I found them. Okay. Tagging. Oh, an estimated 2% commission. Oh, that's nice. I don't care about commission, but I did tag it in this video. So they're Fan Food Stitch Mango Chili Tortilla Chips. They are delicious. They're made with avocado oil. There's no preservatives, no artificial flavors, no artificial colors. Okay. Guaranteed fresh. No, non-GMO, gluten-free tortilla chips. Okay. And my sister fed these to me one day, and I was like, holy shit, girl, these are delicious. Where did you get these? Okay. Well, I mean, this one's broken, but like, look at it. It's shaped like Stitch. I mean, how cute. I can't. They're so good. They're so good. And you think because they're mango chili, they'd be like spicy, but they're not. They taste almost like Cool Ranch Doritos with like a little kick. Like, that's the kind of like, I don't know, like it's like that. You know how Cool Ranch has like that little bit of like sweetness of it? Like, it's got that sweetness. It's a tortilla chip, but like with a little tiny kick. And it's not spicy kick. It's like, it's supposed to be, right? Because it's mango chili, but it is good. And I don't like anything mango, by the way. I'm not a fan of mango anything. And they're delicioso. Okay. So I've tagged that product here in the video today. So if you want to go back and look for it, You can find it as a pinned product on this stream. Okay. All right. Now, we got to get to the...
Is the other Australia package here?
No, baby. I was eating the stitch mango chili chips that we love. Try them. You've had them a million times. These are the same ones Auntie buys. Yes, they are. They're the same ones that Auntie bought. Yeah, they're the same ones Auntie buys. No. You can't have my whole bag of chips. Make sure you roll them up.
I'm gonna do.
Roll them up when you're done, I said.
No, how to.
Yeah, those are the same ones that Auntie kept buying that you guys kept eating the whole bag in the car and left none for me and Auntie from the back seat. Girl, you've been up. You crazy, girl. You crazy. Sorry. They're delicious, okay? She thought they were like a whole new chip. Like, no, girl, these are the same chips that Auntie buys that you guys eat from the back seat. Her and my nephew will literally eat a whole bag of these. And me and my sister will be in the front and be like, hey, can we have some of those Stitch chips? And like, yeah, they're empty. We ate them all. Ma'am and sir, you ate the whole bag? The whole bag? She thought it was some new bag of chips. Like, no, this is the same one Auntie buys. Oh, also fun fact, if you guys were here for the opening of my Australia package from Holly, the second box hasn't gotten here yet. I'm pretty excited for it. It's behind the other one. A lot of times they'll hold things at the warehouse for days and days and days, not take them together and just take one and then take the other days later. Nonetheless, I will tell you that the hit in my house are the pizza flavored shapes. Those are gone. We ate them all. And the fruit roll-ups are almost gone, almost completely gone. They are delicious, okay? And now we're starting to sort of eat the other ones. Also, the teddy bear, little tiny teddies, they're kind of like Teddy Grahams that we have here in the United States, except fun fact, Australia is much nicer when it comes to giving us chocolate chips in these, because the ones we get here do not have a ton of chocolate chips, but Australia is nice enough to give us a ton of chocolate chips, and so they are delicioso, okay? Those are also a hit in my house, in case you were wondering. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. I am so excited for you, Robert, that you are done with the radiation, you know, and I'm glad that you found, you know, a community in all of us. And, you know, if you ever need just another pick-me-up of, you know, letting you know how amazing you've been doing, you come right here, my friend, you know? Oh, that sucks. That's awful. Yeah, plantar fasciitis sucks. It's painful. My sister-in-law used to have to get like water bottles and fill them and freeze them, and the doctor would tell her to like roll her foot on it, right? Because like that pain, you know. Ooh, I love the s'mores ones are my favorite. The s'mores chewy granola, those are my favorite. Hi, Carolyn. Spicy sweet Doritos. They have those purple bag. Yeah, so that's what I mean. They're like sweet. It's mango chili, but it's sweet with like a little kick, but not spicy. Like it's supposed to be spicy, but it's not spicy. I don't like spicy things. Like, for instance, I don't need a drink after I had it because it's spicy, if that makes sense. Like it has like that little bit of spice, but not enough to like make you be like, oh, that's too spicy or that's really spicy. You know? Oh, I know, right? Usually the kids eat this whole bag of chips in the car with my sister and me, you know? So I didn't, right? Got to call dibs if she steals the whole bag. Chocolate tastes different from Oz too. I love their Kit Kats when I went. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like this is my first box of goodies from Australia, right? And so I was super excited and so grateful that Holly sent all the different snacks. She got chocolates too, but she didn't send the chocolates yet because it would melt, right? It would melt. It might be winter there, but it's summer here, so it would melt. So we're trying to figure out a way to sort of get them here without them melting, because I would love to try some Australian chocolate that we don't get here, right? My goal is to try things from all over the world. So if you live in another country from the United States and you have snacks that you think I would love, oh, I would love to hear about them. Send me an email. Sometimes you can buy them, and sometimes you can't. So a lot of these things I can't buy. So Holly kindly sent me a big box of those things. I'm so excited to have tried all. I tried everything in the box. The only thing I haven't done is made fairy bread yet with the hundreds and thousands, which I am excited to make, but I got to buy bread. So I don't have any bread left. Any regular white, you have to make it with white bread. And all we had was cinnamon raisin. I want to try it the way it's supposed to be made. So I got to get some more white bread for that. And you're supposed to put these on like hot fries or chips, and it's chicken salt. I haven't used that yet, but other than that, I've tried everything else. Everything else I liked. There wasn't anything that I didn't like. There was a couple things that were my little there didn't like, but there was nothing that I didn't like. My hubby hasn't tried everything yet, but he's tried some. The pizza shapes, those were gone immediately. Those were the fan favorite in this house, okay? I've tried Japanese Dr. Pepper, but I have not tried Japanese Kit Kat. I haven't tried anything other than noodles, if that makes sense. I have seen like videos of people's like TikToks and stuff being in Japan and having all of those like vending machines where they have like different foods. They even have meats, then they have toys. Like I just want to do all the vending machines. I want to go there and do all the vending machines, all the different like things that they have there, like of flavors and tastes. And like, I'm like, what? Sign me up. Sign me up. Sign me up. Oh, my kids don't know what a vacuum is. They know what a broom is, but they don't do it right. So I'm like, all right, give it to me. I'll do it. We're going to in a second. I'm spicy enough. I might be spicy enough sometimes. Sometimes. I love those. Those are my favorite. The s'mores ones. Those are my favorite. The s'mores chewy granola bars. Those are my kids' favorite too. I got my caffeination right here, girl. I got it right here. I didn't have any caffeination yesterday. Starbucks double shot canned drink. Ooh, dark chocolate. Oh, you don't like it? See, I'm not a Starbucks girl. I'm not a fan of Starbucks. I don't like Starbucks. My oldest, as you guys know, Shauna, she likes Starbucks. I do not like Starbucks. I'm not a Starbucks girl. I'm also like, I would call myself a coffee snob. Mary Lou's is where I drink my coffee. Okay. Like it is like, look, they write the whole thing on the side. Like, this is like this. I'm a coffee snob, right? This is where I like my coffee from. I'm stuck in my ways. Oh my God, there's an Asian market near you. I am very jealous of this. See, that's the kind of places you can get like real stuff from like overseas and don't have to buy it from overseas. Like, oh, I'm so jealous. I would love to try stuff from there. It's my goal is to try things from like all over the world, whether I like it or not, you know? Honey cones. Ooh, I've never heard of that. Honey cones. Oh, wait, you know what? I think Holly told me about these. I think I asked her because I looked up different things and I think I asked her about that. I have to go back in the emails and look, but I think I did. You're still blocked from Mike? What? Mike, fix it. Jesus. She's like, no, it's disgusting. Don't drink it. It's gross. I'm not a fan of Starbucks. So never. Right? It totally would make ordering easier. I have never been able to use them. They're so cool looking. I'm like, I want to try it. Very much want to try it, you know? There's these Japanese snacks that look like pancakes. They're filled with a red bean sweet paste inside. There can be ones with other fruits and stuff and mochi and weird snacks like squid jerky. I've heard of squid jerky. Doesn't sound like something I eat, but I've heard of that before actually. I like milk chocolate better than dark chocolate. Me too. You're a whole lot of spice. Just be spicy spice. I'm spicy spice. I'm one of the new Spice Girls. My name is Spicy Spice. How spontaneous are you with trying snacks? Because it's in a whole different language when I grab a snack that calls me. I don't know what I'm eating half the time. Well, that's the fun of it, right? Is you don't really know what you're eating, right? Like I'm good into like chip kind of things or cookies or like biscuits, you know, chips, cookies, biscuits, candy, like those kinds of things. Like I'll try unless you can tell it's something you won't like. Like I'm a person who doesn't really like grape jelly unless it's on peanut butter and jelly. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't get anything with like a jelly or a jam inside because I wouldn't like it, right? So like I'm a person also that will try pretty much everything, but I wouldn't eat like a chip that is a fish flavor. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wacky like a fish flavored chip. You know what I mean? Like I would try all sorts of different other kinds, but fish just is one of those things that like just belongs like where it is. You know, like if you're gonna eat shrimp, you know? I couldn't do shrimp flavored chips. I don't think I would like that. You know what I mean? But I mean, pretty spontaneous because, like you said, you don't know what you're eating, right? Like you can't read the label, so like you don't know what's in it. You know what I mean? Like it just looks like it's good, right? It looks like you might like it, right? So you try it, and if you don't like, you don't like it. But if you do, then you have now found a good snack that you like that you never knew existed. Okay, that's where it's at. That's the fun of it. I feel like. You know, are you close to Good Now Farms? Heard their craft chocolate is coveted. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. They do have a snack website you can get from all over the world, but a lot of those websites don't have some of the snacks that are some of the best ones or one of the ones you would like. You actually physically have to either have someone send it to you from there or go there, right? So they'll have certain ones, but ones that are like too expensive to import to like a business like that or export, they don't have. And so some of them are like the best ones and they just simply don't have them. So, you know, I was super happy to have some of the stuff that Holly sent because I would not have been able to try it otherwise. And the shapes are delicious. They're delicious. Okay. I'm just going to say they're delicious. All the kinds I've had are delicious. The pizza is my favorite thus far. Okay. But delicious. My sister-in-law's Japanese. She once sent us a beautifully wrapped box and we weren't sure at first whether it was candy or fancy soap, right? Like you just don't know. You just don't know. Like they make their food so beautifully too there. Like the look of it is so beautiful that you're like, is this, am I supposed to eat this? Like baby crab chips. I've heard of the shrimp chips. I've never heard of baby crab chips. You know, I've never heard of that. I have to admit, I like squid jerky. Okay. I have a great way to serve French toast sticks. It's really fancy for serving at a potluck or brunch. Ooh, I do like seafood. I do like shrimp. My grandmother made the best fried haddock. Okay. But there's also some fish that I don't like. So for the fish, it would be different. I feel like, you know, it would be different. Okay. I'm gonna. Yeah. I'm not a grape jelly person unless it's with peanut butter. That's it. I can't do and I'm not a strawberry. I can drink strawberry milk. I like strawberry milk, but other than that, like, and eating regular strawberries, I don't really love strawberry flavored anything. So I'm not like, I don't like strawberry soda or strawberry Kit Kat or like, cause I don't, you know, that's one of the flavors that I'm just not a huge fan of, strawberry, you know, and some people love strawberry, love it. I'm just not one of those people. All right. So I've been your taste tester. Yes, pretty much. Oh, yay. I have tried Pocky. My daughter loves Pocky. She had the cookies and cream one when we were at the hospital. I think I also have like one left over that's like literally squished in my backpack, in my work backpack from being at the hospital with her because we had Pocky sticks. My little loves the noodles. My little loves the instant noodles and all the different kinds of Japanese and Asian cuisine noodles. Like she loves those noodles, loves them. No spicy. Yeah, we don't do spicy over here. It's like not just me either. Nobody in this house really does spicy. That's for sure. All right. Oh, it's in Middlesex County. Yeah, I'm not near there, unfortunately. It's in Sudbury. I've been to Sudbury, but I don't think I've ever been to that place. You know, Japan's not big into desserts at all. Interesting. Okay, let's play this clip because it's quite fucking funny. I love watermelon flavored things, but it can't be like what you said, Rose. Sometimes there's like a fake watermelon, like that's just gross, and then there's other watermelon flavors that are like delicious. It's an hour and 50. Yeah, so it'd be even further for me, you know. Okay, let's play this clip because it's quite funny, and Aiden's an idiot. So he got served today. Wait, let's play Twitter Tales first.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Okay. Here's the clip of him getting it. This is after he got it, and then I'll play the. Actually, wait. Let me play the clip first of where they knock on the freaking door to get it, because he's like, "What? Why are they knocking on my like? Who? There's a cop outside. There's a whole cop outside." He's so mad. He's very upset about it. He's very upset that there is a ossifer outside his house, man. It's a ossifer. God, I have so many. Is this it? No, this isn't it.
Answer about it or is adjudicated. So
okay. I have so many clips these days that like I can't get down the list of all of them, but there's a whole cop outside. It's the sheriff's department, he said. He gets very upset about it, okay? He's very not happy about the sheriff being outside. Let me see if I can. Hold on. He's going to exercise his Fifth Amendment, by the way, guys. He's going to exercise his Fifth Amendment. This isn't the one. Okay. Oh, this is it.
Oh, great. There's a cop here. I think I'm being served with some paperwork. Hold on.
Please hold.
All right, someone from the sheriff's office. This usually means I'm being served with something. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. I gotta grab this.
Don't do it.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's this about?
Subpoena here for you.
A subpoena?
Yeah. One on the 30th.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend, guy. The whole cop outside.
Welcome to my life. It's like people are all. I can't wait for the day I have like a normal life, and like men in unmarked vehicles from the sheriff's office don't show up at my door.
I'm going to tell you guys what he was served for in a second. Right, opposed to a half a cop. Just a whole ass cop.
All right, whatever. Let me make sure of this date. I want to see the date he's got on this. I gotta check my calendar.
Right? Usually means you're about to be arrested. Yeah, the $15 is for travel. It's not for time, it's for travel. So it's for essentially gas to get you to the location where so he wonders at this why they sent him a $15 check. They sent him a $15 check so that he could pay for the gas to get from where he lives to the deposition. It's standard for this thing, right? For this specific thing, civil wise, you got to follow certain protocol and procedure in court, and this is part of it. Sending that $15 check for his gas to go there. That's what it's for. He's like, I don't understand what this $15 check is for. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't get it. It's weird. It's okay, cool, whatever. Like, see, this is what I mean. Like, educate yourself, sir. Educate yourself. You want to talk about things you know nothing about, and then you sound stupid when you're like, well, I don't know what this is for. I have no idea. This is weird. Why do I have a $15 check? Like, do you even bother to look at what the fuck you're having to deal with, you idiot? I loved it. I was like, this is amazing. Serving him while he's live. Thank God. It's the reason why he goes live. He thinks it'll magically stop the police, apparently. I don't know. He thinks it'll stop them from like arresting him or serving him or whatever. Like, dude, no, it does not stop them from serving you. It does not stop them from arresting you. It doesn't stop them from doing any of those things. I don't know why in the actual fuck you would think that. Just right? I don't know. Weirdo.
All right. Whatever. Can't even anymore. You know. I'll explain that later. There's nothing serious or anything like that.
Not
just
serious.
another thing. Okay. I got a check for $15 though from.
I don't know why.
I don't know why it's a check for $15.
No, he won't have to go to in the Capitol. He has to go to that same court he was already at, or the one he was indicted in.
Okay, but whatever.
Bingo.
I'm not going to
justice.
read it out loud. I'm going right to my lawyers. I'm not an idiot.
I'm not an idiot, but I show it. I show it accidentally, and now we know what it's for. So we do know what it's for because he's dumb enough to have like flipped it and like was reading through it half on camera. And so if you zoom in, as people did, you can see exactly what it's for. And what it is Mark Diller pulled a boss move and said, "Cool, you want to read our emails on the live stream? You want to ignore a subpoena for a deposition scheduled in like April of last year? You want to do that and say it was a family emergency and you had to watch your kids the night before? Cool, great, wonderful. We're just going to serve you with another subpoena date." Right? And so Mark Diller apparently yesterday must have filled out the paperwork to have his ass subpoenaed again. And I will show you guys the clips of Aiden sort of getting snarky with Diller and thinking it's cute and funny, and he's just going to beat him to reading it, which is not going to be good for him. Aiden's such an idiot. It's like, bro, then he's like, "Oh, I got to listen to my lawyers. I'm not stupid. I'm going to send this right to my lawyers." No, you are stupid.
But it's nothing serious. Just
Fun fact, though, why are you sending it to your lawyers? Here's a fun fact. He is not being represented by anyone in this matter. So in the matter he is being subpoenaed by Mark Diller to do his deposition, he is not represented by any attorney of record for that case. So are your attorneys advising you on a case they're not on? I'm confused. I mean, that would be weird, right? Unethical a little. Like, if you're not, why would you be advising him on something if you're not the attorney of record? I mean, I don't think you're allowed to do that. I don't think you can do that. So it's going to go right to my attorneys. You don't have any attorney of record, sir, on this case. You're representing yourself. So, Come on, Adam. Jesus. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't know how to shut the fuck up. You know, he doesn't know how to shut the actual fuck up. True that. If he cashed the last check and didn't show up, we'll have to pay that back. I wouldn't have sent him a second one. He got the first one and didn't show up, you know? If he got a check. I don't know if he got a check with the first one. He should have, but I don't know, you know? Right? He was like, "Thanks, Diller. Thanks for the dono, Diller. This is $5 or more. It'll do." He plays so dumb that it's like ridiculous. I know. But most people know he's lying, you know? Wait, why was I wrong? You said the same thing. No, I meant like it's not for time and travel. It's for travel. Like I think you meant the same thing, but I think I read it wrong where I thought you said like his time and travel. I think you just meant time to travel, which is, yes, that's the exact same thing as what it is. It's for travel, not for like his time spent having to do it, but just travel, like gas, you know? People send me money all the time. I don't look and see who sent it. I don't care. Really do better to me. This happened this morning. This was this morning. This happened this morning. This morning. Did he say I'll lie about that later? Probably in his head, talking to his several other personalities, you know? So that's the thing. Why didn't he show up to his deposition yesterday, ladies and gentlemen? Why didn't he do that? Well, this is what I can tell you. Yep, this is what I can tell you. He did, in fact, go to Leominster Court yesterday to attend Meredith's arraignment. And what I can tell you from that, from my sources, which I will not reveal for obvious reasons, but my sources tell me he says to his audience that he's there to talk to the special prosecutor. And someone of his minions said, well, the special prosecutor asked him to go there. False. Nobody, in fact, asked him to go there. There wasn't even a specific special prosecutor that was given yet. There was a DA's office that's handling it, but I don't even know why they need a special prosecutor, to be honest with you. It seems fucking stupid for this, but whatever. But nobody, and I mean nobody, and let me say this again, nobody asked him to be there. Nobody. As a matter of fact, when he showed up, they said, "Why are you here? You don't need to be here. You can leave." And he then went and bitched and whined about how the audio where he's threatening Meredith and threatening to destroy her life is still up on Twitter. He went and bitched and whined about that. That's what he went all the way there to do. He went all the way there to bitch and whine that the audio of a call where he is threatening Meredith and to destroy her life is still up on Twitter. He went and bitched and whined about that. And let me fix this for the Turtle Riders. Nobody, and I mean nobody, told him to go there. No one. Nobody. No one told him to go there. He went there on his own and skipped his deposition to do it. So while he told Mark Diller he had a family emergency, no childcare available, he's got to be with his kids, he miraculously had time to go to Leominster Court, bitch and whine about audio he doesn't like on the interwebs, even though he's like the First Amendment guy, right? He's fighting for the First Amendment. Unless it's yours, then he doesn't care, right? When no one told him to go. He's not needed there, right? There was no reason for him to be there. He simply wanted to do that to be an asshole. So he skipped his deposition to instead show up there with no kids. Where are the kids, Aiden? Right? Like, you couldn't. So the night before is when he emails Mark Diller and says, family emergency, can't make it, sorry. But so shows up at Meredith's arraignment instead with no kids. So where were the kids when you went there, sir? You didn't ask your dad the night before, your sister, your brother, in-laws. Nobody could watch the kids for a deposition that was scheduled in April for you. But you could totally make it to Leominster Court to show up where you weren't needed in a court where there's cameras, by the way. Aiden. There's cameras there. I don't know if you're aware of this, but lying is not a good look when there's cameras. There's cameras at the court, sir. Cameras. You were there. Why were you there? Weird, bro. Weird. Linda Bangs, yeah, she supposedly represents him. I don't know. I don't find anything that she says to be of any substance, really. She definitely did deserve the RO, So that, of course, is going to, it's absolutely psycho behavior. It's fucking psycho behavior. Who the fuck does that, right? I'm a Hewitt turtle. Be afraid of me. I show up at your court date because you wiretap me. You wiretap me. That's horrible. You need to go to jail. You need to be charged. It's bad behavior. How dare you wiretapeth the turtleth. Meanwhile, he is, I've wiretapped dozens of people. Who cares? Who cares if I recorded it? Who cares? Like, are we for real? I mean, she's okay. She's moving on with her life. She's bought a home and she's moving out of state. And no, he was by himself in the courthouse. So unless he left him in the car, no. But she's doing good. She's moving on with life and moving away from this place. And if I were her, I fucking would too. If I had the capacity, the means, I'd move out of Massachusetts so fucking fast your head would spin. I would move down to the Carolinas myself. Unfortunately, I don't have the means to do all that. But if I did, I'd be out of here. I'll tell you that much. I would be fucking out of here. I would be gonzo. But I'll tell you this. Why would you need to show up at your ex-girlfriend's arraignment that you tried to have her charged with while she's trying to protect herself, right? You're threatening her life. And what people don't realize is for weeks, and for weeks, he was threatening her fucking life, her livelihood, her life, right? I will destroy your life. How many times he said that? I don't even what the fuck? How many times he said, I'm going to destroy your life. I'm going to take you down. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to call your job. I'm going to have people call your job. Like, for weeks, he threatened her to remain silent on the wiretapping thing, if or else, right? She stick up for him or else. And you have the audacity, right? The audacity to fucking try to have somebody charged while they're protecting themselves over a serial wiretapper. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, his ex is a teacher. She'd be on summer break. I'm sure she has a second job because he's a gross piece of shit who doesn't help out with anything. So I'm sure she has a second job, but still. I would, he had his sister pick the kids up and on and off the bus while he was in jail. Okay. Someone was picking up the kids on and off the bus and having them. There is someone who could have watched his kids. Let's not fucking play games here. All right. He clearly just didn't want to go. He wanted to go to the arraignment instead. So he had to make up a reason. You know what I mean? He's got lots of skeletons in his closet, I'll have my kids all day. He said, yeah. Okay. Sure. Hi, girl. How are you? Right? Hashtag where are the kids? You are not invisible. I see you. I see you. No kids with him. Maloney wasn't. I think he's a creep. Creepy to me. Did he tell Diller he has a fly infestation and has to go to Walmart to get more Windex? He did not tell him, but wait until I show you the clip. You know? She'll be okay. I promise. She'll be okay. Listen, I have faith that when the prosecutor or special prosecutor in this case connects with anyone in his other cases, that these charges should and would be dropped, as they should be against her, right? I don't think Massachusetts wants another whole news article about how someone is protecting themselves against threats. Another victim of abuse is protecting themselves against threats, and the abuser gets away with trying to force false charges on the abuse victim, right? There have been several cases like that that have gotten mainstream media attention, and all of it, once mainstream media picked up those cases, those charges were dropped on the victims, on the abuse victims, who were charged with wiretapping for protecting themselves because an abuser was threatening them, right? There is a caveat in the law where you're allowed to do that to protect yourself against threats. She had been threatened for weeks, dude, weeks. Any special prosecutor looking at this honestly should be dropping these charges. Going forth with them makes the state look bad. And make no mistake, I'm going to make a lot of noise about it myself. There's going to be a little bit of noise that I'm going to make myself about it because it's disgusting. The fact that it even went to an arraignment is really gross. And the Leominster court clerk already, last year, I think it was 2025, it was either 2024 or 2025, already said that they thought that the Holden police had been sort of used to help Aiden, and that he was deeply concerned about the Holden PD and the role that they played helping him, right? And so I think this is along the same caveat. It might not be the same clerk that expressed that opinion, but I think this is a problem. Leominster Court should know who the fuck they're dealing with, right? A serial wiretapper, a serial threatener, and you want to charge his victim? The fuck out of here with that. That's just horrible. It could be, yes. I mean, it can be seen as that way. They're just going to say, oh, well, he's the complaining person. So that's going to be the excuse, right? It's right. Right? Wiretapping's no big deal, he says. Who cares? That's what he said, right? Who cares? Who cares? I mean, no, she wouldn't have travel restrictions because she already bought a house and she wasn't on any pretrial probation or probation of any sort. So they can't really put any travel restrictions on you when you're not on anything of pretrial anything. You can't do that. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry, my little needed to get something that was behind the camera here. But yes, you can't really put travel restrictions on someone when they have no pretrial conditions or anything like that. She already bought a house there. They're not going to be able to stop her from moving. I'll tell you that much. As long as she comes back for whatever court date she has, they really have no right to restrict her travel. She's not charged with a violent crime. She's not charged with a drug crime. Innocent until guilty, and she's not on bail for anything, you know? So there's that. She wasn't arrested. It went from a clerk's hearing to arraignment. So it wasn't like she was arrested and she needed bail or anything. So, I mean, she's already bought the house. There's nothing they can do to stop her from moving, you know? Well, that's one of the reasons why I haven't moved down there either, is my oldest daughter's health and her doctors. That's one of the things that has stopped me for a really long time from even being able to do anything like that, is because the health care that she would need with her rare condition doesn't exist in the places that I want to move to. You know what I mean? And that's one of the drawbacks, of course. Yeah, teachers don't make shit. I think anywhere really, they don't really make shit, you know, not what they should, you know. He is fucking vile, just vile, you know. Are his children old enough to sit there in the audience and mind their manners? Or are they? Nah, I mean, yes, they're old enough, but would I bring my children who are between the ages of like 9 and 14 or 9 and 13? Like, no, I would not bring my kids into that. I don't think I would bring my kids until they were, you know, almost adults, 16, 17, 18, maybe. Like, I wouldn't bring a 9-year-old or a 13 or 12-year-old into court to hear adult matters either. And a lot of times the court will actually make you take them out into the hallway. they'll say sit in the hallway with them and we'll call you when your time comes. So, you know, I know they do that a lot in the Quincy court. They don't like you to have kids in the court seats there. Oh yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, and the judge laughed about that, Peggy. The judge laughed and was like, "Stop it, Bradel. She can't make him have a meltdown." You know what I mean? I mean, he doesn't bring anyone. Nobody wants to be around him. The only people he quote brings around are turtle riders, and that's like when they do something for him. You know, like it's gross. Oh, there's probably a really good chance that he taped him and Nurse Kim's conversation. If she was dumb enough to get on a call with him for a fucking hour, like, I don't want to hear the excuses when he then lets that out into the public view and like clips pieces and makes her look stupid. Like, she was full warned what he would do, right? Any conversation you've had with Aiden on the phone, you can expect that it's going to be fucking taped even without your permission, you know? Like, come on. It's wild. All right. Let's see. Only one of my kids is that young. My other two are older now. Makes me miss when they were little. He has made Darvo his personal mission, 100%. You know, 100%. Do you know the judge knows that he played hooky? Well, the judge is going to know, because what's going to happen is Diller is going to contact the court and say, Your Honor, they have to check in with Judge Gilday. He has these check-ins about their depots. So, and in the federal case, this is the federal case one, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know if Judge Casper has check-ins like Judge Gilday does, but I do know that Judge Gilday has check-ins. So I would assume Judge Casper in the federal one would have some sort of check-ins on the depositions. And I'm going to bet that the judge is not going to be none too pleased that he showed up without his kids at a Leominster court to watch an arraignment or talk to a prosecutor and bitch and whine about something that he didn't like that was still up on Twitter. Meanwhile, he's telling his audience he's fighting for the First Amendment and lying right to their faces. Lying right to their faces. Right? When even the judge can't contain his secondhand embarrassment. I would call it seventh-hand embarrassment, Peggy, at this point, right? Like, it's wild. Right? You would think there'd be ratings on YouTube content. TV is not for minors. Well, we do have a thing, like when we make our content, there's a button that we have to push that yes, this is for kids, or no, this is not for kids. Mine are always no, this is not for kids, so that my content does not end up on YouTube Kids. It is not for kids. It is really for 18 plus, honestly, because I swear, right? And that's, you know, content that you don't need to hear.
How about the government?
From kids don't need to hear, you know, but right, like imagine not showing up while you're being subpoenaed. That's just fucking wild. So this was after he got it. All right, this was after he got the subpoena. So right here is where he flipped it just then, is where people paused it and flipped and mirrored the image. So you can see that it is from Mark Diller. You can see that it is clearly a subpoena to show up for a deposition at a specific time, at a specific date, at a specific place. And he's like, oh, no, it doesn't really matter. It's not important. It's not. Okay, cool. Keep thinking that.
Whatever. Let me make sure of this date. I want to see the date he's got on this. Check my calendar.
World would be a better place if he was in jail. Correct. He needs to go to prison. Oh, yeah, he is that type of shitbag. But my kids, Your Honor, don't lock me up. My kids are right here. You're going to lock me up in front of my kids? Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Aiden Hart
Whatever.
supposedly didn't show up. See, the problem with what Aiden says, too, is he has now claimed at least twice that people didn't show up for their depositions that did show up for their depositions. So on 2 separate occasions, he said, so-and-so didn't show up for their depo. But they did. And fun fact, you know who did show up to their deposition yesterday? Chris Albert showed up to his deposition yesterday. Funny, huh? Chris can show up, but you can't, Aiden? Jeez. You know? He whines and bitches about everyone else who didn't show up to their depositions. But the problem is oftentimes he's lying. Oh, this person didn't show up to their deposition. Yeah, they did. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? I don't know where he gets his information, but he's not getting good information. I'll tell you that much. I know who has and who didn't show up to their depositions. So weird. But you're exactly
Can't even anymore, you know.
the outrage that he has, right? on, oh, the proctor didn't show up to his depot, blah, 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 right? It's always rules for thee, but not for me with him. Always, no matter what. This person is horrible for doing this, this, and this. But when Aiden does it and gets caught, and that's the problem, is he never thinks he's going to get caught, right? So he criticizes and shits on other people while behind the scenes, he's actively doing those exact same things that he is shitting on someone else for. He just hopes and thinks he'll never get caught. And then when he does get caught, he goes, well, I had to because of this. And you guys understand, right? Because like this and this and this. So like, duh, I had to, right? It's different. It's not the same. It is the same, right? Of course it's the same, right? But he uses that excuse and then it's like, well, who cares if I did? Who cares? Well, clearly you care because you just spent 4 days shitting on someone else for the same thing. Like, like what the fuck? What? What?
I'll explain that later. It's nothing serious or anything like that. Just another thing. Okay.
Okay, so there's that, right? Now, I'm going to show you where he was reading all of this, the communications between him and Diller, okay? Yesterday. Is this in my book? It's in my bookmark. So I gotta, this isn't it. That's 33 seconds. There's one. I think it's from last night. He's wearing a green shirt, I think. I have it. Is this it? This might be it. 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Okay. Let's see if this one's it.
And Dildo writes back, goes, Mr. Carter,
Yep.
I'm sorry to hear about your family emergency. Please provide me more details regarding the family emergency that requires your attention tomorrow. I need further support regarding such requests. And I'm like, what? You want more details about my family emergency?
Yes. You want to know why? And this is why, right? Ian's like, who the fuck are they to ask me about my family emergency? All I need to know is it's a family emergency. Wrong. Wrong. They have to report to the court that not only did you have a family emergency, but you have proof of this family emergency. Because if you just say, oh, family emergency, can't show up, sorry. And a judge says, cool, you refuse to answer the lawyer. So now we are sending we're ordering you, the court's ordering you to give us proof of this family emergency. We think you're fucking playing games. So we want proof of this family emergency. We would like proof. Because the lawyers have to answer to the judge, not just that it was a family emergency, but what was the exact family emergency? What time did it happen? What time was it supposed to end or be ended, right? Like, you couldn't find any sitters? No. Did you ask anyone, right? His ex-wife is a teacher. She's on summer vacation, but she's always had 2 jobs, Michelle. So I would bet money that she works that second job now during the day. She works that second job because Aiden here refused to help pay for things like his daughter's cheerleading, which cost a lot of money. So she works a second and sometimes third job to make the money to be able to pay for those things for her kids, because this piece of shit here does not do that, unfortunately. So I would not be surprised if she was in fact working and he had to take kids. But if she was working and he had to take kids, he could have asked his sister, his brother, his in-laws. Like, there's plenty of people who would have watched his kids. He simply didn't want anyone to watch his kids if he even had them to begin with. Okay. So yes, Diller is then saying, hey, we're going to need more information. We're going to need more information. We need you to give us more information on what your family emergency was and why. And that is standard because Diller has to report back to the court what the family emergency was, why it actually stopped an entire depot, and could Aiden be playing fucking games just for funsies, right? Because that's what it seems like to pretty much anybody with eyes and ears, is he's just playing fuck, right? So he's like, well, why should I tell Diller? Who is he? He doesn't need to know about my family emergency. Yeah, in fact, he does. And a judge can order you to provide evidence of said family emergency if the judge wants. The judge could be like, well, we think you're playing fuck, and it looks like you're playing fuck. So you need to provide X, Y, and Z to prove that there was in fact a emergency, or we're just going to assume that you're playing fuck, and then we're going to hold you in contempt. So, like, he's so far gone from what happens in a court case. He doesn't even understand the most basics. Like, why does Diller need to know my emergency? All he needs to know is that it's an emergency. No.
Do you want me to tell you intimate details about my family?
Yes.
You just think I owe you that? Like, who are you?
He does.
Who are you exactly again?
You
That I owe you?
You do.
That? any sort of explanation?
You do.
He goes, I need further support regarding such request. As you are aware, the
Oh my God, Chris, I love this. He's aging like a grape left out to dry in the California sun. A California raisin? I don't, you're 100% right. He just live streams everything. He's the dumbest criminal on planet Earth, you know? I love that he was served on air too. It's fucking hilarious. Proctor did show up to his depot. Exactly. He wasn't asked anything about Karen Reed. He got upset because they were hammering him over text from 13. So that's the other thing is when Proctor did show up to his deposition, they didn't ask him anything about the case, right? They didn't ask him anything about John O'Keefe's death, the investigation. They just wanted to ask him about his texts to other people about other things, which is not the purpose of the deposition. The purpose of the deposition is to not hammer away on someone about things that have nothing to do with the case at hand. You're supposed to be asking questions about that case. And so if I'm your attorney and someone's doing that, yes, as an attorney, I'm going to step in and say, whoa, 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 Your Honor, they did an entire day at depot and asked 0 questions about this investigation or this case at all. Like, so clearly they don't intend on it. Therefore, I'm going to ask that my client be allowed to not have to sit again for that ridiculousness, right? So that was a big problem. And if you know anything about the law in the court and the way depositions work, you do have to ask questions that pertain to the case. You cannot just go off on a tangent on all this wild, random shit that has nothing to do with anything whatsoever that might help another case somewhere down the line or someone else. Like, that's not the way it works, right? So if you can't ask questions about this specific case, the investigation into this case or anything else, like, then there's no reason to have that person sit for a deposition, which any reasonable judge would say, okay, this person's done. You're not getting any more out of them because you're not even asking questions that pertain to this. So they're excused, right? Like, that's facts are the facts, right? Can you imagine if you called TMZ like Amber Heard did for a deposition? I would LMAO if they didn't show up. Oh my God, imagine. Holy shit. Yeah, she definitely needs more income, but the teachers here get paid nothing. You know what I mean? Yep, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, sewer boy. You know, I love Spicy Nan. Spicy Nan's one of my favorite people ever. And I get to see Spicy Nan in real life. I love Spicy Nan. Your Honor, I can't come. I was killing flies. I only come if I can bring my flies and my glass cleaner. Side order of flies, Your Honor. Can I come? I'll do the depot then with my flies. Exactly. Proctor had to provide an explanation as to why he couldn't give a deposition. And then after he provided that explanation, guess what he had to provide after that? Proof, evidence. He had to provide documents to prove it. That we didn't see, but the court did, right? The court saw those. But the judge, in fact, and the lawyers asked for proof, other information to confirm what he was saying was true. It's not going to be any different for Aiden, you know? Look at me using words like dockets. You did use it right. And on the docket. His emergency was a fly infestation. Probably bullying his ex-wife to submit an affidavit. I wouldn't doubt it. I will take this thing that I recorded you on and review and release it to the interwebs if you don't do what I say right now. You know? It's wild. It's fucking wild. No, the judges are not. Especially when it comes to these depots. They're done playing games with it. They want the depots done. There is a date. They're supposed to be done here in August. Okay? They're supposed to be done. They're not going to keep putting them off and putting them off and putting them off, you know? I feel like he has issues with like anyone, Peggy, that is smarter than him, more intelligent. You know, I think he has a problem with pretty much everyone. Do depot transcripts ever become public after the case? They can be. Will they be? Your guess is as good as mine, but they can be. Yeah, they can be. I get the strong feeling they're going to pick him up. Well, you know, I got some. I can't talk about what I know about any of that right now. I can't confirm nor deny. I cannot confirm nor deny. Okay. Cannot confirm nor deny anything in that department at the moment. I'll just say, watch this space. Right? Let's just say watch this space. I feel like he didn't want to go to a depot because he thought the cops would pick him up there. I honestly believe that. I think he thought like, oh, they're going to arrest me there for the New Jersey thing. That's what I think he thought, you know? I also heard that he might have a suspended license. And in order to go to a depot, you have to have an ID, right? And your ID can't like be expired or, you know, your license revoked or, you know, anything like that. So, you know, That's exactly what happens. Yep. The flies arrive to confirm he does not give a shit. The judge can easily find out that Turtle just exactly. And that's the other thing. Why lie to your audience? Don't you think the judge can? And that's the other thing. Like when you're lying publicly like that and saying, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't go there." Right? There's cameras. Okay. There's people who work there who saw you. There's cameras there. Like, are we for real? All the judge has to do is call over to the prosecutor's office and ask. All the attorneys for the other side have to do is ask. And then you not only look like a liar again, but you make yourself look fucking dumb. He doesn't think these things through at all. At all. He does not think these things through, my friends. Okay. He just does.
Deposition has been scheduled for months, and we have our own obligations in this
right
case.
now. If I could, I would.
Okay. And I'm like, what? And he goes, you remain under.
You back this up just a little so you guys can hear the whole exchange without me interfering in it. I know I'm bad when I do that. And believe me, any tea that I'm allowed to spill, my friends, I do. But I just can't. I can't. I know. I'm sorry. I can't always divulge at the moment. There's a time and a place for everything, my friends. All right. Yeah, I heard he has to go to a driving class before his his Monday golf tourney. You know, the one that's supposed to be 80% rain, as Peggy noted earlier. Amazing, right? I'm going to take this time to ask you guys to please smash the like button. Please, please. If you have not subscribed to the channel, we would love if you would subscribe to the channel. We are going to do another members only. I don't know when yet, but we're going to do another one. The first one was fun. We had fun. That was fun. We had a little tea. I feel like it's a good place to spill a little bit of tea there when I can. So get your memberships. If you don't have one, make sure you renew your membership. If you want a membership or you just got one, make sure you renew it every month so you have it, right? And if you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. My doctors would like me to take time off, as Ethel would call it, cations, but I don't think that's going to be happening. And the only cations I'll be taking will be possibly at the end of August, long after my sister's surgery. And my husband has a tournament in Ocean City, Maryland. And if I can come up with I think it was $240 we need to pay for our portion of the Airbnb for the team, then we will go to that if we can then figure out the transportation aspect of it. That'll be the only cations I get. I think that's 3 days for that tournament. I think it's Thursday through Sunday or Friday through Sunday. Maybe it's Friday through Sunday, whatever it is. That'll be the only cations that I will be going on. If that's a big fat if. But my doctor says that I need to, quote, figure out a way to make time to take time off. And I was like, yep, unless you're paying me, doc, with benefits, that's not happening. I had to explain to him that my job is not traditional. I don't get, paid time off or sick time or anything like that. So I get that I'm overdoing it in his words, and I need to take things off my plate. I can't take things off my plate. They're already on there. You know what I mean? Like life is lifing. I can't be like, hey, life, do you mind not lifing today? Like that. I'd be if you could just like not life this month, that would be great. Right. Also, today's the last day of the month. So I'm going to set a little super chat goal because today marks the last day of the month, which means anything, of course, that comes into the channel now, I will get at the end of August. And so anything that comes into the channel tomorrow, I won't get until the end of September. So today is the last day, of course, for anything for that. So I'm going to set a little bit of a, why won't it let me? What's happening? Why can't I? What? Oh, here it is. I was like, huh? What do we mean? What do we mean? I also count the direct donations towards the goal because it's just fun to do. All right. So I'm sure I'll let you guys listen to this all the way through because it's hard to not like at least all the way through with the stuff he's talking about Diller, because it's hard to not do it when you're not talking of like with me pausing and explaining in the meantime. I want you guys to hear the whole exchange with Diller before I pause it again. Yeah, he's got to go to traffic school. He can turn off his comment section. He's not going to do that though. Yeah, he's got to go to a second class for what we call it is driver retraining. He got some surchargeable offense, and I've never had to go to driver retraining in my life, but apparently he got another surchargeable event. And so if you get 3 in 1 year, you have to do driver retraining. And then any one after that in the same year, you have to do it again. So clearly he's got another whatever offense he did. And he's got to do driver retraining. If you do not do that class, right? Say he bails out at the last second, his license will be suspended, right? So if he didn't take the class and bailed out of it last time, it very well could be suspended already right now. And then he'd have to take the class to get it unsuspended, if that makes sense. Or you take it before it gets suspended and then it doesn't get suspended. So it's an either or, you know, it's an either or. Yeah, that's what it'll tell them. Who cares? No one cares. Do you think his ex-wife would let him drive her kids? Listen, she would. Here's the thing, how would she know? You know what I mean? Like if he says he's got a license, then it's fine. I wouldn't be asking my ex-husband every 5 minutes, is your license still valid? Is your license still valid? You know what I mean? Like, how would she know if it wasn't? You know what I mean? Like, she's not going to magically know that it was suspended, right? There's no way for her to know that, you know? And I'm sure she's not thinking to like, be like, oh, hey, by the way, this month is your license suspended, Aiden? Did you like, you know what I mean? So there's no way for her to know. If he just lies about it, he lies about it. And like, there's no way for her to know otherwise, you know? So, oh yeah, he doesn't think the law applies to him, you know? Today's the last day to sign up for the rained out chicken cutlet golf tournament. I thought it was Wednesday. I thought he said they only had until Wednesday to sign up. I thought that's what he said. It was Wednesday. Oh shit. You want to know what? Today and tomorrow, but I won't be here tomorrow, are the last days to sign up for the raffle. We haven't really gotten many more people that signed up since last week, so I should have just pulled it last week. But if you do want to get in on the raffle, there's today and tomorrow pretty much. And then I'm pulling the winner Sunday. So, no comment. No comment. I'm gonna go with no comment on that one. I'm just gonna go with no comment. I'm gonna go with no comment at the moment. No, I don't know if it has been, but with driver retraining, if you don't take the class by a certain date, they do suspend it. So if he already had an opportunity to take the class and this is like he rescheduled it to a different one, then it might have already been suspended. If this is the first class and he hasn't skipped it or missed it, then it's probably not, right? Suspended. It depends, right? They give you one try to get it done before the suspended date. You have to schedule it ahead of time. And sometimes you can't get a date until after your quote suspension date, which means you have to unsuspend it. So if he waited until the last minute to schedule the class, it might be, right? So if he didn't and he did it when he was supposed to, and this is the class, like, and he has like, then it's not suspended. It really depends on whether he waited or didn't wait, you know? But there's, you know, really no way to know. He's not going to tell the truth anyway, you know? Not going to tell the truth. Oh, tea's always sweet, my friend. The tea is always sweet. I hope he gets served on the course. Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? They just rolled up, just arrested him on the court. They see me rolling. They hate him. They just arrest him during his his soggy pizza and t-shirt golfing event. Imagine. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Hey, you never know. You never know. You know? I couldn't get into the question line because I'm not a member. That is weird. I thought you were a member. Didn't you have a membership? Did it run out? Did it run out? It ran out, I think. I can never tell because yours is always blue because you're a mod. So it's not going to show me like the membership green colors. Those of you who are members are green in the chat. And those of you who are my mods are blue. And so if you're a mod and a member, it doesn't show up as green and blue. It just shows up as blue because you're a mod. So I know. Otherwise, I'd be ultimately fucked 100%, you know? And even that, like, they live in Whitman, so I'm the closest. I am literally around the corner, and so the bulk of the nonsense will be me. But, you know, having a little bit of help when it comes to helping my sister is I'll take it. I'll take it, you know? I'd love to. Me too. Can you tell my doctor that? I would love to, like, not life sometimes, you know? Not adult sometimes. That'd be great, you know? Yeah, you don't get a pass. That's kind of not how it works, you know? Right? Where did July go? Holy smokes, Batman. I'm with you, Sassy. Where the fuck did it go? Where did it go? Thank you for your flower, Beach. It's very pretty. I know, right? Match me Friday, says Sassy. Thank you, Sassy. Who wants to match Sassy? Rose? Rose matches Sassy. She said, who's next? Thank you, Rose. I'm embarrassed for him. It's seventh hand embarrassment. What's comical is when people advocate free speech, it's not a one-way street. Well, that's the thing, right? I said to one of his followers this morning on Twitter where they were like, leave him alone. You don't need to know his personal life. It's like, first of all, leave him alone. What's anybody? Nobody's doing anything to him. They're discussing it. I said, I thought he was the First Amendment warrior. I thought he was all about the First Amendment. What do you mean? This is us discussing the situation, right? And also, if it was private, he wouldn't be publicly streaming it. Just FYI, turtle people. All right. December will be here before he realizes, oh my God, don't say that. I get older at the end of November. So, I try not to. My kids all get older between the end of November and early December. Me and all of my children's birthdays are November 21st, November 28th, December 1st, and December 10th. So me and all of my children's birthdays are within like a 3-week span. And then there's Christmas and Thanksgiving. And I, most of the time during that span of time, would like to stuff myself in a box in the fetal position and just like stay there because it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare right around Christmas time. He calls everybody losers, but he's like, what? He's amazing, Oh, he lied and lied like a rug and lied some more like a rug and lied more and more and more like a rug. His fucking face traumatizes people, It's just gross at this point, Imagine his fan. That's the thing. His wife, ex-wife, never watched Turtleboy live. She did not approve of it. She didn't like it. Just like his family, she was embarrassed of it. She wanted nothing to do with it. So she didn't watch it, see it, look at what he did. None of it. I don't know. That's a good question, Sassy. I'm not sure if he gets his money back, if it gets rained out, or he gets to put on another date or something. I don't know. Thank you, Jesse. No comment. That means there's something. I'm just gonna go with no comment. My Amazon list should actually, you know what? Fuck, I forgot to fix the. Someone, you just reminded me that I forgot to do that this morning. Usually, I copy and paste the old ones in, but for some reason, it's been giving me the wrong wish list link. So I usually stop and like go in and copy my new one and put it in there. But I totally fucking space caded it out and forgot to do that. So I'll just put it in the chat. It's in chat. Thank you, Rose. I appreciate that match, my friend. Okay, let's see. Smash like. Okay, we got to get to this. Listening to this is funny. It's funny. Has Ethel gone missing? So Ethel said she's sick, right? She has lupus, is what I'm told. And oftentimes she says, oh, she's down from the lupus. I'm not buying that. And I'll tell you why. I have autoimmune diseases, as you guys know, a lot. I don't know. That's a good question, G Money. I'm not sure. I meant to add match, but also why can't I do? I don't know. That's a good question. Not really sure. That's a good question. I don't know. I also say like I take the direct donations when people do those, and I count them towards the super chat goal too. That way, it's I don't have to. It doesn't go through YouTube, and YouTube doesn't take a large cut of it. And B, you can do any amount you want: $1, $5, $2, $20, like whatever, But thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. I don't know why you can't do 5 and why it only does $4.99. That's a good question. We're birthday twins. Your son is my birthday twin. We're birthday twins. Tell your son he's got the best birthday ever. He's a Sagittarius and he is my birthday twin. He is my birthday twin, Sassy. So she says it's lupus. Okay. I don't know if I buy that, to be honest. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate it. Casey has matched and said, who's next? Hello. Hello, Brian. Hello. I don't, because I have to, because it's like, if I don't, like, where's the voice? He got subpoenaed on the same case that he just skipped the depot for. So I believe that's the wrongful death action. Diller was like, yeah, fuck you, and sent the subpoena. And so he was like, you're going to show up again at this time, at this date. They sent him the $15 check for travel. And he's like, oh, what's this $15 check for? I don't know. I have no idea what this is for at all, because I'm just so smart and all these things. I'm going to send this right to my attorney. My attorney, that I shall point out, he's not represented by any attorney, by the way, on the wrongful death portion. He's not represented by any attorney. of record. Okay. At all. So yeah, my husband is at the end of October too. So like that, it's just so fun around that time of year, you know? Yeah, she'll be fine for her Cations though, right? Her fine for her Cations. She'd be totally acceptably fine for her Cations. I think she just got lazy and didn't want to go. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's what I believe. She deactivated her X account until August 10th when she's back from her Cations. How long is her Cations? Fucking 2 weeks? Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, the civil wrongful death suit. Yep, that's the dealer sent it to him after he failed to show up as his depot and had this exchange in email. Dealer was like, "Yeah, no, you're getting a new date," and so he sent a new date. So, oh my god, his narrative on the Birchmore case wanted me to fucking puke, babe. Just babe. He's so smart, babe. He's very smart, babe. He's super smart, babe. He's a smarty smart babe. He's the smarty smart babe. A week? Oh, so but the 10th? I mean, the 10th is 10 days, you know what I mean? From at least now. Like, so I don't know. Or I mean, my doctor just told me I need to find time to take time off. And I was like, yeah, sorry, doc. I don't get paid leave in my job. So I can't find time because he said I'm overloading myself, which I understand. But at the same time, docs got to understand, like, life doesn't stop lifing, bills don't stop billing, food doesn't stop needing to be put on the fucking table. So, but I find it funny that she would be totally acceptably okay to go on Cations for 10 days, but not, you know, show up and sit in a court seat for a day or last 2, I guess. Listen, I have plenty of health issues going on, and some of which I don't talk about publicly, you know, pretty serious stuff. And I suck it up and I get here and I do what I need to do most of the time, 6 days a week here with you guys, right? And time before and after the show that I'm doing work. And you can't get in a court seat and fucking live tweet. Like no. Okay. No. Yeah. That's the other thing. Like, are you doing anything to help yourself with those conditions? Like, you know, vitamins, magnesium, like iron? Are you taking a walk? Right? Like, are you, you know, lowering your intake of bad carbs? You know what I mean? Like, we can all splurge, right? It doesn't mean you need to be perfect. Like, I'm not perfect. I have my coffee, right? It's the one thing that my doctors allow me to have when I want to splurge is my coffee, right? And I told my doctor, you're never going to take my coffee from me. He was like, I wouldn't even try, but I want you to take out peppers, onions, because they're inflammatory and they make your pain worse, right? I want you to make sure you eat more grains, right? Like this, right? And I do all those things, especially because I have gallbladder issues. Like, kind of cut down on red meats, even though I love red meats, right? But you know, shit. Oh, thank you, G Money. Well, I went to the doctor, and because I was like, I've been feeling really just sluggish lately, a lot more sluggish than I normally have been. And I have, you know, chronic fatigue, fibro. I have 72 different fucking medical problems along with my heart and my liver and like all these other things. But the inflammation, I have long haul COVID too. Like, the inflammation in my body has gotten way, way worse. And so the doctor was essentially saying to me, like, with the psoriasis getting worse, with the inflammation in your body getting worse, it's doing damage to your like insides, basically. You need to take time off. And I was like, I can't take time off. So I argued with my poor doctor. I mean, it wasn't like I wasn't screaming and yelling at him, but I like had to argue with him. Like, listen, I can't take time off, right? Like, unless I magically came up with like, you know, $1,500 like to pay the bills I need to pay. Like, I'm not magically going to I can't take time off like that. Right. Like, so I was like, listen, I'll take yesterday. And so I told the doctor I would take yesterday off. I did take yesterday off. And he said, well, you need to find time, is what he said. Find time to take time off. And I was like, well, if any of that happens, it'll be possibly at the end of August, possibly for my husband's tournament, if we can come up with the money to be able to do that. So otherwise there will not be times taken off because I don't get paid bennies, right? There's no paid bennies here. So I do what I can do. I can only do so much. And, you know, I get it. I get what the doctor, you know, I get what his point is. My body's being pushed to its limit for certain things, but I have life. Life doesn't stop lifing. I still have kids to take care of in a household, and my sister and her kids. And like, it doesn't, you know, brain surgery doesn't stop because I have, you know, my health wants to go to shit. Like, my kids, you know, neck and finger surgeries aren't going to not be done because I, you know, my body's pushing me to the limit at the moment. Like, it's just, that's not how it goes. And so I had to explain to the doc, like, listen, I'll do whatever I'm supposed to do. You know, I'm going to have to start probably getting infusions to sort of help with the inflammation in my body. But I do what the doctors tell me to do. I take the meds they tell me to take, and I can only do so much when it comes to like limiting, like taking time. I can't take time off. I don't have paid vacation days. So I told the doc, see what I can do. I promised him I would take at least yesterday off. I did that. So here I am. I love you, doc. If you're watching or listening, I love you. I always tell him to fix me. And the doctor's like, you're a beautiful disaster, Elise. I cannot fix you. I can try, but I cannot fix you. My sister will be at Beth Israel Hospital. It's Beth Israel is the same as they're in the same company, although I think they're splitting now. I think I just heard that Beth Israel was splitting from Mass General. So it's Mass General, Beth Israel, and they're one and the same at the moment, but I think I heard they were splitting. So I believe Mass General is the hospital, but it's through Beth Israel, if that makes sense. She's got one of the best surgeons, you know, brain surgeons. He's wicked nice. He's about to have a baby himself, the surgeon. So he's amazing. If he is served at the golf tournament, I hope somebody gets it on camera. I would die. Body cam, my friend. If they arrest him there, there'd be body cam, right? It'd be body cam. There would be body cam footage if he was arrested there, you know? I love Spicy Nan. I love her. I love my Spicy Nan. So that's the other thing. Didn't she bring everybody to her like gynecological appointment? Like, you know, for a yeast infection? Didn't she bring everybody to her yeast infection? But she couldn't, thank you, Elisa. She couldn't, you know, fix not doing X, Y, and Z. It's just weird. He could be held in contempt, but I think that's why Diller sent this new subpoena. So now if he doesn't come to this next one, I think you will find that Diller will ask for him to be held in contempt, or they could ask him to pay a fine, right? They could do many things. Remember, though, that civil is not criminal. So civil matters don't carry jail time, guys. It's not realistic that him missing that is going to revoke his bail on the criminal stuff. That's just not realistic. It's almost definitely not going to happen. But he could have his bail revoked. Thank you, Valor, for this new Jersey indictment, right? And if they decide that they're going to just come and arrest his ass during his event with soggy pizzas and t-shirts, I will fucking die. I am on meds. I'm just only on certain meds. Like, so for instance, if I could take, quote, pain meds, I don't take pain meds, right? Like, I take meds to control the inflammation, but not pain meds, if that makes sense. Like, so I only take meds if they're necessary. Like, I have a med for my liver. I have a med for my heart. I have a med for my blood pressure. So like, I only take what is needed and necessary. I'm not going to overload myself with, you know, a painkiller, right? That isn't really going to do much, as the doctor said, to kill the pain anyway. And put that on top of all of the other medications I'm on. It just doesn't make sense to do. If I overload myself with too many medications, then you have all the side effects of all of the medications. So I only take what is absolutely necessary to make sure that I am healthy and alive. And then I take on top of that my vitamins and all those things. But I won't just take, like, if they're like, oh, hey, if you're feeling kind of tired, here's a medication for that once in a while, like, have that. Like, there's no reason to take it. If it's not really going to help my quality of life, it's not going to medically really do anything, then I don't need it, right? Like, I'm not going to overload myself with all the drugs and medications if I don't need to. I take everything the doctors tell me to when it comes to making sure I have to take this for my liver, this for my heart, this for, like, I take those every single day the way I'm supposed to, with what I'm supposed to, whether it's eating, drinking, got to take something with it on an empty stomach, whatever the case may be. And I oftentimes try not to use the sleeping meds because I'd have to take it at a certain time and then fall asleep. And because I have kids, like I have this fear of like something happening with my oldest and then like me not waking up. And that fear keeps me from taking like sleeping pills. I can't, I used to, but I can't. Like, it's too big of a fear of mine, which is why my phone is on silent at night, because otherwise it would wake everyone in the house up with all the notifications. But if you call me more than one time, it'll ring through. So that if there's an emergency, my family and friends know. If you call me once and I'm not answering, it's on, you know, silent. But if you call me twice in a row, it breaks through the silent and rings. So it would wake me up, you know? I think he lied. I think he used that excuse because his lawyers will be like, yep, oh yeah, he had a family emergency. He said so, you know? Like, come on, man. There's cameras at the courthouse, bro. It caught you there at the arraignment, dumbass. Yeah, see, that's what the doctor said, make time, right? I said, how the fuck am I going to take time off, dude? I can't afford to take time off. Like, that's groceries in my fridge. Can't do that. You know what I mean? Right, exactly. I'm with you, Ruthie. I'm like, I have a family to take care of. And in this next month, too, right? I got to take care of my sister's family and my family and figure out, like, how I don't even know how I'm going to do all this. I really don't. No, my in-laws, my sister's in-laws are in Whitman. That's where my niece's birthday party is going to be in Whitman. So that's where I'll be tomorrow, Saturday. I'll be in the social. I'll be in Whitman. Lunch sounds good. Yeah, remember? She brought you to the yeast infection. No boundaries, you know? Weird. Me too. It's like you just become used to it, you know? Like you just become used to that chronic pain where it's like it hurts, you know, it's uncomfortable, but like 72 medications isn't going to fix it, you know? That's what he claims, but I don't believe that to be true. I don't think he's just procrastinating his deposition because he's
writes back.
criminal.
Goes, Mr.
I
Carney,
don't believe that.
I'm
at all.
sorry to hear about your family emergency. Please provide me more details regarding
Well,
the
also,
family
I'm a
emergency that
former
requires
addict.
your attention tomorrow.
So I choose not
I
to.
need further support regarding such requests. And I'm like, what? You want more details about my family emergency? Do you want me to tell you intimate details about my family? You just think I owe you that? Like, who are you? Who are you exactly again? That
He's so dumb.
I owe
They're the
you
lawyers that
that?
need to know.
Any sort of explanation?
You do, actually.
He goes, as you are, he goes, I need further
A subpoena
support
is a
regarding
court
such
order.
request. As you are aware, the deposition has been
Dumbass.
scheduled for months and we have our own
Dumbass.
obligations in this case. Okay. And
Such an idiot.
I'm like, what? Then he goes, you remain under subpoena, unrepresented by counsel in this case. And you waited until 4:30 on the eve of your deposition to alert me of your intended no-show in violation of the subpoena. Did he miss all the, I should have done like Colin Albert. I mean, bro, your whole side just skips depositions all the time. Like all the time, Proctor. And so we require your deposition testimony. And should you retain counsel to represent you here, please have them connect with me. And so I wrote back to him. And I could have been snippy, but I wasn't. I said, it is a personal family emergency and I have to watch the kids all day. That's the only thing you need to know about, sir. You don't need to know nothing. Personal family shit does not concern you. Just understand. I'll get to you when I can get to you. Okay, tomorrow's no good. I go, sorry. I go, childcare is not available. Sorry about the inconvenience, but family is always first for me. I would be happy to move the date to a time convenient for you. As I stated before, and as my attorney, Tim Bradle, told you, I will be invoking my Fifth Amendment privilege to any substantive questions you have. So I'm not sure what the point of this exercise is. I am awaiting trial.
He's essentially saying, I'm going to invoke the Fifth. I'm not going to answer your questions. I'm going to invoke the Fifth. And then his excuse to that is, I'm going to be seeing, I have criminal cases. And so I have to invoke the Fifth because I have criminal cases. No, you don't. You can answer the questions. What do your criminal cases have anything to do with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe dying? What does your criminal case have to do with that specific thing? It doesn't. Yours is witness intimidation of the witnesses in that case. But what does it have to do with the questions they're going to ask you for that? It really doesn't. He simply wants an excuse on why he would claim the Fifth. Okay? Like, if family was always first for you, Aiden, then why didn't you pay for your daughter's fucking cheerleading, sir? Asking for a friend here. Why didn't you pay for your daughter's cheerleading, you fucking buffoon? Why did you try to screw your ex-wife out of child support payments by claiming that you made less than you made? Because that's what you did in your divorce decree. You claimed that you made less than what you actually made so that you would pay less child support, right? He did that. So are you going to fix that, Aiden? If family always comes first and your kids always come first, are you, in fact, going to fix that? I'm just asking for a friend. I am asking for a friend. Are you going to fix that, sir? Like, are you? I don't think you're gonna. I don't think he's pleading the Fifth because, as I said before, he's always going to plead the Fifth. He's a bitch. He cannot give the answers to anything because he can't remember the correct lie. He's told so many stories, so many variations of the same story that each one is different. And he knows sitting there and answering those questions, it's going to be a different story. It's going to be different. And then it's going to be pointed out and he's done, right? So yeah, he's full of shit. Full of shit. He's full of shit. You know? Right. He feels the need to blast everybody's private info, but also lie about people's private matters as well. Yeah, he wanted to stalk Meredith. That's what he wanted to do instead of go to a deposition where he would screw himself over. Even if you're invoking the fifth, you still have to sit at that deposition and invoke it for every single fucking question. And that's essentially what the lawyer said, which is, I still need to make a record of that, Mr. Kearney. I still have to make a record of you invoking the fifth, and they can ask you every question. You have to invoke the fifth for every question. And the problem with that is there are some questions that you might invoke the fifth on that have no Fifth Amendment privilege to it. If they ask you your name and you say, I'm invoking the fifth, right? You can't invoke the fifth for your name. Like, that's not how it works, right? And so the judge then would look at that and say, okay, well, you need to answer this question, through this question, through this question, and this question, because Fifth Amendment does not apply to any of those questions. So no, right? Like, that's how that works. He can't, and that's the other thing, he can't help himself. And he will talk too much. He knows this. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, right? Invoking the fifth doesn't sound like daddy is ready to fuck and I'm so excited to answer questions and who called this? Just saying, didn't we call this? We called this. We knew this would happen. We knew he would sit there and go, the fifth, please, Your Honor. I can't testify. I can't testify or I'm going to test a lie. Because that's all he does. He doesn't testify. He tests lies, right? That's what he does. He tests lies. And so he damn well knows that he can't answer any questions because he can't tell the truth. And he can't remember even which lie he told last time. And so no doubt he would be caught in those lies and screwed. And so instead, he's like, I have a claim to Fifth Amendment. He was never going to answer the questions. And of course, what does he try to play it off in this clip as? Oh, once my criminal cases are over and I'm acquitted, I will answer all your questions. No, you still wouldn't. No, you still wouldn't. You wouldn't have a choice, but you would lie, right? And get yourself all caught up because you can't be honest, not even about whether you went pee 5 minutes ago or not. Like, you are a pathological liar, sir, you know? Right? If that, good point, G Money. If his family was first, why couldn't he keep his dick in his pants and take care of just his family instead of his fucking sexual needs constantly with other women? Just saying. Why was he sending unsolicited dick pics and videos of him screwing other women to another woman when it was unsolicited? Why? Why are you showing sex videos of you with one woman to a completely different woman unsolicited and unasked for? Right? Family first and all, right? You didn't give a fuck to take care of your family when you lived there. You want everyone to believe that you magically are all about family now. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Yeah, that's Shannon's channel. I've gone over a lot of stuff on there. And Shannon's talked a lot about the stuff that he did back then. I think it was around 2020, 2021-ish from that stuff. Be sure to blow cinnamon through your door tomorrow, first of the month, for the continued flow of abundance. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. I love that. Meredith was an asset to him. His loss. Well, it is his loss. Now he doesn't know what to do with himself. You know? Dr. Fucci is doing this exact thing. Carol I never heard of that either. That's really cool. Didn't he get hard? Right? Didn't he get hard answering questions? Wasn't he ready to fuck? Right? Family first only when he can use it as an excuse. Yep. When he can use it as, oh, they're going to take me from my kids. Right? And this is what I said earlier. You're 100% right. Elise is right. Like, he could have asked his dad, his sisters, his in-laws. He could have asked many people to watch the kids. And he certainly must have asked someone to watch them while he was at the courthouse stalking Meredith during her arraignment when he was actually supposed to be at the deposition instead. And that's not going to go over well for him. Right? You're at a courthouse for Meredith's arraignment instead of being at the deposition you're supposed to be at, but you're claiming to the deposition lawyer that you have a family emergency and you have no child care. Like, but you didn't bring the kids into the courthouse. Nobody. And then he claimed to his audience that they asked him to go down there, I think. So at least one of his audience members claims that. They said, oh, well, he was asked to go down there. Correction, Turtle Cult. He was not asked to go down there. As a matter of fact, when he went down there, they asked him what he was doing there and that he wasn't needed there. What he went down there for was to revel, right, in her being charged, and then bitch and whine to the prosecutor's office about how there is still a tweet up with the audio of him threatening Meredith and to destroy her life. And he was not appreciative of the fact that was still up on our Twitter and he needed to tell them all about it. Okay. That was what it was so important for him to go down there for. Okay. Make no mistake about it. You know? Yes. Records. They need the records. And that's the other thing. Like, he's going to incriminate himself one way or another. We all know that. You know? We all know that. He's got lots of skeletons. I have his entire fucking phone extraction. The man speaks like the most delinquent, deplorable, disgusting human I have ever come across. Okay. Some of the shit he just simply talks, the way he talks to people, the lies that he spins to people in text messages, in DMs, it's just gross. It's gross. The whole thing is gross. He's gross, you know? Right. You whine to be sued, then you get sued, and then it's like, yeah, put me on the stand. I'm ready to fuck. Daddy's ready to do this. And then they're like, okay, cool. We're having a deposition. I plead the fifth. I'm gonna need to plead the fifth, please. I'm gonna plead the fifth. I can't answer your questions right now. Can't answer them. Oh yeah, there's cameras at Leominster Courthouse. You think that they can't get a hold of that? Yeah, see, they can. Also, there were employees that saw him there, right? There were employees that saw him there. There were other people there for other things that saw him there, other matters of their own for civil stuff that saw him there, right? So he's not doing himself any favors by lying.
In December for witness intimidation
You know?
charges regarding the Karen Reed murder trial, in which a jury unanimously agreed after 31 days of expert testimony that John O'Keefe was not hit.
So, like, what does he do? He's reading an email he wrote to Diller. I'm going to back it up a little. But, like, you think reading an email to Diller about what you think about the Karen Reed case somehow has anything towards this case? It has nothing to do with this case, right? So he's like, after Karen Reed was found innocent and acquitted and found that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and blah, blah, all his, main spiels, justice for John O'Keefe, First Amendment, I'm exciting, right? All that shit. He writes all that to Diller. If I'm Diller, I'm reading that going, what does that have anything to do with your deposition here in this matter? It doesn't, right? Your opinions on Karen Reed and her case have nothing to do with the deposition in this matter. So essentially all you're doing is just like writing shit for no reason whatsoever. You're gaslighting, right? As Aiden often does, and just playing fuck games per usual. Like just fuck games, fuck games. Yeah, the experts did not testify for 31 days. Like, it's just wild shit that he says that he knows isn't true. He just says it, right? He's petitioning the government. This is petitioning, okay?
Sure what the point of this exercise is. I am awaiting trial in December for witness intimidation charges regarding the Karen Reed murder trial, in which a jury unanimously agreed after 31 days of expert testimony that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car.
Not true.
Obviously, I will not be answering any questions involving anything related to the Karen Reed John O'Keefe case until that.
Why not? Were you there, Aiden? Were you there the night John O'Keefe died? Were you there? You're not answering any questions in the John O'Keefe Karen Reed matter. The problem is you weren't there. So you have no Fifth Amendment privilege to say, I'm not going to answer X, Y, and Z because I don't want to, because it might make me look stupid. Fifth Amendment is to not incriminate yourself, right? In witness intimidation matters. If they don't ask him anything about witness intimidation and they ask him about other things, right? Like, then your Fifth Amendment doesn't apply there, bud, right? Like, he doesn't seem to quite understand that.
Matter is fully adjudicated in criminal court, as in my matter. As an attorney, I am sure you are familiar with my rights as an American citizen to do so. After I am acquitted, I would be happy to answer all of your questions. So that is my response to Dildo. Okay.
I don't know if they're worse, to be honest with you. There's some pretty bad shit. I mean, make no mistake, the man is racist. He's a bigot. Okay. He does not like people who use pronouns. He does not like people of any color. He does not like women, right? Like, that is not anybody who claims that he likes any of those things just clearly has never paid attention to who he is and the shit he says. Okay. Because he's made it very clear he doesn't like any of those categories. The people who then defend him now, half of them fall into one of those categories. And it's like, bro, I don't know what you need to hear or see. Okay. But I have his 48,000 page, almost 49,000 page phone extraction. Okay. And I wouldn't say it's just as bad or worse than Proctor's. I would say the amount of gaslighting there, the amount of lies that he tells to people, the threats, the blackmail, the self importance that he has and the words that he uses show what kind of piece of human garbage he is.
So I don't know. And so he responds to that
Of course,
at
he
8:23
has to.
last night. He goes, Mr. Carney, regardless
Carney.
of the procedural posture of your criminal matter, I need to obtain your deposition in our case immediately. Given the
Immediately.
status of our case in our looming deadlines, no offense, Attorney Dildo, but your deadlines are not my problem, sir. You chose
They
to
are,
depose
actually.
someone who has obvious Fifth Amendment rights.
He doesn't seem to understand that a subpoena is a court order. A court order. It actually is your problem. You were court ordered to appear for this deposition. You were not excused from it. You were court ordered to appear. So it absolutely is your problem. It's not quite 49,000 pages, but it's 48,000 and change. It's voluminous.
Okay. Who is an award-winning journalist and an award-winning father too, at that.
An award-winning journalist, he says. That quote award that he claims that he has, it's above his head right there. The green one with the W and the M. And as a matter of fact, that is printed. He made that himself and printed that out and put it in a frame and then put it on his wall so proudly because the original is not with him. The original Brett picked up and it's still at Brett's friend's house. Okay. So he doesn't even have the original 2017 best blogger from Worcester award. Okay. Blogger, not journalist, blogger. Then he claimed best father of the year or some shit. Like, sir, not for nothing, but said nobody ever. Not your kids, not your ex-wife. Said nobody ever. Sorry, I got to turn the AC on. You are not the best. You're not an award-winning dad, friend, or anything of the matter. The fact that you keep lying about it is wild as fuck, and it's weird. I wish he was Halloween. He's right before Halloween. Right before Halloween. He's in the 20s. He's the 23rd of October. Halloween is my favorite holiday. For anybody who knows me knows Halloween is my favorite holiday.
And so I can't, I have family first. Family first. Okay.
Family first, yeah. Okay.
And so he says to me, given the status of our case in looming, my hands are tied.
He's a witness, sort of, in this matter. It's the wrongful death suit the O'Keefes have. And so he's not a defendant in this case, but he doesn't have any attorney representing him. I'm guessing because of the cost, right? So he's like, oh, I'll just hand this over to my attorney. You have no attorney representing you, sir. You're going pro se on this one. You have no attorney representing you. So you're representing yourself. That's it. So, like, I think that's another thing that's why he doesn't want to show up for the deposition, because he has no attorney representing him for this. So there's no attorney sitting next to him to be like, objection, or he's not answering that. Like, there's nobody to guide him on it. No one. And I don't think he wants to do it unless he had an attorney. And I don't think any of the attorneys either want to take it or he can't afford to pay them, one or the other.
And I need to create a record. Should you elect not to appear?
Dylan
If you
said.
do not appear, I will read. I think he meant to put read in there because it's the only thing that makes sense. There's no word there. It goes, I will these communications. I think he meant to write, I will read these communications on the record.
So he makes up read. I will read these communications on the record. So he makes up a word and says that Diller said he's going to read these communications. That is not what Diller said. I think he probably said, I will put these communications on the record. That does not mean that he's going to read them in the court. It means that the judge will see them. It doesn't mean that the public was going to see them. So he makes a large mistake there by assuming and saying, well, I think he meant read. Read is the only thing that makes sense. No, put. The word put these on the record make more sense than read these on the record, you fucking idiot. So he just makes up a word there and goes, well, I think he meant read because there's no word there. And read is the only one that makes sense. No, put makes sense. Put these on the record. Okay.
And represent transparently what you communicated to me here.
See?
So it's my understanding he's going to read these emails out loud in court.
Well, your understanding is wrong because you're an idiot. I'm going to bet what he said he was going to put them on the record and then communicate clearly, which is to the court, to the judge, what they entail. If he was going to read them into the record, why would he then need to communicate clearly what they said, right? If he was going to read them into the record, that doesn't make sense. Clearly what he said, he was going to put them in the record and then communicate clearly what was said. But Aiden is too stupid to figure out what the fuck he's talking about, or he just doesn't want to. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta go fix the TV here for my little. Give me 1 second.
So I'm just beating him to it, quite frankly. So he's going to read these in court. I'm going to beat him to it. So that's, what the chat says. And so I respond to that. And I go, Attorney Diller, and this is this morning, as I have told you, I am available anytime next week, except for Monday. However, if you need me to appear today, I am willing to appear via Zoom because I am with my children. Please send the Zoom code if you can. Thank you. That's what I said to him. So it's like, I'm being flexible here. I don't know. I'm not avoiding shit. You got to pick it. You can't just be like, it's this time or never. That's not being flexible. You got to be flexible. Okay. Like, I don't know what you're like, bro. I'll get to you when I get to you. Okay. Shit, life happens. You know, life happens. Shit. Michael Proctor ran to Florida and cried about being suicidal. And he's the biggest scumbag ever. He like covered up a murder. I didn't do that. I reported and exposed the murder. Like, you should be thanking me, dildo. I exposed the people who killed. Oh my God, I want to beat the boss so bad. You know, you got to do what your lawyers say. You got to do what your lawyers say, but I got a lot to say to dildo, man. I got a lot to say. And as soon as these charges are going, man, I have a lot to say. And so I'll be happy to do Zoom. That's what I told him, but he didn't want to do it. He wants.
Sorry, my TV was stuttering from my little. Can you imagine? And I was listening because I had my headphone in. But can you imagine, like, him saying this dumbass shit? Yeah, he adds advocacy into the email. Like, imagine saying that shit, not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. Of course, it's wild. It's not. Yeah, it's not story time. Super fan blogger. Worst man stands. WM stands for worst man. Stop using your damn kids as shield. But that's his favorite thing. He needs to use them as a sword and a shield. They're trying to take me from my children, guys. They're trying to take me from my children. They're trying to do that. They want to take me from my children. I'm going to play fuck games until the cows come home, and they're going to feel bad for me because my children. They're trying to take me from my children. No, you are trying to take you for your children. I have not. I'm not a THC type person. I get paranoid and I can't. I'm not a weed person. My husband smokes for his anxiety. It works. Just not mine. Well, but for him, he doesn't like the word blogger. He doesn't love it. You know, he doesn't love it. If he was going to read these emails, he would have said, read these into the record. He will put them on the record, probably within his motion. That's what I garner, right? Is that he's going to put them on the record. And then, as Diller said, I'm going to communicate clearly what was said in them. If he was going to read them into the record, he wouldn't need to communicate what was said in them clearly, right? Because they would be read to the record. That would be as clear as it needs to be, right? So he, of course, just enters in the word read and says, well, I think he's going to read them. So I'm just going to beat him to it and I'm going to read them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Flexible would have meant that the subpoenaed deponent would have reached out weeks ago to reschedule. Bingo. Right? And that's the other thing. Courts don't give a fuck what you have going on. Fun fact, if you don't show up to an arraignment because you don't have childcare, guess what? The popo show up and you get arrested, right? Because there's a warrant out for your arrest for not showing up. If you call them and say, I can't come, I have childcare, they're going to say, too fucking bad. You either get here or we put a warrant out for your arrest. Figure it out. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a shit. Okay? His first depo was scheduled, I think it was, I want to say May. I feel like it was May. Don't quote me on that, but I feel like it was May. Right? Definitely a Family First channel. This is what Family First looks like, Aiden. When you stop your show to like do something for your family or your kids or even someone else, like that's what family is about, sir. Okay? That's what it's about. Story time. Yeah, only flexible for him though, Space Coast. You know, only flexible for him. Will he bring his kids to the fundraiser? I would love if Massachusetts decided they were going to just revoke his bail or send a warrant out for him for that indictment and just arrest him on that golf course in his soggy t-shirt and soggy pizza. That would be amazing. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, he does not like being called a fraud, but fun fact, he is actually a fraud. And that's the other thing is the court's going to see that. The judge is going to see that. The judge is not going to be impressed You're so impressive, Aiden. You're so impressive. So impressive. The courts are going to be so
Dildo rates
impressed with you. Oh, man. They're going to be super duper impressed. They're so impressed. They're like uber impressed by you. Now he says he's going to take the advice that his lawyers give him. He's not the brightest bulb. In a second, I'm going to read donations because I haven't gotten to them yet. But I am going to read any direct donations I got. So if you'd like to do so, I'd do so now while this clip is playing, so that when I get to reading them, yours will be in the mix there. We have a bunch of different ways to donate to the channel. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have a Justice Chat link pinned to the top there. We have an Amazon wish list. We have Super Chats and Jewels for the last day of the month today. My doctor said I need to find time to take off, although I don't think that's going to happen. We can see how much we can garner in the next week or two, and hopefully we can make enough to maybe take a day or two off sometime. I don't know. I told the doc probably not. If at all, it'll be the end of August when my husband has that tournament. If I can come up with the 240 needed for the Airbnb for the 3 days, and then figure out transportation, then those would be the only days I'd be able to sort of take off. But I guess I'll be figuring that out, right? So that'll be the only time I'm able to sort of take time off. I get it. I get what the doc is saying, but I can only do so much. I still got bills to pay, so on and so forth. If you haven't gotten into our raffle, get your raffle tickets today. Tomorrow will be your last 2 days to get them, or before the show, Sunday morning. Because we picked the winner Sunday. There really hasn't been any more other people who bought me. So I should have just pulled it last week, but I wanted to leave it open just in case. So we're going to get to that Sunday. So you got 2 days left to buy any spots in the raffle for that. All right, let's play this clip. Let's do this. Hold on. Quick, can we get off the screen? All right, thank you. Jesus Christ. He's not even a solar light. Not even. He's not the sharpest crayon in the box, Peggy. Not the sharpest crayon in the box, that one.
A lot of other stuff is going on behind the scenes that I can't talk about right now. Eventually I will someday. You know how hard it is for me not to talk about stuff involving my life and my cases and whatnot. But sometimes you just have to heed the advice of your attorneys, because that's why you pay them all this money. And you should really listen to them, because that advice costs money. So if you're paying them and then you're not listening to them, then what are you paying them for? You know? So as much as I'd like to, but other people on the internet talk about stuff. So you can find those other places, but you won't be hearing it from me. It's just, this latest indictment out of New Jersey is caught me by surprise, because it happened 9 months ago. I wrote an article and did a show. That's it. That's all I've done. I wrote
A crime caught him by surprise. He doesn't understand what investigating a crime looks like, guys. He does not understand what investigating a crime even looks like. Okay? I'm just saying. He doesn't understand. Right. At all times. Not fucking sometimes. At all times, you should be heeding the advice of your attorneys, or they should fucking not represent you if you keep doing so much damage to your cases that they can't ever help you, because on a daily basis, you're damaging your cases. You should always listen to your attorneys. They tell you to shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up all the time. Not sometimes, all the time. All the fucking time. Okay? Like, come on. He claims this caught him off guard. This indictment. What caught him off guard is this idiotic attorneys told him, oh, nothing to see here, Aiden. Don't worry. They're not going to charge you. They're not going to charge you. This never happens, Bettero said. This doesn't ever happen. That's not going to happen. Don't worry. So Bettero told him that. And so in his mind, nothing was going to come of this. He was going to be able to bully the system and lie to the system enough to not be held accountable for his own crimes. Right? And to be fair, if Massachusetts did their fucking job and took the laws that are on the books right now, he would have at least a dozen, if not more, charges of the same exact thing here in Massachusetts. But as we know, Massachusetts doesn't seem to want to do their fucking job. They don't want to protect victims. They're too worried about their own reputations and him, shitting on their families and showing up at their families' homes and doing all these things that they don't want to protect actual victims. They don't want to do their job. They're too afraid to do their job. So unfortunately, New Jersey has to do what Massachusetts is too afraid to do. Okay? And so because he's gotten away with it for so long here in Massachusetts by sort of bullying the system in itself, he thought he could just do the same thing with New Jersey. The problem with that is that New Jersey has much stricter cyber harassment and stalking charges. And they were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. And then what does he do to help himself, guys? Does he shut up? Does he listen to what a lawyer would tell him, which is leave that topic alone? Do not say that woman's name again. No. He then, after being indicted, takes it to the next level, talks about her again, blows a dog whistle on her again so that the family gets harassed more. The kids, the family members, the brothers, the sisters, the aunts, the uncles, the husband, the wife, the people related to who work with any family members are harassed into oblivion. He blows that dog whistle and creates more because how dare she fight the turtle, as he said. Now we're going to, quote, have some fun with you, he said, dear, because how dare you fight the turtle is what he said. What did you think was going to happen? So essentially he's threatening her, right? That, my friend, is called witness intimidation. It's essentially telling the person that if you continue on with this, that I'm going to keep destroying your life and sending my minions after you. Does he think that that's going to work well for him in New Jersey? What I can tell you is this. It's not working well for him. And if I were him, I'd be peeping out my fucking windows for Silverados. That's what I'd be doing right now. If I was him, I absolutely would not be sleeping well at night right now. If he was smart, which he isn't, he's probably sleeping just fine, not realizing what's actually happening. But, you know, if I was him, I would have a little bit of caution on the things that I say and do. Be waiting for another charge if I was him. Just saying. Oh, Jesse said the goal ends in 5 minutes to get your super chats in. Obviously, that doesn't pertain to the direct donations. Those are always opened. And super chats are always open themselves, but the goal itself closes in 5 minutes. How many are we at? TB and Bradle doctored the tantrum video with an old text overlay. I'm sure they did. But I mean, again, this is the man that everyone should listen to. He's so tough and he's ready to, daddy's ready to fuck and he's not scared at all. And he's going to answer all the questions, you know? Exhibit A, folks, on why he's not answering any questions.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
What was that, Aiden? You don't want to answer questions in a deposition?
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
Well, Aiden, you have to. You got to go to the deposition. You got to answer questions. Even if you invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege, sir, you're going to need to go there.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
Mr. Kearney, we're going to need you to get off the floor, sir. Okay? We know this worked on Meredith when you tried to manipulate her, but like screaming you can't go back on the floor isn't going to change anything. You know, it was your behavior, yours, sir, that did all this. We're going to need you to get up off the floor in the courtroom. Okay? You're embarrassing yourself, sir. We're going to need you to get up.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
Bailiff, can you show him where he can go back to now? He doesn't want to go so badly that he's on the floor in the courtroom. Can we get him to go back? Can you bring him back? Bring him back. Bring him back to the cell, bailiff.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
Poor little turtle. He's very sad. He's very sad.
An article and did a show. That's it. And
That's it.
for years, we've kind of laughed at people who are like, that's cyber harassment, what you're doing. It's like, it's not cyber harassment to go on a show and talk about someone. It's not cyber harassment.
He doesn't seem to understand where his First Amendment stops and where the harassment begins, folks. Okay? Here's the difference. Okay? The difference is this. The First Amendment is not absolute, right? So you cannot call someone on the phone and say, I'm going to come to your house with a knife and stab you. That charge is called threats to kill. And then if you act upon that, that would be like, you know, if you murder them, it's murder, right? And if you attempt to murder them, it's attempted murder, right? But if you call them and threaten them, the charge for that, which is criminal, is threats to kill. At least here in Massachusetts, that is the charge, threats to kill. All right? You cannot do that. Your First Amendment of just saying something on a show, like I'm going to come to your house and stab you, is in fact a crime, sir. Okay? He doesn't seem to understand that the First Amendment is not absolute. You can't just say whatever you want, whenever you want, with no consequences. Okay? when you get on a show after you've been charged with cyber harassment, right? And of course, he's like, I only got on a show and wrote a blog. Well, he leaves out the part where he called Lindsay Staccini's husband's job, his coworkers. He left voicemails. He called their kids' schools. He harassed their sporting coaches. He left her videos and messages and DMs threatening her, right? That's not First Amendment protected in any capacity. He leaves all of that out. Oh, I just wrote a blog and I went on my show and talked about it. And you called and harassed family members, friends, children, right? Anybody related, brother, sister, again. Then on top of that, you sent a dog whistle out to your viewers and we're like, we are going to have some fun with you. Who's we? Right? If it's just you, right, and you're just going to talk, that would be an I, right? I am going to have some fun with you, right? He says, we are going to have some fun with you, dear. We are going to do this and we're going to do that. We are going to talk about it and we are going to expose you and we are going to blah, 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 because how dare you mess with a sewer turtle? He says, what did you think was going to happen, dear? You thought you were just going to mess with me and get away with it? That's what he says, right? That is a threat. Like, you don't have to say, I am going to ruin your life and stalk you for it to be a threat. And that's the part that just doesn't quite click in his head. He thinks in his mind that if it's not a threat to hurt someone violently, then it's not a threat. Or if you don't say certain words and you use a, hey guys, fill in the blank, right? Then it's not a threat. A perceived threat is a threat. Okay, so when you say, we are going to have some fun with you, and what did you think was going to happen if you came after me? Did you think we were just going to let this go and let it be? No, of course we're not. We're going to have some fun with you. Like, that's a threat, dude. Okay, now doing that after you were indicted, they could very well, very well charge you with witness intimidation, sir. Okay, witness intimidation. That is what that is. Witness intimidation. Now, when you have people like a Sparkly Rabbit or a Will the Dildo Glarer or a Kazi G, when you contact those third parties and ask those third parties to go after her for you so that it doesn't look like you're doing it yourself, you're dumb enough to not realize that those people that you asked to do those things then talk to other people and tell them that you asked them. And then those people talk to people like me, right? And so we know what you did, right? And all you're doing now is then exposing those people to be charged with cyber harassment and witness intimidation. Buckle up, folks. It's going to get ugly, right? Let's just put it that way. This shit's about to get real, all right? Because Aiden can't go down by himself, guys. He's got to bring everyone else down with him, He's got to always use the third party. Third party harassment is a thing. Third party, using third parties to harass someone, using third parties to go after someone is a charge. There's a charge for that. It's called conspiracy. Okay? That's what he wants, but I mean, these people are not smart enough to figure out that's what he's using them for. If I were these people, I would probably learn to shut the fuck up now or, be ready to deal with criminal consequences to it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's essentially what's gonna happen, right? And you got to weigh, is it smart to keep going to bat and doing third party harassment, witness intimidation, and cyber harassment for this fucking guy? Because I'm going to promise you, once again, he wouldn't piss on any of these people if they were on fire. If other people get charged, right? Do you think he's going to do fundraisers for them? No. That takes out of his fundraising money. He can't have that. He cannot do that. He might say, okay, guys, throw a couple $100 that person's way for an attorney. But if you think he's going to keep fundraising for them, oh, no, that cuts into fundraising for him. He doesn't give a fuck about any of these people he's going to bring down with him. And they're clearly not smart enough to figure out what is happening right now. So if I was a Kazi G, or if I was a Wildo the Glarer, or if I was some of these idiots, I would probably drop off the face of the fucking map and just stop now, because you're just making it worse for yourselves, honestly. If he is using you as a third party to do these things, in which we know he is to certain people, I would suggest probably not doing it. Is it worth it? Is it worth your freedom? Is it worth your livelihood? Is it worth going after someone you don't even know from a story he told you? Because again, you don't even know the whole story. You don't even know the real story, right? You know what he told you. Almost always what he tells is a narrative that he wants people to believe. It's never actually the truth, right? So based on what he says about other people, y'all want to catch charges for him? Interesting. Well, Interpol that's multi-country. So I would say the FBI has been looking into him for quite some time now. That I know. Interpol would be like country to country, if that makes sense. Like that's not the same as like the feds, right? And the feds can get access to his electronics, right? They could be eavesdropping on his dumbass right now. They could be tracking his every bit of movement, every text message, every fucking email, everything right this very second, right? Make no mistake about it, okay? Shit's about to get real, okay? Shit's about to get real. Don't say I didn't tell you, right? Like, shit's about to get fucking real. And these people are just like, dee, let me keep doing stuff for Turtle. That's wicked smart and all. We're going to do all these things that are super duper smart. So smart. We're just going to, because he said so. So we need to do that. That's a smart thing to do. Yep.
Address someone on a show. It's not cyber harassment to call someone on a show and they don't answer and you leave a voicemail. It's not cyber harassment to write an article about someone and then other people are mean to them after the fact. That aren't you. Like, that's not.
Has anybody noticed he also not once, not ever, has ever, not ever said to his audience, please, people, since I am also all the time being, the fingers being pointed at me for you guys harassing people, can you guys not do that? Because you're getting me in trouble. You ever notice he doesn't do that? It's because he wants people to do it. Also, he is also direct with certain people. When he calls them on the phone or he texts them and he goes, I want you to keep going after this person. Usually it's a call and he says, I want you to keep doing this, this, and this. I'm going to send you a text message that says, I don't want you to, and I want you to leave that person alone so that I can create a record to court and bring into court and say, see, I told this person not to do this anymore and they still just did it. It's not my fault. Meanwhile, he's on the phone with them, telling them to definitely continue doing it. He just needs that text message or that DM to prove to a court that he did in fact tell you to stop, but he doesn't actually want you to, right? This is how diabolical he is. And there's proof of this because it's happened before. Ask Jason, right? Ask Jason. Jason will tell you guys how he did that to Jason, right? He did that already with a bunch of different people, but Jason is actually one of the few people who's willing to talk about it, right? So make no mistake. You know, oh my God, that would be amazeballs. If I was a judge, oh, he'd be so screwed. He'd be so fucking screwed. You know, well, I know the FBI has. I don't know about Interpol. Interpol would have to be, like country to country, and I don't know what someone in a different country would really, you know what I'm saying? Like he hasn't been outside the country, so it would be weird for Interpol to be investigating him, if that makes sense. Like he doesn't leave the country. So Interpol wouldn't really have, like, that would really go to the feds, right? Like, because Interpol isn't one of those places that, like you'd have to do something sort of out of the country or to someone like in another country, and then you prove that it's sort of like inter-country, right? Interpol isn't really for things that happen inside the United States to people inside the United States, and he's never left the United States, right? So I've never heard that Interpol was investigating him, but I certainly have had sources with clear and convincing tidbits that the FBI has been investigating him for a while, you know? It's my favorite too, Carolyn. Halloween's my favorite.
That's not cyber harassment.
It is, in fact.
Free speech. It's the First Amendment being exercised.
Yes, but international communications don't trigger Interpol, if that makes sense. Like, I can talk to people in other countries and say shit. Like, that doesn't trigger an Interpol investigation. Interpol is not wasting their time on, like, I texted someone in fucking Denmark, or I talked to someone in Switzerland, or blah, 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 blah. Interpol specifically, like, they're going to come after you if you went to their country. And yeah, and that's the other thing, is CIA would be involved with Interpol. They would essentially work together. And then, but what I'm saying is like his charges, like the things that he's dealing with are FBI level, not Interpol level, right? And if the Interpol was involved, then Rose is right. It would be like the Interpol would have to work with someone from our country, which in that would be the CIA or what I call the OGA, which is other government agency. The FBI deals with things that happen here, right? So his crimes like are here, right? He's never left the United States, and they're not going to investigate just communications from, you know, from in the United States to out of the United States. That, you know what I mean? Like that's not enough to trigger Interpol. Unless it's like a terrorist thing, you know what I mean? Like that would be one thing. If you're like trying to like make a terrorist circle, you know, then yeah, Interpol would. I highly doubt that they have an Interpol docket number. I'll have to look at it, but I highly doubt that. The Interpol doesn't investigate crimes or private communications. It's not a police force. It's a like an information sharing network, essentially. Like it provides like a secure communication channel for like national PDs, and it leaves all the actual like casework to individual like countries. You know what I mean? Like, so Interpol itself doesn't function that way. That's not how Interpol functions. You know what I mean? They have no field authority, is my point. They can't arrest anyone. They have no independent agents, right? Like no, it's and they have illegal boundaries, you know. And the information has to be given by that country, by that state, by that entity, right? I'll have to check with Mike because I highly Interpol can't do anything, is my point. Interpol can't come here and arrest him. Interpol can't investigate him, right? Like that's just not the way it works. That's not what Interpol does. You know what I mean? It essentially shares information from like country to country, basically. Like most of the time it's like terrorism, organized crime, financial crime, anti-corruption, country to country is anything they would essentially be looking at and sharing information in between, right? Like cyber crime, but more like someone's taking your debit numbers and stealing like people's credit card numbers and like selling them on the dark web, like shit like that. You know what I mean? It's usually like terrorism and organized crime and those kind of cyber crime things. Like they're not going to investigate a fucking guy just telling people in a different country to say X, Y, or Z or do X, Y, or Z. Like that would be the FBI. Like that's who would deal with that. Hold on. I don't know who Angel Slayer 666 is, but you can't always believe everything you see on the interwebs. I'll tell you that much. I'll check with Mike on what they're talking about, but like they don't have docket numbers. Like Interpol doesn't have a docket number because there's no court for Interpol. You know what I mean? Like, so it would be hard for me to believe Interpol has anything to do with him at all. The FBI, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've already heard those whispers and those pieces of information that I've gotten a while back on the FBI looking at him. And that was for cyber harassment, cyber stalking, things like that. I mean, it would be interesting, but I don't think likely, you know? Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, most of that stuff is like, that's like terroristic shit. You know what I mean? When I was in the Navy, 2 guys went UA and joined Hamas once they got caught. Interpol, the first one for interrogation. Right. So like that would be the shit that you like. They don't have like the power to like come into the United States and like question him. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be our entities here. And he's never left the country. If he left the country, they could snag him and then interrogate him if they wanted and ask him questions or whatever. But here in the United States, they don't have any authority really to do shit. You know, you go outside of the country, you're in a different, different thing. But they'd have to work with whatever entities in our country, and it'd have to be serious enough for the entities in our country to be like, okay, we need to look at this guy. They'd look at it together, right? Our entities would snatch him and like maybe let Interpol ask him some questions if it has to do with something that's overseas. Most of the time, though, when you're dealing with someone like Aiden, who's never left the country, it's not really terroristic threats or anything. It's I believe fully he's a fucking terrorist, a cyber terrorist, in my opinion, but not that kind of terrorist. You know what I mean? So, I mean, Interpol, is it likely? Probably not. Has he been looked at before? Has his name popped up? Who fucking knows? You know what I mean? Who fucking knows? The guy said so many wild fucking things. He's probably on some no-fly list somewhere. Who fucking knows? You know what I mean? Hold on. I have no idea. I have no idea if he's travel barred or not. I know he's out on bail, so usually there's travel restrictions with that, but I don't know what his specific bail restrictions were. I can't remember if he had any or not for bail restrictions. I mean, it wouldn't fucking shock me,
Like, and so for years, people have always joked, like, have always said, yeah, that's cyber harassment. People who are unfamiliar with the law. And so to be
Says the guy who's unfamiliar with the law. Did he just do that? Oh, they said it's cyber harassment. People who are unfamiliar with the law said it's cyber harassment. Here's a fun fact, Aiden. People who are familiar with the law, like a court in New Jersey and grand jurors, said it is cyber harassment. So wouldn't you know it, sir?
actually indicted for cyber harassment
Yeah,
is mind-boggling, especially because I have no idea what's even being alleged. None.
Yes, he does. That's
I understand other content creators like are putting stuff out. I'm not going to, because all this stuff is like public. And again, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to let it play out in court.
And he sits there and says he doesn't know what's being alleged. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
I'm not. Like
Why?
one of my biggest offenses is, bro, I haven't spoken about this person in 7 months, 8. I don't even know last time I spoke about this individual.
Fun fact. Then he goes on an entire rant on his stream about how he's going to get her. He's going to get her. How dare she?
Never didn't make her a frequent thing. It was like literally that long ago. It's like, I don't know.
He's
What do you
such a
want?
liar.
Like, I want nothing to do with this person. Can we just move on? That's it. In essence, I've given up my friend.
He had an opportunity to just remove her name from the title of one video and leave her alone, and he refused that, right? He had that opportunity, and she would have just went about her way. All he had to do was remove all of her shit, all the lies he told about her, all those things. Like, well, they're not helping themselves. I'm going to tell you that much. They're not helping themselves. Yeah, see, I'm not talking about it, says the guy who starts talking about it. All he had to do was literally delete all the lies he wrote, right? Take down the damaging lies that he alleged about her that weren't true and take her name out of shit. And no, he chose not to do that. That was offered to him and he said no. Okay, cool. So when you get charged, don't cry. He chose to escalate it. He chose the expensive route. Like, that's on him.
First Amendment rights. I'm not pushing the issue.
Right.
Like, I don't care.
doesn't.
Sometimes you just got to cut your losses. And I'm like, yep. Like, I don't know. There was no order granted in December.
There was no civil order granted. He had a civil order. He can't stop it. I agree. He knows exactly what he's done. That whole lie about, I don't know what I did. I don't know what's being alleged. Like, that's just a bold-faced fucking lie. He absolutely knows what is being alleged. He 100% knows. That is just bold-faced bullshit. All right? No, he's just claiming he doesn't know what's being alleged. He absolutely knows what's being alleged. He's just lying. Most of their online investigation, like, these are probably for daddy. Well, it is, right? Like, it's his third parties. None of these people are helping themselves. And then, of course, it looks like John Camo called him out again, you know? Oh my God, imagine. He's like, I'm amazing, guys. I'm just awesome. I'm the bestest. I'm cool. I'm amazeballs. Like, I'm the daddy. I'm the guy, right? Yeah, he tells himself how awesome he is. I mean, he does go on his shows and constantly say, I'm winning. I'm so awesome. I'm the best. I am better than everyone ever, 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 ever. And then every single day, at least 6 days a week, I remind him that he is not the best. He is not awesome. He is a bitch.
Can we please not go back? Can we please not go back?
He is a clown and a fraud and a joke.
Can we please not go back? Can we please not go back?
A pathological liar, a racist, a misogynist, a bigot, right? Every single day, I remind him that he is a baby back bitch. You know, he loves chili so much. And the 2 for $20 chicken nugs that he wants to share with Bettero there, I remind him every single day, and I will continue to remind him every single day that his fake bravado doesn't work here. Your fake, I'm amazing, make me roar, I'm a sewer turtle, be afraid of me, meh, I'm so scary thing doesn't work, because Exhibit A, folks, this is what he does privately.
Can we please not go back? Can we please not go back?
Just saying, he's just a baby back bitch. Chili is a baby back bitch. Baba gives us. He did say that. Yeah, he did. His money's going to run out. Do we really believe that? I believe he's got plenty of money in the bank. To be fair, he's making over 10 grand a month. Like, what are you doing with over 10 grand a month? I wish. And that's the thing, is like, these people can have a field day with the amount of content that he has harassing other people. Just harassing and harassing and harassing and harassing. Like, that, come on. Do you know how much they're gonna have a field day with that? Like, just, they don't even have to use the people who are victims. You can use all of the other people who have been victims of him previous to this for the last 10 years, including myself. Like, come on. When he first started harassing me and making shit up about me when I didn't lie for him, it went on and it was all the fucking time, all the fucking time, all the goddamn time. Kind of like he does now with LTL and Mike and Nan, like all the fucking time, just constant, all the goddamn time, right? And then I started showing him that he's a clown and he's a joke and nobody's afraid of him and he has no power over me and he is an absolute fucking buffoon. All right. He's not intelligent. He's not even a little bit smart. Again, this is the guy who said C's and D's get degrees. Like, that was his motto in college, was C's and D's get degrees. Got it. Sure. Okay. Duly noted, sir. Okay. Duly fucking noted, right? No. Right. So every day I remind him that he's a bitch and a liar and a pathological liar and a narcissist. And I am not only not afraid of him, but I just laugh at him directly in his face because he's a joke. Right? We called him. We tried to do some First Amendmenting. He's a First Amendment warrior. We tried to do some First Amendment, we called him. We didn't block our number. He knew it was me. We called 2 of his numbers. We left voicemails. He still has not got back to us, folks. Okay? He didn't want to answer any questions. All right? I apparently have to pay $5 or more to get the answers to those questions. Okay? And I did not ask, I didn't want to pay him $5 or more. So, like, allegedly for entertainment purposes. Sorry. His size C moobs are hurting, I guess. I guess he's got sand in his vagina and he's a pussy because he did not call us back, nor did he want to answer any of our questions at all. Right? So, I just give him back exactly what he thinks he can give to other fucking people. And what I do is I take out the harassment portion of it and the cyber stalking portion of it, right? And use my First Amendment rights as I see fit here, right? I can do that. I called, I asked some questions, he didn't respond. It is what it is, right? That's what you do. right? You don't then show up to their children's sporting events and scream in a bullhorn at them and then ride people past their houses with a bullhorn, right? Without a permit, right? For a rolling rally. And then, you know, threaten to destroy people's lives. I'm going to let the legal system do what the legal system does. But you're going to damn well make sure that every piece of fucking evidence that proves you are the pathological lying piece of human waste that you are goes directly to where it's supposed to go to. Every time a lie comes out of your mouth, I'm going to share that with the proper authorities. And then I'm going to let the system deal with you, as they should have a really long time ago. He wants to talk to John so bad, and you want to know why he does, Lisa? Because he wants John to talk to Karen for him. That's why. My arms are better than his. Don't talk about his dinosaur arms, Lisa. He doesn't like it. Okay, he gets very upset about his dino baby arms. He doesn't like people talking about his dino arms, his dino baby arms. He thinks it's very rude. He thinks it's rude. Rude McGrude. Not allowed to talk about his dick nose and his tiny arms. He gets very upset about it. Very, very upset. He rages the fuck out, you know? I don't know. It's weird. I'm going to help the turtle with the legal matters. I know nothing about the legality of any of it, but I'm going to help him. Fun fact, sir. You pay your attorneys over, what did Peggy just say? Over 100 grand the other day? I remember him saying 80 and then whatever on top of it. So it was over 100 grand, right? Just for June. He said it was the June invoice, right, Peggy? The June invoice. That's what he said. Still from the June invoice. Okay. Why the fuck, if you're paying your attorneys, would anybody on the interwebs help you who has no legal experience, doesn't know anything about anything when it comes to legalities of anything? Why would I have a bunch of idiots on the interwebs helping me? His excuse to that was this. This is what he said. He said, it's really frustrating to have all these fans and all these content creators, and nobody's helping me. Nobody's helping me. No one. No one's helping me, guys. It's just so frustrating, Will. No one's helping me. No one at all. All these fans, all these content creators, what are they for if they can't help me? God damn it. He went on this whole tangent about how it's frustrating to have fans and content creators he's friends with, and no one's helping him. Sir, they're not paid to help you, okay? And if that's all you're using them for, then why don't you just tell them that? Because it's kind of gross that you're pretending that like you're friends with them because you just want to be friends with them and you like them. You don't like any of them. You're not friends with them to be friends with them. You're using them. That's what your attorneys are paid for, sir. That's what they're supposed to be doing. You don't have fans and content creators working on your case. That's what the fuck your attorneys are supposed to be doing behind closed doors. Fun fact. Exposing publicly what you're working on legally for your case is not smart legal strategy. Dumbass. Okay? It's stupidity at its finest. Stu-fucking-pidity. That is horrible legal strategy. Yeah, let's tell the interwebs what we're working on. Have a bunch of fans work on a bunch of shit they don't understand, and so they can give me a bunch of irrelevant points that don't matter at all. That sounds like not a waste of time at all. Not a waste of time at all. What? Like what? Damage control, yeah. Whiskey Tim is going to need, poor Whiskey Tim is going to need a flask that he can fit in his pocket, you know? It's like, this fucking guy. I wholeheartedly agree. What does he think is going to happen when a jury or a judge sees 10 minutes of his nonsense? They're going to be like, wow, this guy's a deplorable piece of human fucking waste, right? Game over. Game fucking over. Like, I can't. Dude lies like a rug. Lies like a fucking rug. And it's blatant, too. I don't know. I mean, look at those arms, bro. I'm just saying, like, it's embarrassing. Like, what's happening in here? You know? It's exactly what he does. Exactly what he does. He does not want to have to pay anything out of his own pocket. Make no mistake. He's got money in his bank account. He's got plenty of it. He knows that he's going to run out of his own money if he doesn't keep making enough to cover all the fees without having to touch his own. That's what he's worried about. He's not worried about running out of his own money because he's spending his own money now. He's worried about running out of money because he's going to have to start using his money, right? Like, fun fact, don't buy a house, right? When you're in the middle of having to pay numerous attorneys and also committing numerous other crimes. Stop committing crimes. You don't want to keep paying attorneys. Just saying. Just saying. I don't think he could compete ever with any of us. He doesn't have the intellectual capacity to do that, you know? Isn't Boston 10 covering Kettlebrook Monday? I don't know. Are they? That's hilarious. If they, I would love for them to cover that. And then magically, you know, the Silverados roll up and they might or might not, you know, arrest his ass. That would be fucking hilarious. Oh my God. That would be amazingly funny. I would die laughing. Kettlebrook rained out chicken cutlet golf tournament. He's got a mediocre golf tournament coming up, folks. Okay. It's mediocre. He sold 18 tickets. That's a whole lot. 18 tickets. Oh, he's definitely eating those fifis. Those size C moves are moving up to a size D moves. They might already be at a size D moves. Annie, allegedly and for entertainment purposes only, you know, saw him in the store the other day, and Annie was just so kind to him. She, you know, showed him the section he asked for, and just allegedly and for entertainment purposes only, Annie sent me that, you know, conversation. And here it
Yes,
is.
of course, sir. Our size C move bras are right over here.
They're over there. I mean, she showed him right where the size C moves were. The bras for your moves are over here, sir. Okay? Like, jeez. Pull up, bang, bang. To be fair, I would beat him in a fight or just replace his teeth with chiclets, you know? Just give him a box of chiclets in return. Right? That's a great defense. Rely on the glarer, the guy who can't read a legal document for 10 seconds and know any of what it says. Are the turtle riders stocking his refrigerator with junk food? Right? Swear he's trying to get a felony and brother counsel to help him for free. Will freaked out thinking he wanted his help. Would you want? I absolutely not want Will to help me. Did he pay? He paid $200,000 cash down on that house. So it's a $700,000 house. He put $200,000 cash down on it. What does that tell you, right? What does that tell you? That means that he's been asking for defense fund money this entire time when he could have been paying it himself. And in exchange, he wants everyone else to pay for it and him still to be able to buy a house. That's called a scam, right? He's scamming. Well, that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to have to sell it or a quick sale, or they're going to take it. You know what I mean? Like one way or another. He thought that putting it in like a homestead would save it. There are other ways legally to make sure that that doesn't save it. He's a bright one. He's a bright one. He shines bright like a diamond. And his chicken nuggies, his chicken nugs, 2 for $20. Got to get better a booster seat unless you let him borrow your platform shoes. The platform shoes are at least a half bedrow tall. Okay. He doesn't even know how to put together furniture. Remember that? Couldn't even put together fucking furniture. Like, sir, I will have my husband do a, what are those? A webinar. I'll have him do a webinar on how to be a man, Eden. You're going to have to pay for it, though. It's going to have to be $5 or more. Okay. But my husband will do a webinar on how to actually be a man and do manly things like take trash out and, you know, take care of your family and your kids and your wife and, you know, happy wife, happy life, and, you know, how to be loving and caring and funny and how to like put together furniture and like stuff. He does have the marionette lines, you know. Well, that's exactly what he puts it on. Them. I need it, guys. I need y'all to help me. Why the fuck does he need a $700,000 house when he doesn't even pay for his daughter's cheerleading stuff? I know. That's what I said. Also, fun fact. Why do you need a $700,000 house and you didn't even make sure that it had central AC? You're a fucking clown. It's a clown. Clown show. Clown show. Makes people feel part of something. Well, that's it, right? And it's also because he lies and says, it's First Amendment related. This is just, I really hope that he keeps saying justice for John O'Keefe because his family filed for that to be trademarked. So I hope they sue the absolute fucking pants off of him for using that statement. Okay. Oh my God, I can make that. I totally can make that. I need to write this down. Hold the fuck on. Bouncy seats. Tim in the background. Tim's just grabbing on. Whiskey Tim's like pulling on the bouncy seats to make it bounce for them. You know? What a good little Betero. And a turtle. That's hilarious. Hi, Marsha. He doesn't own a real man's toolbox. He doesn't. I own more tools than he does. That's a fact. I own more tools than he does. Okay? Yes. Happy wife, happy life. That's my husband's motto. My husband's motto also when my sister had kids and his sister had kids, the when his sister had her first kid, her partner at the time, her boyfriend at the time, asked my husband for advice. And my husband said, I'll give you some good advice. Number one, shut the fuck up. Number two, shut the fuck up. Number three, she's always right, and shut the fuck up. That was his advice. Aiden has never clearly gotten that advice. Jail. He's referring to jail. He can't go back to jail. Can't go back to jail, but he keeps committing crimes to go back to jail. Makes a lot of sense, right? Right? Me too, girl. Me too. I'm more fucking manly than he is. I can fix a car. He cannot. He doesn't even know that there's a fucking key inside of a key fob. Duh. He had to have his car towed or something. Didn't he say he had it towed or he had to like get a battery for it? Like, sir, there's a key inside your key fob. For if the battery dies, you can pull the key out and start the car manually. There's also places to open the car with a manual key and start the car with a manual key, even if it's a push to start. Why do I know that and you don't? Like, that's wild. Yeah, elf clothing, you know? I mean, I think for funsies, they LARP on the weekends, you know? They LARP. Just trying to LARP, you know? Live action role playing. He's LARPing. I mean, me and you both know, Elise, he definitely lied on that mortgage. And he definitely did not tell them that he had ongoing criminal matters, because most of the time a bank is not going to allow you to qualify for a mortgage if you have ongoing criminal matters that could put you in jail for a decade or more. You know what I'm saying? So clearly he lied. That would be my thing, is that he lied, you know? Well, that's the thing, right? Like, none of his cases have anything to do with Karen Reed or John O'Keefe or the First Amendment for that matter. But he loves to scream about, if you donate to me, it's for the First Amendment and it's for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed and everyone's going to be free and we're going to get justice. The problem with that is nobody's First Amendment is under attack if he gets arrested and goes to jail and is found guilty. Nobody's First Amendment changes. Nobody's First Amendment is under attack. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is getting justice for anybody by supporting him at all. As a matter of fact, you're subverting justice for all of his victims by supporting him. So just saying. Has nothing to do with the First Amendment, but people are too stupid to figure out that he uses keywords like First Amendment, community, you know, help this. It makes them feel like they're in a sense of like helping something, right? Again, cult leaders often use this tactic, and then they use fear, right? And sort of like a fear of being ostracized or their personal information getting out there to keep them in line, which is the same thing that Aiden does, right? Being quiet has often kept me out of trouble. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't know how to keep quiet. You know what I mean? I enjoy going after the civil judgment against him. Me too. Something I have done numerous times. Don't know the limit up there, but in Florida, I have 20 years to collect with interest. I think it's much shorter here. I think it's much shorter here in Massachusetts for how long you have. I believe it's like, I don't even know exactly. I know it's shorter than 20 though. Yes, dear. It is someone who can't do anything right on a daily basis. Well, he lets his emotions and his he doesn't have basic human emotions of caring about anyone. He doesn't know how. He doesn't have the capacity to care about anybody but himself. Me either, Carolyn. Don't worry. My credit's shit. Well, he's not going to focus on his case. He assumes that his attorneys are doing all that when they're really just, you know, asking the interwebs. Oh, that he's going to cry like a bitch. Absolutely. How big is a 700K house up there? Not big, right? In the Carolinas, you could get 2 like mansion style houses for that. I think his is 4 bedrooms, and I'm assuming they're not large. I mean, I've seen like the layout of it in the pictures that were publicly available. So it's like, it's decently sized, but it's not anything crazy, if that makes sense. You know? Oh, absolutely. But to be fair, a lot of us rang the alarm bell about him before that. We all knew it. Like, he didn't give a fuck about Karen or John. He cared about himself, money, fame, and that's it. Well, we're in Massachusetts. So fun fact about Massachusetts is most houses in Mass don't have central air. There are some, obviously. And a lot of houses will upgrade before they sell, especially if you have one that pricey, because people don't want a $700,000 house with no central AC. But we're in Massachusetts, so we get a lot of cold weather for a lot of months. And so we don't need central AC. So a lot of houses here do not come with central AC. But I'm not buying a $700,000 house without fucking central AC. That's damn sure. You know what I mean? Right. Leave John out of it. John has nothing to do with his cases at all. You know? What does attorneys think of him? Well, he's a cash cow for them and for bringing in other cases. So, of course, I'm sure they tell him all the things to gas him up. So he'll stay around and keep bringing them other cases from other people and just keep paying him. But realistically, they're willing to sell their reputations down the river because when he doesn't win, he's going to sell his lawyers right down the river for ineffective assistance of counsel for his first appeal. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You know? Yeah, no, he's got nothing near that. Nothing near that. Nothing near that. Well, no, he's not going to have anybody by his side. He's going to have the basic people who are too afraid to say anything and who still think that he's, you know, who are too wrapped up in believing his lies to realize he's lying to them. It's exactly what my dad and grandfather did, Sparky. My dad and my grandfather taught me how to fix cars and put things together so that I never had to rely on a man to do it. That was one of the things that I passed along to my 3 daughters, right? Was teaching them how to do these things that my grandfather and my dad taught me, right? They unfortunately didn't have the wonderful teachings of my dad and grandfather, because my dad and grandfather both had passed away before 2 of my kids were born, and my dad was only, you know, alive for 4 years of my oldest daughter. But I passed along to my kids what my dad and grandfather taught me as a woman, so that I don't have to rely on a man to do it for me. I can do it myself. You know what I mean? If my, you know, car is broken, I can fix that myself. And I don't need someone else to do it. No one needs to change my tires or do my oil or my brakes. I can do those all myself. There's a ton of other things I could do, but you also need an engine hoist to be able to do some of those. So not feasible if you don't have one. And my grandfather and my dad both had shops, which of course they're gone. So those don't exist anymore. But when I was younger, I could just go into the shop, put it on the lift and do whatever I needed to do. You know, I taught my kids to be able to do the things that they can do if they break down on the side of the road and they need to do X, Y, and Z. They know by sound, on certain sounds, what the car is doing and telling them, you know, how to put things together, how to make things like shelves, right? Like if you have the materials, you can do it yourself, right? It's wild to me. You know, he doesn't teach his kids really anything. What is he teaching them by doing all this? You know, I don't know. Weird. Oh, has she? Courtney Clenny took a plea deal. That's interesting. To look at that later. I'll write it down because I'll forget. I will forget. So I'm going to play this and then I'm going to read my donations because I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting to do that. So Aiden went again, like, and I'll just say before I play this, that the only reason that Aiden wants to talk to John Camo is because he wants John Camo to talk to Karen Reed for him and get them back together, right? Karen, as I'm told, has answered 0 emails, 0 text messages, and 0 phone calls since he did his intervention on her. And why would she, right? And so, haha, you dumb fuck. Also, apparently, I heard last night he lied and said that he had spoken to Lucky this morning. Or this morning he said he talked to Lucky. That is also a lie. Lucky has said now that no, that never happened and he did not have. So why lie, right? Why lie? The only reason Aiden is trying to make nicey nice with John Camo now is because he wants him to talk to Karen for him. And so now he's trying the whole, let me gaslight you and we're stronger together. Let's work together. Like he was not saying that when he didn't realize that Karen and John Camo were connected like that. He was shitting on John, of course, over and over and over. Which, to be fair, I'm not a huge fan of John Camo anyway, but the truth is the truth, right? So I'm going to tell the truth, right? Truth is, Aiden was shitting on him, right? And then when he saw that picture of Karen with him at Deitch's office, a bulb went off in his head and was like, oh, I got to get back with John Camo so he can convince Karen to speak to me, right? Like that, no doubt, is the only reason why he's trying to make nice. And of course, John has not answered him, right? And so he called John. He was like, oh, John, you're a bitch. You're a coward. You don't answer my calls. I called you and you're just a bitch. You're just a coward. You don't answer my calls, right? Then we called him and he didn't answer our calls. And so I was like, okay, so you're a bitch and a coward then, Aiden, because you didn't answer my calls or my questions, right? And this was right after he called John. So I was like, okay, let's see if he answers our calls. We're not even going to block our number. He can see who it is. That's my name right there when it comes up. Nope. He did not want to answer, you know? He cannot rein, you're right. He cannot rein himself in, you know? There are so many things to explore, you know? I watched a creator last night. How could an intelligent person have proof in their face that TV had every story spoon fed to him, but pushes that TV blew the Karen Reed investigation worldwide? He did not, because he didn't investigate anything. That's the part that people forget, right? Whether you're a free Karen Reed or not, you need to understand this. And Space Coast is at least acknowledging here the truth, which is he didn't investigate Karen's case. He didn't go out and third party take what Karen told him and what Karen's team told him and go and find out if that was true. He didn't do that. What he did was he was given all of the information and all of the whatever from the defense team and Karen, and then he then took that and put it out to the public in that forum. He did not investigate any of it. He did not go and look and see if any of it was true or if any of it even made sense, right? He didn't do that. He didn't do that. He didn't blow any investigation worldwide famous because he didn't investigate anything, right? And so it's like, how can you have all the proof in the world of that? He's admitted it several times himself that everything that he put out there was fed, as he said, fed to him from Karen, like, and just ignore that. You know what I mean? Like, why are we ignoring that? You know what I mean? Whether you're Karen Reed or not. I haven't seen any, but I have notifications that I haven't checked yet, so maybe. Oh my God, yes, I have put in a new alternator. I had to put the whole car in service position. It was a pain in the fucking ball sack. And if you don't know what service position is, it's taking off the whole fucking front end of the car to get to the parts that you need to get to. It was a pain in the ball sack, dude. And it was actually for a friend, and I helped them. Like, I think the last time I did a damn alternator, I was like maybe 20. Like, it's the last time I ever took on a fucking damn alternator, and those things suck. TB's a one-trick pony who stumbles into the Karen Reed case after a series of ratchet madness blogs. He can't pivot because he's not a journalist. All he can do is this. I agree with Lorelai. Elise is vindicated on domestic assault and battery. He had, yes, been charged with assault and battery. I think he was in Lindsay's case, and then they dropped it later on because she didn't want to go forward with it. She didn't really want to deal with it anymore. And I think they tried to have him indicted on it, and the grand jury voted no true bill on it. So they could have just chose to still charge him with that and then not have the indictment, but they decided like all the other things were indicted and it was all going to Superior Court. So it didn't really make sense to have all those other things indicted and go to Superior Court and then just have this one assault and battery on the docket in like district. So they just dropped that one. And I think the grand jurors didn't vote to true bill it because when Lindsay talked to the grand jury, as far as I understand, she basically said to them, like, I'm not saying he punched me in the face. He grabbed my wrist and wrestled me for the notes and then ended up pushing me onto the couch. He didn't fucking punch me in the face. He didn't beat me up. That's still assault, right? Like, it's still assault. And I think the grand jury was filled with a lot of men, to be fair. And I think that they thought a push on the couch was not justified assault and battery. It is, right? Of course it is. Especially if you're in a scenario where somebody's wrestling you for notes, right? Like that, they're putting their hands on you, regardless if it was a push on the couch. What if he pushed her harder and she went over the couch? Then all of a sudden it's assault and battery? No, the push itself is assault and battery, right? If you kick somebody, that's assault with a shod foot. If you spit in someone's face, you're charged with that, right? Like there's a charge for that, okay? No, he will not. He will not. Ugh, McNamara. Listen, I might not have a very popular opinion on Stoughton. I think all of Stoughton needs to be dismantled. And I'll tell you, I have a family member that someone called and literally threatened to kill them. This was recent, within the last 6 months. And they recorded it and told the person they were recording, and they still are sitting there threatening them. They say their name, they say who it is, they're threatening them. I'm going to come to your house, I'm going to kill you all, I'm going to slit your dog's throat, I'm going to blah, 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 I'm going to go to your family's house, I'm going to kill them. So this family member of mine then went to the police station in Stoughton, and Stoughton PD didn't do a damn thing about it. So then this family member went and got an attorney. That attorney then went to the police and were like, what the fuck? This is threats to kill. Like, you guys aren't going to do anything, nothing. And the Stoughton PD still didn't want to do a goddamn thing. So in my opinion, knowing everything I know about that case, like, it's very clear to me that the Stoughton officers really seriously need to be replaced or completely re-fucking trained. And even if you completely retrain them, I don't think their biases or how they're used to operating is magically going to disappear, right? I honestly believe they all need to go. Do overtime. Because if you can't even take threats to kill seriously, that are very serious, right? Very serious. Then what the fuck do you take serious? You fucked up so bad when it came to the Birchmore thing, and then you have somebody else threatening to kill someone else, and you don't want to do anything about it. Make that make sense. Any other police station, they would have, of course, charged that person. Like, what? So a lot of people are like, oh, Stoughton's great, it's fine, it's wonderful. No, I can't agree with that. I cannot. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Can't do it. He does think that he can charm and sort of gaslight John. He does not ever talk about his dad. I've actually met Aiden's dad. Fun fact, Aiden's dad was just wonderful. The guy was just wonderful. He was just nice, you know? Like, he was nice. Just a nice old man. I don't think he wants to deal with any of this shit, you know? Yes, he thinks he can talk people into things because that's what he's used to doing. You know what I mean? That's what he's used to doing. Yeah, he doesn't want to reconnect. He wants him to talk to Karen for guaranteed. Oh, that Netflix doc is going to be amazing. He's just going to look like the shitbag he is, you know? I'm in Florida. I began watching first pre-trial. I never watched Aiden. Good. Thank God you didn't have to suffer through his bullshit, you know? Yes, putting your hands on somebody is assault, no matter what you're doing. You know what I mean? You're killing me today. Sorry. He was used by Karen and her lawyers. He didn't find out anything by himself. Nope. He was spoon-fed it all. They played on his ego. Sure did. That's exactly what happened. And even people who are free Karen Reed can admit that now, but there's a lot of people who refuse to, you know? Thank you, TJ Crime Watcher, for your $10 super chat, my friend. Can't wait for that tea. All right, let's get this clip so that I can, it's only 22 seconds. I'm going to read what John wrote, then I'm going to put the clip, and then I'm going to read my donations because I haven't been able to do that yet. All right. This says, Aiden finally said the quiet part out loud this morning on his live. If he's not going to talk, I'm just going to name him. That was not an accidental disclosure. It was a conscious decision to publicly identify Lucky because Lucky was not cooperating in the manner Aiden wanted. Ooh, how many times have I said that? Quite a few. Aiden may say he interpreted Lucky's silence as hiding information, but he did not actually know that. Lucky had already provided the information. What Lucky wanted was for his name to remain out of the story. So the choice presented to Lucky was effectively cooperate publicly or be named and compared to someone hiding evidence in John O'Keefe's death. Then behind closed doors, Lucky was called slow, compared to Forrest Gump, and described as too dumb to protect his own interests. This is not about whether Aiden helped Karen's defense. It's about whether a witness's wishes and dignity mattered once his information became useful. Now, before I read the rest of what he wrote, John, don't you think that the witnesses on the other side, that their dignity mattered too? They were witnesses, okay? Whether you like them or not, whatever you think of them doesn't matter. Their wishes and their dignity matters as well, right? People do not have the right to attack witnesses of any capacity, no matter what you think they did or didn't do, right? So again, you can't only use the logic when you want to use it for people you like, and then the logic changes when it's someone you don't like. I mean, come on, that's called being hypocritical, right? So I'm just going to point out that if you don't like what he did to Lucky as the witness, then you should be equally as fucking mad as what he did to the people in the fucking house who are witnesses, because they are and remain witnesses. They were cleared by the FBI. And if anybody forgets that, let me introduce you to when the FBI allowed the attorneys to speak on the record at the court to say they were cleared from that investigation. And that investigation is closed. No matter how many people want to be like, no, it's still open. No, I believe it's closed. It's been closed for a long time. Okay. He did share, he like threatened Lucky if he didn't cooperate. If you don't, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. I remember that whole stream he did. He's Aiden's dad's a PhD. He's a professor at Mass Medical in Worcester. I knew he was, I think his mom was an attorney or something like that. And I knew his dad was like, had a PhD, but his dad was very nice. You know what I mean? Very nice. So he hasn't called me yet. Nope. He did not respond to me. But yes, he did. It's exactly what he did. Then it says, Aiden has now admitted that he used Lucky's identity as pressure. People can decide for themselves whether they believe that was justified, but they can no longer pretend it did not happen. Oh, what do you mean? They pretend things didn't happen all the time. You know who you're talking to here? Oh yeah, I'm gonna show it too. Why is Aiden continuing to call Lucky, who is continuing to not take his phone calls? And more importantly, why will he talk about everything else but what was said during the call with Lucky the next day?
So I went on my show and I'm like, if he's not going to talk, I'm just going to name him. Because it appeared as if he was yet another person like Steve Scanlon who was hiding information that could lead to a proper investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, not the bootleg one that we have with County. Okay, that was my interpretation. So I went on my show and I'm like, if he's not going to talk, I'm just going to name him.
Like an asshole.
Because it appeared as if he was yet another person like Steve Scanlon who was hiding information that could lead to a proper investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, not the bootleg one that we have with County. Okay, that was my interpretation. So
yeah, he's such a piece of fucking shit, right? So Aiden responded to this at some point. Should I be like, Aiden, I have a fly? Aiden, goddamn, because I opened the windows yesterday because my neighbor downstairs, and yesterday was trash day, of course. So all the trash is out on the curb, but my window there is right where it is on the curb. And my neighbor's fire alarm went off again. I think they burnt something. So I had to open the windows because I could smell the like burnt whatever that came up through the hallway and under my door. So I opened the two front windows and a fly came flying in. It's like a tiny, tiny little, and it fucking won't die. Die. Well, that's the thing. Nobody has to talk to him. No one. Nobody needs to talk to him. Yeah, free speech, right? But not your free speech if it's your speech, right? Oh, so Jason said it's called witness intimidation and he specializes in it. Sure is. So this person said, why? Kearney still tries to get a hold of Lucky? Yeah, that screams damage control. Of course. Now let's see where Aiden's response is. When he finally tells the truth about Lucky's phone call to him the next day and what was said, oh, FYI, Lucky did not call him this morning. He lied again. So again, he's telling his audience what? That Lucky called him this morning?
weird. You would have thought he would have taken his call today if that was the story. So I did call Lucky yesterday when this was all going on. And he's like, I can't talk right now. I'll call you back. And he called me back this morning and I didn't answer. Weird.
He did not call him back. Fun fact. He did not. He did not. He said when he finally tells the truth about Lucky's phone call to him the next day and what was said, oh, FYI, Lucky did not call him this morning. He lied again. Like, how can anybody believe a word out of this guy's mouth when all he does is lie? No, he never said he saw that. Sorry, guys, that was my little. Yeah, I'm gonna start screaming at it. Get down! Get down! Get out of here! Get down! That's what I'm gonna start doing. Either. Yeah, he's colorblind. Yep. Either party could have sent Lucky a subpoena to testify at trial. The defense wanted to manipulate Lucky into testifying to their liking. That's why they needed him to get in touch with them. Yeah, because that's the thing is Aiden also misrepresented that he was the one that found Lucky. He was the only one who found Lucky. Fun fact, no, he isn't. The defense team knew who he was, gave that information to Aiden, and then Aiden went, oh, I found him. It was me. It was all my investigative work, which, of course, is in his extraction, so we know that he lied. We are all TV. Oh, God. I have his book. I actually have 2 copies. One that I just like highlighted a bunch of shit where he basically like tells you that he hates all the things that about other people, all the same things that he does, by the way. It's just like a roadmap of things that he manipulates people in and lies about, essentially. And the other one is just going to be fun for burning. So, you know, someone sent me 2 copies. I didn't buy them. I would never purchase his nonsense, but someone bought them and sent me both copies. So I have 2 copies. One that I, of course, like I said, highlighted shit, and the other one's just for straight burning. Just for burning. His swagger and fake outrage when people refuse to talk to him is bizarre. Who is he that anyone has to even interact with him? It's amazing, right? He thinks like everyone has to, you know? Everybody has to. Some belief is confirmation bias, correct. Some has to be willful disregard and or supporting his shitty behavior and worldview. 100% agree. I knew it was Wednesday because he made like a post and was like, today's the last day. You can get in on the golf. Even if you suck at it, please still come. And only 18 people at the end of Wednesday had signed up. In your honest opinion, at least, do you think Karen will end up being charged with witness intimidation? I don't know. I do know that she's under investigation for it. Whether she's actually charged, your guess is as good as mine on that, to be honest with you. I feel like if they were going to charge her, it should have been a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like, I can't say that I have a lot of faith in the system here to do what it's supposed to do. And I just don't, I mean, she is under investigation. That's publicly known information for witness intimidation. Will they charge her? Your guess is literally as good as mine. Usually I have a pretty good idea of what they might or might not do, but in this case, I don't. I honestly don't. Your guess would be as good as mine, you know? Well, that's exactly it, right? He gets that fake outrage, and then his fans get fake outrage for him and start clutching their pearls and doing his job for it, you know, doing what he wants them to do. They get all worked up and they're like, oh, we're going to donate to him now. We're so outraged. Donate. That's essentially what happens. You know what I mean? Did the purchaser like you scream, right? He's a showman first and foremost. Well, yes, I think Karen is an accessory to witness intimidation through prompting on Aiden's actions. So that's the thing, is like, you can't ignore the communications, right? They're in the extraction. So it's at least, like, at the very least, people should be questioning why the fuck any of that happened. Someone commented you follow the money, and Mike stood his ground that you are authentic. It was nice to see him stand up for you and not waffle on viewpoint. I respect it. Oh, thank you, Mike. I didn't know that. Was that yesterday? Because I follow the money. What if I followed the money? Fun fact, I'd have jumped to the cult. Aiden's tried a truce multiple times with third parties. Okay. And I told him to go fuck himself. So if I was going to follow the money, I could be like Willie from Tennessee and have a brand new car outside, except I could drive it. He couldn't. Right. And that would help my family immensely. My husband would be able to get a better job and go back to his old job where he'd make 1.5 times what he's making now, more. If I just went where the money was. If I went where the money was, there were other places that I could go that would bring in a lot more money. So I find it funny when anyone claims that, because the amount of sacrifice that I have made myself to stand by what I believe in is astronomical. Nobody with any brain cells can claim that I only go and follow the money. Because if that was the fucking case, I would have plenty of money in my pocket and I wouldn't be worried about fucking rent tomorrow. All right. Let's just like that. That's a fact. That is a fact. I am at this moment going to have to spend everything that I have, all the donations that I got today. I might have like a little extra depending on what else I got. Like everything's going to rent, right? Like rent's expensive here in Massachusetts. Like I still got to figure out, groceries this week, and fucking, I got my storage unit I got to pay. That's $98 that's due, right? Like I got bills, man. They don't pay themselves, right? If I went where the money was, I'd have all those covered by now. I'd have cations, right? I'd have cations. People would pay for cations for me, like Ethel, My doctor basically fucking ordered I take time off and was like, sorry, doc, I can't do that. I don't have the money to do that, right? I'd have free cations like Aiden and Ethel if that was the fucking case. So I love when someone claims some ridiculous nonsense like that, because it's like, guess what? The proof's in the pudding, baby. The proof is in the fucking pudding. Okay? The proof is in the goddamn fucking pudding. Never mind the fact that talk to the many people who I talk to all the time that can't donate to the channel. Okay? They can't. They don't have the money to. I talk to them all the time. Anybody who reaches out to me, I talk to. Whether they can donate or not is irrelevant to me. I like people, right? Like I like people. It's irrelevant. And anybody here who can't donate, like who reaches out to me, can tell you that. You know what I mean? Like Mike knows that about me. You know what I mean? Most people do. If I wanted to go where the money was, I'd have went there. You know what I mean? Also, I give opinions all the time on things that might not be popular to people, but it's my opinion. You know what I mean? It's my opinion. You never know. You know, it maybe, possibly, you never know. AJ is going to be tied up in courts come September. How will he make time for vodka OJ? I don't know. It's a good point. I mean, he's got another trial, right? I saw that. He respectfully but firmly. I love that. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. I think that, yeah, the Pepperdine case, I believe that's the next one coming up for him, at least, you know? And so John said, why is he still lying? As of this morning, saying Lucky called him this morning when he knows Lucky didn't even call him yesterday or today. I can move on, but before I do, please tell us about your conversation with Lucky the next day so we can put this all to bed. I'm guessing he replied somewhere in here. No. Natalie, with he's a pathological liar that has zero self-awareness or accountability. Yes, girl. Yes. This person said TB begging to stop the divisiveness. So funny coming from him. That's his new move when things don't go like he planned. Same as with Kim. If you were getting ratioed, he'd be doing a victory lap. He's such a scumbag. Everyone learns that eventually. It's true. I can't see his... Where is it? I don't see his thing, but he did respond with this big long thing that I have pinned on my thing here. Where is it? Where is it? Look at this one. I think that's Tuna Can Will on a puppet string. That's what that is. That's a Tuna Can Will, guys. I definitely appreciate them all for sticking up for me if they have, obviously. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they've had trolls that have something to say about how dare we be friends or talk to each other, or, you know, how dare we. So I appreciate all of them for that, because you want to know what? Each one of those people have talked to me personally, and some of them know me very well personally at this point. I would say Mike, Brian, and Nan know me more personally than Jay does, but even Jay has talked to me personally, you know? And so it's like they can speak for what kind of human I am, not just what kind of creator or person online that I am, but what kind of human I am in real life. You know what I mean? Let's see. Oh, here we go. He said, John, you are not my enemy, which is funny because when he started making little digs about me online, that's the first thing I said to him. I go, what is your problem? I'm not your enemy. If you had a problem, you could have talked to me and we could have like talked about it like grown ass adults. Like, I don't know what your fucking issue is. This was forever back, right? And of course, he could not respond in an adult-like manner, which is why he's never publicly shared those messages between me and him. I could if I wanted, and it shows what a petulant child he is, right? Then he accuses me of taking the picture that was then sent of Lindsay to Lauren. And I'm like, picture? What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't take a picture, Aiden. Like, what are you? And then he says, and I quote, I have evidence, but I'm not showing it because you're not worth it, right? And then I kind of call him out, and I'm like, you're not showing it because it doesn't exist. You can't. And I wrote, Aiden, you can't have proof of something that never happened. LOL. So I knew he was bluffing right then and there because I didn't take any pictures, right? So if I didn't take any pictures and I didn't send any pictures, then obviously you're lying about having evidence because you can't have evidence of something I didn't do, right? Which is why I'm guessing part of the reason why he's never showed those fucking messages, right? He loves to show everyone's messages, but he's never shown mine. Why? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not show those specifically? Because it shows he's a petulant child. I'm like, I'm not your enemy. What is your issue? Do you have an issue? Like, well, you talked to Lindsay and I gave you a pass for that. A what now? A pass for that? The fuck? What? What, bro? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you to give anybody anything? Like, what the fuck? Who do you think you are, guy? Then he goes on and on about a picture that I never took. Fun fact, Deanna took that picture, right? So while her and Lion are lying to his fucking face about who took what picture, they then blamed an innocent person and said it was me because, like, he was already mad that I didn't lie for him. So just pile on. It's totally acceptable. He was already mad I didn't lie for him. So just throw that on Elise. It's totally fine and acceptable. They're shitty people, right? For all I care, Deanna and Lauren can go fuck themselves. I don't give a shit what happens to them. And that says a lot coming from me, considering I can pretty much talk to or accept anyone's apology. Those two are just deplorable human beings. They don't give a fuck about anyone else. Okay. I saw that it was out yesterday, right? The print edition. Oh, was it yesterday or the day before? It's out now, the August edition. It's just, I don't give a fuck what either one of those assholes did or didn't do. They do whatever Aiden tells them to. And what did they do the second time around something happened? Well, they shit all over Meredith to back up Aiden and lie for him, knowing he was the one in the wrong. I could have called that from a million miles away, right? Self-preservation, you know? So here's what John wrote, or Aiden wrote to John. Aiden wrote to John, John, you're not my enemy and I'm not yours. Yeah, okay, bud. You weren't saying that when you were coming after him, right? And you didn't see that picture of Karen. We're fighting for the same thing since day one. Justice for John O'Keefe. Aiden, stop saying justice for John O'Keefe. You're going to be sued into oblivion again, sir. That has been trademarked by the family. I don't know why you keep using that phrase. You already know that. It's weird. Fucking weird, bro. He is desperate to get John Camo to testify for him. And it's like, bro, if he's going to testify, I'm going to bet that he's not going to commit perjury on the stand to save your dumb ass, right? So if you want him to testify, it's not going to go your way, Aiden. He's going to have to tell the full truth, okay? The full truth. Not the truth you want him to tell, like you wanted Jason to tell, but the full truth, you know? He does not think ahead before attacking, ever. Ever. No, this is to John. Camo. They woke the dragon with Mike. I agree. I think Mike and Brian just don't care anymore, and good for them. I stopped caring a while ago, so I'm a little bit ahead of the curve on that. I stopped giving a fuck about what Aiden had to say a long time ago. Notice he doesn't really mention me that much lately, and that's because I simply don't care and think he's a fucking clown. So I guess it's not fun for him anymore to mention me, considering he's just a clown to me. A whole clown parade. So it's not fun if he thinks it bothers you. It doesn't bother me. I literally have conversations, just laugh at how stupid he is. You know, it is nice, Rose, and I'll tell you why. Because for a long time, I stood on an island by myself. Everybody was too afraid to stick up for me. Too afraid. They were too afraid they would be attacked next. And so they said nothing publicly. And that sucked. That sucked. You know, no matter how many people came privately and were like, you know, we know, like, he's a piece of shit for this. We know he, like, that's a lie. We were there, right? No matter how many people say that to you in private, it's different when it's public, you know, and nobody will say anything because they're too afraid. Hold on one second, guys. My sister's calling. It makes me nervous every time she calls. Okay, sorry. I can't not pick up my sister's call. It makes me nervous every time. It's weird that the title is the same as JFK's Read Between the Lines, or am I mistaken? Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at them. Maybe it's possible. He does not think ahead. But no, this is to John Camo. He doesn't know how to play nice. That's not one of his things. JFK often makes clever titles. He has a knack for it. So fun fact. I made a title and it was like Real Housewives of Holden, Mass. Episode 1, moving on up, right? Moving on up, as in Aiden's moves, right? And I did that stream. And who did a petty that night? Will. Do you think he came up with his own title? No. He literally named it the same thing as I had named my title and then just wrote part do. Like, as in part 2. Part dubs. D-E-U-X. Part dubs. Right? Like, no, what? You can't even be original and come up with your own title? Like, are we for fucking real right now? Like, you are pathetic, dude. You are pathetic. You can't even come up with your own title. You are pathetic. You know? Pathetic. You also have to be careful with titles, though, because, again, the algorithm, right? Can't make them too long. You can't make them too complicated because the algorithm won't pick them up, right? It's a very, and that's the thing, is they don't tell you about the algorithm. They don't tell you what it's going to pick up, what it's not going to pick up. They give you like tips and tricks, but you never really know. So you got to, you know, take whatever tips and tricks from them that they'll tell you, because they change it all the time. Oh, I'm sure he lost it after that. He doesn't know how to play nice, you know? Just saying, that's what it was called. Housewives of Holden Hills, because he lives in Holden, right? Episode 1, moving on up. We can thank Leah for that one. I'm not a content creator, so my voice is small. Hey, listen, all the small voices put together makes a large voice, okay? But I see a lot more regular folks like me standing up in chats and posts. I love that. We'll comb the streams and chats all day cleaning content. Mike Crawford just replied to my comment and said he didn't receive an email about the Interpol TV. No, yeah, I'm listen, I'm gonna bet money it's a sock account or someone just, trying to create some sort of, it just doesn't make sense to me, just based on what I know about Interpol, what the parameters would be. It wouldn't really make sense, but hey, you always know to check, like you never know. You never know these days. I mean, especially with this fucker, you never know what kind of wild shit he's into, you never fucking know. You never know. He said, Lucky Lachlan was a huge part of that. Karen told me that Lucky drove by Brian Albert's house and said John wasn't on the lawn at 2:30, but that he had ghosted them by not showing up for a 3/27/2022 meeting with David Yannetti. I assumed that he had been intimidated by the Alberts, and it seemed as if he was avoiding testifying because he was scared of them. Well, again, you assumed, and you assumed wrong, right? When I first approached him, he was standoffish, and it seemed to confirm what Karen had told me. I initially had a negative opinion of him because, like Scanlon, it seemed as if he was hiding something due to fear of Brian Albert. Again, he assumes. None of that was true. I said some things about him on my show that I regret and have apologized to him for. He doesn't regret shit. Since then, we have shook hands and spoke pleasantly on the phone. 2 months later, his cousin messaged me and said Lucky would talk if I called him, so I did. He was still scared of losing his job for talking to me, but bravely told the truth. There's no way Lucky's name wasn't going to come out since he was the only person who plowed Fairview Road that night. So yes, I said his name when I went on my show that night and made it clear that we would not allow the DPW to reprimand Lucky or intimidate him into not speaking the truth about what he saw. I spoke with Karen's attorneys, who were pleased to see that such an important witness now felt safe speaking with them because I had rallied the community behind him. Well, that's not your job to do and lie about, Come on. Lucky and I are not friends and we have no personal relationship. I understand you are, and I congratulate you for that. Why would you congratulate somebody for having a personal relationship with someone? That's weird. Me and Lucky are just two people committed to truth and justice who bravely stood up against the... Why does he call himself brave? It's so weird. You're not brave for just repeating something someone told you, you fucking weirdo. And paid the price for that. Why does he keep framing it as if he paid the price for talking? That is not what happened. Not what happened. Please join us in unity as we continue to fight for justice for OJO. We're stronger together. You're not fighting for justice for John. Stop fucking saying that shit, bro. You're not fighting for justice for John. You're not fighting for justice for anyone. You're trying to get out of your own bad fucking behavior. Come the fuck on. Weird. Okay? Weird. Fucking weird. And this is where Aiden, of course, said he would be deposed on the 30th because he then tried to lie at some point yesterday and be like, oh, no, I have no deposition. What are you talking about? No worries. That person spammed the chat with the same refrain about Interpol until Mike finally pinned the comment. Oh, I want to hear conspiracy theories about Ethel and Doughboy having their falling out and now both off the grid. Robert, narcissists don't change. They don't. They're damaged from child. They are just damaged, would probably lie to any. That's the other thing is you can't get help, not even with a therapist, because if you're not honest with them, then how can they help you? Yeah, his wife was sick, I heard, that sucks. Sucks. Sometimes, my friend, it happens. It happens. We all find something to be intriguing at some point that probably isn't true. It happens. No worry. Okay, so Rush Trial said I had to look up the surchargeable events in Massachusetts. I have no idea how that works as my driving record is pristine. TB explained today how he has to attend a driver's class again because he caught another surchargeable event, which comes with a suspension or revocation. Hard to roll up to a deposition where a valid license is required with a possibly suspended license. No, he has to attend an all-day class for the second year in a row this Sunday, the day before his charity golf tourney. Interesting timing, turtle tits. Interesting. He has a passport. He posted the pics MSP took when they searched his house. His old house, why he doesn't live there anymore. His ex-wife's house. What's the deal with Dina? Where did Rita go? Rena basically stepped away from a lot of this a while ago. I think Aiden probably had a lot to do with that. I also think that I believe she's in a documentary where she probably signed contract or NDA, so she can't really talk publicly, I'm guessing. And the deal with Dina? Well, I think I have a clip that will show you what the deal with Dina and people like Dina and Chrissy Mello and Erica fucking Walsh is like. If this answers the question. If it doesn't answer the question, I apologize. But this is what's up with them.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I have no words. That was outside of a murder trial, folks. Okay. That was outside of a fucking murder trial. But no, they weren't partying at all. What do you mean? Why were they? They were not doing such a thing. Okay, just saying. That's my answer to that question. I hope that suffices. I hope that suffices the answer to the question. Just saying. Ooh, I like this clip. This clip is 4 minutes long, and Bonnie, of course, made it because she makes amazing clips. But before I play this, I'm gonna go into my donations and read them because I have not gotten a chance to do that yet. And I do want to thank people. It means today's the last day of July, which means rent's due tomorrow. So I appreciate any and all support. Let me see here. Open up. Okay. Emails. Open the emails to get into the justice chats. Our justice chats are pinned to the top of the chat, and they're in the description of the video too. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, I have a justice chat earlier from Casey, who sends 2557. Thank you, Casey. To celebrate birthdays or just because? Spend how you like. Keep on rocking, girl. I appreciate you, Casey. Thank you. Thank you. Then there's one here from Miss Elisa. $9.99. Good to see your face, girly. Thank you so much, girl. I appreciate that very, very, very much. And we have one here. Oh, feel better. XOXO. Valley's Girl sends $50. Thank you so much, Valley's Girl. I appreciate that so much. Okay, then we go to, I think Venmo is the only other place that I got any. Then we can go there, do those. I read the super chat ones already. I thought it was about Baker after Mike queried the chat regarding the Interpol comment that Mike chastised me and cautioned everyone not to put on stuff. I mean, it happens, it happens. People, sometimes people are just trolling and they want people to repeat it. And sometimes they think they got good information from someone. It happens. It's, people don't always do it on purpose. Just happens sometimes. That's all. All right, let's see. What do we got? I have I looked down and I was like, ooh, somebody sent me a DoorDash gift card. I love that. It's an old one that someone had sent me on Venmo. I didn't know Venmo could do that. I didn't know until Christmas time last year, where my good friend Dee sent me an Ulta gift card on Venmo for Christmas. And I had no idea that you could send gift cards on Venmo to someone, but you can. That's apparently like a cool new option. So I looked down and it doesn't get rid of the ones you've already used for some reason. It just sits there, I guess. So I don't know, weird. It's still there, even though that one was used. And I got excited for a second. I was like, ooh, dinner? Dinner, not have to cook? Amazing. Okay. Sorry, my little had a question. Now I'm getting into Venmo here. But open says me. Okay. Hello, McFly. What's happening? Hello. I have one here. It just came in. I'm working from California while you're on, so I can't chat much, but I love the chat and content. Oh, thank you so much. It's $20. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Then we have one from my good friend D, and it says covering fuck boy. Ha ha. I love you, Deirdre. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. Jimbo sends $10 and says, still supporting your channel. Love Jimbo. Thank you, Jimbo. I appreciate you, Jimbo. Thank you very, very much. Lorelai, is this one you? It is $20, a little bit towards vacay. Thank you, Lorelai. I appreciate that very much. Rose. Rose sends $100 and says, feel better. Love. Oh, thank you, Rose. Appreciate you, my friend. And then one more. Read the comment for this one. Okay. Why is my phone? I mean, my phone's always like, well, this one's a whopper. You know what, though? This one will cover what I had left for rent, and we'll keep a couple extra bucks after that. Maybe I can also pay my storage unit with this one. This one is a 300, and that was a very generous. And it says, today is July 31st, 2026. And Barry Joseph Lewis is a cringeworthy, creepy, broke, meth addicted equivalent of Rain Man who can't get over the fact that Nan Gallagher is and was never going to fuck him. I have to agree. Nan was never and is never going to fuck you, Barry. You should probably leave her alone, you creep. Yeah, fucking creep. It's weird behavior. It's super stalker blogging behavior. Super fan blogger behavior. Welcome, Pontoon at Large. Nice to see you. Thank you, guys. And these were from the whole show. So these came in throughout the whole show. I just hadn't really had a chance to stop yet and read them. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. You know, hopefully in the next week or two, I can work towards maybe occasions, maybe, possibly a few days occasions. Either that or my doctor might kill me. But we'll see how that goes. Okay. I might still do like a live stream tomorrow, but let's watch this clip. Was Stephen Scanlon recorded without permission? Correct. He was. He was wiretapped by Aiden. And in fact, that wiretap was brought to the grand jury. Steve Scanlon wanted him to be charged with that, but something happened. Mello was sick at the time. He's still sick. He has cancer. The poor man's like really sick with cancer and was really sick at the time anyway. And I think something happened, and I think it's, they didn't know if at some point it was brought up that maybe it was in the wrong jurisdiction because Aiden wasn't in Norfolk County when he recorded it, and Scanlon, I believe, was in Suffolk County. So they didn't have the grand jury vote on it because they felt like it was out of the jurisdiction of Norfolk County. But he did, in fact, wiretap Aiden. I mean, Aiden wiretapped Scanlon and hid that recording until he sent it to people before that. And so then it was publicly released because he had sent it to people like an idiot, as he always does, right? And it got out. And Aiden didn't want it out there publicly because it said things that Aiden didn't want people to know. He didn't want people to know that, because he was telling a different story. He was telling people that Scanlon told him that that there was someone else in the house that saw all this. And that is not what happened. And in the audio, Aiden's like, well, how did you know Colin was there? And Scanlon's like, I heard that from you on your show. Like, what do you mean? Because at first Scanlon's like, who? And he's like, Colin Albert. And he's like, I heard that from you, Aiden, on your show. Right. And so that didn't jive with what Aiden told his audience at all. And so he couldn't release that because it showed he lied. Right. So yeah, that happened. That happened. He did, in fact, record Scanlon without permission and wiretap him. You know, it's sad. It's really sad. It's just wild. It's wild as hell. Baker put on X that he needs his GB out. So as a medical girl, he probably does have pancreatitis because those go hand in hand. Ooh, ouch. I have to, like, listen, if my gallbladder keeps acting up, I might have to have that out, and I really don't want to. I really don't want to. I don't have the answer for that. I don't know if they referred it over to the other county, if they just never did. I don't know. That was something I asked myself as well. And I have not really been able to garner really any information one way or another that they ever even passed it on to any of the other counties. So I don't really know one way or another if they passed it along to either Worcester County or Suffolk County, or if they just deaded it right there and just said it's not worth it. He's already being indicted on all these other charges. I don't know. Good question though. If I knew the answer, you would get it, my friend.
I go on Twitter this morning, and you just go on Twitter and whatever it feeds you, the algorithm, and it fed me something, a clip that Val played or something, and it was like a certain individual driving
Jessica Lynn
into court this morning, yelling into a phone about how she had a conversation with Nurse Kim, but she's not going to say what the conversation's about, and then we'll never read the messages, and then explains what she claims the conversation was about, and it's just like, no, not today, Satan. Dude, go away. It's like, first of all, it never happened. Okay, ever. Yeah. It up because she can't stand the idea that she can't divide two people. That's it. That's it. I'm not against, it's like, that's what ultimately is bothering her, right? The fact that she wants us divided because she wants to own Nurse Kim, and it's weird. It's very weird. I think it's Kimberly Samantha she's calling her now.
Kimberly Jean.
Just let her know, and that's just weird. Calling somebody that and saying that, like.
And the only reason I did say something was because
it
was like, I felt like I was used a little bit of like, her being called Kimberly is
That's painful,
just condescending to Nurse Kim.
Painful.
And I was like, Jesus, come on, why don't do that? Don't do that. Because now I'm going to have to say something.
Aww.
And any narrative that like I'm against Aiden, get the fuck out.
I have a trial coming up in 4 months.
The bus.
When I spoke with Kim about it, we were very clear that like we need to focus, and that she still supports this case and what the Commonwealth is doing to me. She knows it's wrong, and she doesn't think that
Kim, wake up.
We both agreed that this is not productive towards that, and it's much better when we're all united. The justice team.
Unity.
Justice for John.
Exactly. Here it goes. He doesn't want unity. He wants obedience. This is 100% factual. If Kim can't figure that out, I feel bad for her. He doesn't give a fuck about Kim. Make no mistake about that. He doesn't give an actual fuck about Nurse Kim. Not even a little bit. What he wants is anybody and everyone he can get on his side. And I agree, she folded like a cheap suit. You know what I mean? He wants to own everyone and anyone, lots of projection with that one. Lots of projection. I've actually had a friend who had a burst appendix and they sent her home. She almost fucking died. That and your sister having one, that just goes to show sometimes the ER doctors, they're just trying to get you in and right back out, And she's right. Obedience over unity. That is what he wants. He doesn't give a fuck about any of these people. He doesn't want unity of them. He wants them to use their platforms and their viewers to bring in money for him and do what he tells them. He wants you to get up on the stand as a quote witness and say what he wants you to say. He doesn't want you to tell the whole truth because the whole truth makes him look bad. He wants to give you the talking points in the way that he tried to do to Jason and say, I want you to tell the cops this, this, and this. And Jason was like, I'll tell them the truth. And Aiden's like, no, I want you to tell them this, this, and this. And he's like, I'll tell them the truth. And Aiden's like, no, I want you to tell them this, this, and this. And leave out like all of this. Well, leaving out all of this is leaving out all of the truth to make it look like something it isn't, right? It's trying to help you. You're trying to help yourself by leaving out all of the things that you did wrong, right? That's not how it works. And that's what he wants. He wants them to be so obedient to him and fearful that they'll just say all the things that'll help him and not say a single thing about the truth that will not help him. Right? If they choose to do that and they choose to get on the stand, they choose to perjure themselves or leave things out purposely, I don't want to hear it when the consequences come for them. I don't want to fucking hear it.
Karen Reed team, still united. That's important here. We both agree on that,
Yes,
and so who cares about all this other stuff and related to that? But and why did I talk about that on my stream? Just because I discussed this, not to rub it in anyone else, not to rub it in Jessica Pachado's face.
Jessica.
Not to, but haha, she's with me now.
He's such a child. Sorry, not the only way I can do it. Fuck.
Apparently she's taking that. No. I did that because I see other people attacking Nurse Kim online, seemingly in my defense, and I want to squash that shit.
Oh, please.
I didn't like that. And I'm like, I don't want to cause any division, or I don't want to go down that road. She said, I talked to Kimberly, Sarah, I don't even know, Kimberly, whatever.
And my name was brought into it.
You think?
Because it was said, like, I don't like that Jessica calls Kim Kimberly.
Dead,
like, what the
dead,
fuck did
dead.
that have to do with the price
Dead.
of eggs?
Dead.
Who asked? I don't mind. I call myself Kimberly Jean. I go, you dumb bitch. Kimberly Jean, what were you thinking? So
I talked to her, and she told me that that's not how the conversation went, and this and that. It's like, no, she didn't. Shut up. Stop it. Stop it.
No, knock it off. Here.
Stop it. See, when I share my conversation, when I discuss my conversation with Kim, it's coming from a place of wanting to heal wounds and bring people together. Whereas when she discusses her
This said you shared her finances, texts, and claimed she was too weak to speak for herself. That was to heal wounds. K.
conversation with Nurse Kim, it's coming from a place of trying to divide people and taking ownership of her. And that's weird and not productive. And
You're the only one talking about owning women, Aiden.
I don't, but it's to be expected, from her. So sure you do. All right. Anyway, that's just weird. But to be clear, that never happened. I'm telling you right now. Because there's no way Jessica Machado wouldn't read the text out loud. There's no way.
I didn't call Jess. I texted her to let her know the conversation Aiden and I had was about him and I. Our issue was never about Jess or anyone else for that matter. The focus was our relationship, our issues only, and that was what we talked through. Can we get back to the regularly scheduled programming now? I hope so. If you think for 1 second that Aiden didn't bitch and whine about Jess on that fucking phone call, you got another thing coming.
So it never happened. She's making it up. And it's not right.
Okay.
don't believe everything you read, and you know better, but
Okay.
it is true that a lie unchecked will become the truth for some people. And what they hear, they will believe.
You think?
And I was like, fuck, I got to be accountable. Oh, God. Oh.
I would love for that. How long will she let this lie go unchecked, right?
And when you stay silent, just final point, when you stay silent for a long time.
Kim, stop. You're talking about yourself.
And you let others drown, I think that no matter how you felt previously, if you have empathy or you have a heart, you don't like to see it.
Stop it. I'm sorry. Stop it. Like, you know what? If you stay silent while you know someone's lying about someone else and you say nothing, you're a fucking coward, Kim. And you sat there and you said nothing and you let people lie about other people and because you were too afraid of him. You were too afraid of him. Like, stop it. Okay? Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, yeah, she forgets. She'll forget quickly because she just doesn't want it to happen again. She doesn't want him to go further into depth on her personal life, so she got to make nice, you know? I'm just saying. Just saying. All right. My impersonations just come out of left field. Sometimes I'm feeling silly and they just pop out, It's not I always tell people I can't be responsible. If you're new here, I cannot be responsible for things that fly out of my face hole. I cannot be responsible. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
You don't.
Jess just drowned, Wild. All right, where's the other? What's this? Hold on. I'll get to you when I get to you. I loved that stupid comment he made. I'll get to you when I get to you.
Emergency.
I'll let this play all the way through for those of you who didn't see it. So current resident is asking how much did you miss? A lot. This was last night after he skipped his deposition, I'm guessing. And decided to show up at Meredith's arraignment instead with no kids.
And Dildo writes back, goes, Mr. Carney, I'm sorry to hear about your family emergency. Please provide me more details regarding the family emergency that requires your attention tomorrow.
Thank you.
I need further support regarding such requests. And I'm like, what? You want more details about my family emergency?
Yeah, they need it for the court, dumbass.
Do you want me to tell you intimate details about my family?
Yes.
You just think I owe you that? Like, who are you? Who are you exactly again? That I owe you that? Any sort of explanation?
Court ordered.
He goes, I need further support regarding such request. As you are aware, the deposition has been scheduled for months, and we have our own obligations in this case.
We have Mike sometimes. We have Brian sometimes. They pop in when they have time. Usually I get done around the time one of them is going live, like in the evening. But oftentimes Brian will pop on if he has a minute, and Mike will pop on if he has a minute. It might not be talked about a lot publicly, but they do make appearances anytime they want. They just send me a text or pop into the chat. They want a link, and I send it right on over. So I'm happy to really have conversations with pretty much anyone, especially people I happen to like who aren't pieces of full garbage, like this guy.
Okay. And I'm like, what? And he goes, you remain under subpoena, unrepresented by counsel in this case. And you waited until 4:30 on the eve of your deposition to alert me of your intended no-show in violation of the subpoena. Did he miss all the, I should have done like Colin Albert. Bro, your whole side just skips depositions all the time. Like all the time, Proctor. And so,
dumbass.
We require your deposition testimony, and should you retain counsel to represent you here, please have them connect with me. And so I wrote back to him.
Done.
And I could have been snippy, but I wasn't. I said, it is a personal family emergency, and I have to watch the kids all day. That's the only thing you need to know about, sir. You don't need to know nothing. Personal family shit does not concern you. Just understand, I'll get to you when I can get to you. Okay, tomorrow's no good. I go, sorry. I go, childcare is not available. Sorry about the inconvenience, but family is always first for me. I would be happy to move the date to a time convenient for you. As I stated before, and as my attorney, Tim Bradle, told you, I will be invoking my...
I don't know why he keeps saying that. As my attorney, Tim Bradle, told you. You have no attorney of record on this matter, sir. That's what makes me laugh so hard, Panda, is he thinks he has any control right now. He doesn't. A subpoena is a court order, okay? You can't skip a court order, something that was scheduled all the way back in like April or May, okay, to go to your ex-girlfriend's arraignment who you're trying to have falsely charged with crimes, sir. Okay, that's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. And then claim, oh, it's a family emergency. I got childcare. It's that thing that I always claim. Kids, I got kids. I can't. Sorry, Your Honor. Too bad. That's not going to fly. The court needs evidence of that, not just you said so. In the same way that they made Michael Proctor give evidence that he was in a facility, right? Like, same here, right? You need evidence that there's something happened that you couldn't attend this deposition. He does have the right to ask, and he does need more detail because he has to provide it to the court, you fucking idiot. Also, I don't know why you're throwing your attorney out there, considering you have no attorney representing you in this matter with this deposition. So your attorney, Tim Bradle, on any other matter doesn't matter. Does not matter to Diller because he does not represent you in this matter. So it doesn't matter what your fucking attorney said in another matter, right? Doesn't. You still have to show up to the deposition so they can make a record of you pleading the fifth to every question, right? Because there are going to be some questions that the fifth does not pertain to. You dumb fuck. You dumb fuck. No, none of this has ever occurred to him. He is stupid. Stupid as hell. He's stupid as hell. He's not very smart, okay? Not the sharpest crayon in the box, guys. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, all right? He is brand spanking new, right out of the box, not even plugged in. He's just mad. He wants his chicken nugs. He wants a 2 for $20. He wants his baby back, bitch.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
He was so humiliated by Betterow in his baby seat that he can't go back to Chili's anymore. He can't go back. He can't get his chicken nugs anymore. Okay. He just simply can't go back. He can't go back to Chili's anymore. No baby back, bitch. Barbecue sauce. He's embarrassed. They gave Betterow a baby seat. They mistaken him for a toddler. They were like, oh, here's your little toddler seat. And Betterow asked for his little Harold and the purple crayon. And then he got mad, and allegedly for entertainment purposes only. Aiden threw a tantrum on the floor and said he can't go back to Chili's. He can't get his nug.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
Can't go back and get his nugs. He's very upset about this. Right? Save the nugs. Share the nugs. Free the nugs. Free his size C nugs. His size C moob nugs. Free the tatas.
Fifth Amendment privilege to any substantive questions you have. So I'm not sure what the point of this exercise is. I am awaiting trial in December for witness intimidation charges regarding the Karen Reed murder trial, in which a jury unanimously agreed after 31 days of
He says
expert
all this
testimony
for no reason.
that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car.
Fun fact, there was not 31 days of expert testimony. I don't know why he said that. That's wild. Also, for no reason does you reiterating what you think in the Karen Reed case have anything to do with this deposition at all. So he reiterates what his belief is on the Karen Reed case and what he believes on the Karen Reed case for literally no reason whatsoever. Just to throw that in the email to Diller. He's just like, yeah, and so in the Karen Reed case, she was acquitted, and so I'm not answering questions. Plead the fifth. Thanks. Thought you were ready to fuck, Aiden. I thought your dick got so hard when you wanted to answer questions. First Amendment warrior, bitches. First Amendment warrior. He's going to answer all the questions, all of them. He's going to make them look stupid. So stupid. He's going to look and make them so dumb. Y'all are going to look dumb. I plead the fifth. I invoke the Fifth Amendment. What is your name, sir? I invoke the Fifth Amendment. Sir, you cannot invoke the Fifth Amendment on your name. Okay. What'd you have for lunch today? I plead the fifth. Was it chicken nug nugs? You invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege. Sir, can't invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege on chicken nug nugs, sir. Okay, it's not how this works. All right? It's not how it works. I invoke the fifth. Any question you have, I invoke the fifth. That's how he thinks this is going to go.
Obviously, I will not be answering any questions involving anything related to the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case.
Anything.
Until
Nothing.
that matter is fully adjudicated in criminal court, as in my matter.
Oh.
As an attorney, I am sure you are familiar with my rights as an American citizen to do so. After I am acquitted, I would be happy to answer all of your questions.
Aiden, buddy, let me come closer. I'm gonna speak to you, right? I'm gonna tell you, just come closer to the camera, just so you can understand this. I'm gonna say it slow for you because I know you have a hard time understanding basic things. Guess what? You're not gonna be acquitted. You're screwed, bud. You're not gonna answer questions after either. Let's be honest here. You can't tell the truth if someone paid you to tell the truth, because you can't even remember what the truth is. Got all those lies covering it up and whatnot. But let me just tell you, you don't get to tell them what they're doing, what they're not doing, even if you invoke your fifth, like you think you're going to do on every single question. You still got to go there, and they still have to make a record of you doing that to bring to the court. So the point of this exercise is to put it on the record for the court, bub. Maybe your attorneys that you pay all that money to didn't quite explain to you how this works. Maybe you should ask for a refund there, bud. Doesn't seem like you're getting lots of information out of them these days.
So that is my response to dildo. Okay. So I don't know. And so he responds to that.
Giant dick nose dildo.
At 8:23 last night, he goes, Mr. Karn, regardless of the procedural posture of your criminal matter, I need to obtain your deposition in our case immediately. Given the status of our case in our looming deadlines, no offense, Attorney Dildo, but your deadlines are not my problem, sir. You chose.
Actually, they are, because your deposition is a court-ordered thing, you buffoon. Okay? No. Well, yes, Diller asked for more information on what this emergency was, because they have to tell the court, like, what was he just playing fuck, which is what it looks like, right? Or did he actually have a family emergency? And if he actually had a family emergency, they need more information on it. What was the family emergency, and how can you prove that you couldn't show up today? In the same way that they asked Proctor to provide documents and information on that, is the same way that they are also asking Aiden the same thing. That's how it works. And this is exactly why you don't represent yourself, because then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Imagine he pays all these lawyers all this money and they don't tell him the most basic of basic when it comes to this shit, or he doesn't ask before he gets on and sounds like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Who would go up against Diller unrepresented? This guy. This dick nose weirdo. This one. This guy right here. The one with the size C, maybe D moobs. You know, with stress written across his face with the missing pupils. That guy. You know, by the way, if you see his pupils, you know, we have a missing poster for those. Can you, call it in? They have not been seen since 2023 or maybe earlier. Okay. His missing pupils they're gone. They ran away from his fucking face. They were like, we can't deal with this anymore. We don't wanna. Usually when you have an attorney, the attorney would say, he's not going to answer that. That's, fifth, right? But when you don't have an attorney, I guess you just think that you're going to invoke the fifth on everything, even if it's doesn't qualify for the fifth. In his mind, they can't ask him any questions, none at all. Oh my God, imagine. If he stood in front of the mirror, it stands to reason that he was holding his microphone like a dick, as he usually does. Very important. He needs to hold it like this. Like, do you guys see that hole on the side of his microphone? That little hole that screws in, like mine does here. Mine screws into this arm. It screws in to something that either sits on the desk, right? Or like mine has an arm, right? That goes up. I can make it go up, right? I can make it go down. I can move it this way. I can move it that way. But he thinks he's Oprah. He prefers holding it from the bottom and just clenching it like a dick. He's like, yeah, guys, I'm very important. This is Turtleboy Live. Welcome back. Welcome back. He's even got infomercials. Turtleboy Swai. We got a fly swatter 3000. Danger. Warning. Includes rants. Interjections to your live streams. Buy it now for $39.99.99. Side effects may include your pupils running for their lives, unhinged rants, thinking you're the smartest person on the interwebs. Make sure you buy your Fly Swatter Turtleboy 3000. Can't get them at the store near you. $39.99.99 for easy payments. No, he is. I'm not kidding. He's pro se. I mean, I don't even know. You can't even really call it pro se. He's just not being represented by an attorney, essentially, because he's not filing anything. You know what I mean? Like, he's really not filing anything in this. He's just simply not represented by an attorney in the civil wrongful death suit where he is a subpoenaed in witness to be in the deposition. Oh my God, imagine. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh my God, that would be funny. Felony Little's opening song refrain inveighs against going pro se. That's for schmucks. I said schmuck the other day. My husband used the word schmuck. I said, sir, I haven't heard schmuck since 1994. Can you say that again? Schmuck? Schmuck. Ah, grasshopper. I tell my husband that when he figures something out. I'm like, oh, that you're so quick, grasshopper. Grasshopper. He could have just said, I can't find a sitter and I can't make it. Not the family first and all that jazz. Well, he needed to do all the jazz. He needed all the jazz. He is dumb for all of this. I'm just still going to hold my microphone like a dick because I feel like it's important to do this now. It's the Turtleboy way. If you are a First Amendment soldier, you're going to hold your microphone like a dick. He's definitely mechanically challenged. Aiden's comfort clasp. Imagine how hard he's holding on to that thing when he gets mad. He's like, this fucking fly. This fucking diller. How dare he have me served while I'm on a live stream? Fucking guy. Then he's like, that's going straight to my attorneys. I'm not going to read this out loud as he shows pages of it accidentally, which says it's from Diller. Fucking idiot. Not a very smart one, that one, Oh, yeah, he's not taking it seriously. And the judge is not going to love that, His vagrant prescription must have run out. I bet it did, right? He's having some crash outs. He's so proud of his blatant stupidity. See, that's the part that I can't get, right? Is why so many people fall for it. If they just did 10 seconds, and I'm not kidding, 10 seconds of research, they would know that he's lying through his teeth. Why not do the 10 seconds of research? If he can't prove that a family emergency, I mean, I don't know. It depends on Diller. He might ask that he be held in contempt. It depends. He's already been subpoenaed to a new date. Does he show up for the new date? If he doesn't, you can bet on them asking for him to be held in contempt. I don't know. That's going to be up to Diller to ask the judge. They want to get it on record. They need to get it on record. I was swanning flies, I couldn't make it. Right? That'd have been too honest. I'm infested with flies, Your Honor. I couldn't get there. They're having babies everywhere. She should. I don't think she will, though. I don't think she will. She should definitely testify against him, you know? Therefore, if he starts to spout off against her, she can press a charge for witness intimidation. See, listen, that's what a smart person would do, right? That's what a smart person would do, Space Coast. I'm not sure that they're going to be smart enough to do that. I'd have turned on him knowing that he'd turn on his own family. You know what I mean? Like, no. Oh, he's already in his biggest nightmare, you know? The Ronco Fly Swatter 3000. I believe fully that he will be, as I stated before, begging. And I mean begging for a deal on any of these before this time is up. When it comes to civil cases, his criminal cases, he will be on the fucking floor begging for a deal to make it stop. Well, they require proof, especially if you're playing games and they can tell that, like, you've tried this before. Aiden, on many, many different occasions in civil cases, has played the whole, like, oh, I can't make it last minute thing, or oh, I wasn't served thing. He loves the I wasn't actually served thing. Therefore, if I skipped a court date, you can't prove I was served. And so he's done that several times in Massachusetts and other states where he's been like, oh, I wasn't served. And so even after someone won a judgment, he goes back and says, well, I wasn't actually served. So you got to revoke that judgment and let me argue arguments, right? He's done that several times, but now the court has sort of caught up to the whole I wasn't served thing, right? Because when it gets mailed instead of given by the constable, then there's no proof of service other than you mailed it, right? And when it's given by the constable or the sheriff's office, then there's proof that you were served, right? And so they've caught on to the fact that in certain civil things, it's usually you have to mail it, right? Especially if you're suing on your own without an attorney. The smarter thing is to give it to the constable, the sheriff's office. Even in that case, though, there's two separate cases where he was served by them, and he still said to the court, oh, I wasn't really served. It was served to someone else or at a different address or an old address, and got away with it. They're not doing that with him anymore. He's got a habit of doing the whole I can't show up or I don't show up because I'm magically pretending I wasn't served. You know, the whole shebang, which he tried a little bit in the beginning here, but then realized he had already read it and fucked up. And so he couldn't play the whole I wasn't served thing. He did try it like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks to pretend he wasn't served. And then people kind of pointed out, like, here's the videos where you read the whole thing and said what date. And here's a tweet that you said you had to go on that date. So what? And then he realized he's not going to be able to use the whole I wasn't served. He already planned, in my opinion. This is my opinion. He already planned not to go to this. You know, I'm just, this is my opinion, you know, because family emergency could be anything, right? My ex-wife was at the hospital. My ex-wife's parents were sick. Like, a family emergency could be anything. What was the family emergency that you couldn't have somebody else watch the kids? It could be contempt, but it isn't always. That depends on the judge, and it depends on the other attorneys. I agree. And like, if I was them, I would go for contempt if he doesn't show up to the next one. They usually give you a chance to go to the next one. If you don't go to that one, yeah. But I don't think they're going to hold him in contempt for just the one, unless they can prove that he was playing fuck. You know, he could be fined. Yep, they could fine him a lot of money for not showing up. Lawyers' fees and costs to the opposite party. Right? Feigned incompetence. Hold on, sir. Looking for my bitch please card. My bitch please card. I mean, I guess in theory you could, but I don't see that happening, you know? That's the other thing. If you didn't lie about everything constantly and didn't have liabilities, then maybe people would take your word for what you said, but you have liabilities. Nice to see you, by the way, Matt. I mean, again, he could, but it's not realistic that he will. Just missing one. If he misses this next one, yeah, they would probably go for contempt, you know? That's why they sent him the $15 changes. They sent him the $15 for travel. That's for gas to get there. So he can't claim that he couldn't get there. That's the whole point. The sheriff's service leaves no doubts. That's what it's for, right? But the problem with that is oftentimes the sheriffs don't have to hand it to you in your hand. They can hand it to your wife. They can put it in your mailbox. And what happens is it gets put in a mailbox or handed to a family member. And then he just goes, oh, I don't live there anymore. Or, oh, I never got it. You gave it to so-and-so and they never gave it to me. So I didn't know. Right. And that's part of the problem with the sheriff's office, where they should have to see an ID. It's not part of it, but they should have to see an ID, and they should make that person sign that they were served. Also, he's tried to avoid service several times. So that's also a thing. And so he's gotten away with being like, oh, well, I didn't live at that address anymore. It was given to the wrong address. Or, oh, you served it to my ex-wife and she'd never told me. I don't live there anymore. You know what I mean? Like that, he's gotten away with it like that. So exactly. And that's why they could fine you. They could fine him for the attorney's costs, because it is expensive. You reserve the time, and the attorneys wipe everything off their schedule for that day. So they've lost that money doing something else, you know? So he has at least 5 attorneys for other matters. Clearly no one's doing a pick me on the issue. I don't think they want to do it. Obviously, if they did, they would represent him, you know? Live streaming being served helps too, right? Now he can't say he wasn't served because that shit's on a live stream. Like, he's such an idiot for not going. Such an idiot, you know? Such a fucking idiot. Dumb ass. Of course he did. He asked for folks to pony up as he just booked a hotel room in Boston for his December trial dates. But why? Why can't he drive like a normal person? Why does he think he needs to book a hotel room for $200 or $300 a night? Like, why does everyone in a trial all of a sudden need a fucking hotel room to go to that? He could drive. Yeah, it'll be a long drive, but you committed the crime. So I'm not spending, even if it's other people's money, I'm not spending $200, $300, $400 a day eating food, lodging, gas, all that. Like, I could use a quarter, not even a quarter of that on gas and food just to drive every morning if I get up a little earlier. I am not wasting over $1,000 or more on 3 or 4 days in a whole fucking hotel room in Boston just for funsies. Like, that makes no they can find him and we'll have another fundraiser. Yeah, I mean, he'll have endless fundraisers. Why isn't his butt buddy Claire not supporting him at the golf tournament, or is he? Not that I know of, you know, not that I know of. He's not. I mean, he can't afford it. Can't fly out here and spend the money. He can't do it. I think Federer had to cancel on parents for a family emergency when his dog died. Yeah, that, I'm sorry, but like, listen, yeah, it's sad when your animal dies. It's very, very sad. But he also had family at home that could have dealt with that. That's not necessarily a good excuse for not being in court, especially when you were already here. You flew all the way home. Like, by the time that happened, you know what I'm saying? Like, it could have waited until after court at that point. You know what I mean? But Bradel has also pulled the, oh, well, I have vacation, Your Honor. We got to push off 3 more weeks. I have vacation. And then you call his office in the middle of that so-called vacation and he's in the office. So it's like his attorneys have lied about shit too. So, you know, well, he does. He wants that level of attention. He craves that level of people outside the courthouse, holding signs, showing up at court, doing all the things that Karen did. He thinks he needs to do. It's wild as fuck. It's weird as fuck. It's stalkerish and stalkery, if you ask me. Okay. After announcing how expensive this hotel will be, then he proceeds to rebut all writer attempts at proffered suggestions for inexpensive alternatives. Of course, he's got to have the most expensive hotel and they all need to pay for it. Wild. He went to Karen's trial and didn't complain about travel. Exactly. And he traveled every morning. You know, he's, I think, the oldest, so that wouldn't shock me if he was spoiled and never disciplined. You know, I didn't know he claimed not to. In other cases, he's had other civil cases. He's had many over the years, but in other civil cases, one in the Ryan Waters case where he claimed he wasn't served, right? And there was already a judgment for him not showing up. And then they removed the judgment and let him argue. Like, he's done it in several cases, you know? But you know what I mean? Like, he's got everything. It's on camera now. He was served on camera because he's an idiot. $13K a month. What the fuck? No, thanks. She has a Lexus. He needed one too. Exactly. She lived in a hotel. He has to as well. He can't do anything that isn't a copy. No, well, he's also not original. Everything he does is sort of a ripoff of someone else's shit. You know what I mean? Like, nothing is original for him. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Where does he have to go for the subpoena? Boston. He's got to go to Boston. He's got to go to Boston to have the depot done. Yeah, he just traveled to Abington to record the podcast, but no, he can't go travel to his own trial. Why would he do such a thing? He's got to live in a fancy hotel that everyone else is paying for. You know, it's wild. He absolutely fancies himself as Karen Part 2. You know what I mean? He's the firstborn, like the oldest of all of the siblings, and no one else acts like him. It's wild.
To depose someone who has obvious Fifth Amendment rights, okay? Who's an award-winning journalist and an award-winning father too, at that. And so I can't. I have family first. Family first.
He's an
okay?
award-winning father.
And so he says to me,
"What?
Given the status of our case in Lumen, my hands are tied, and I need to create a record.
My mother's.
Should you elect not to appear?
Don't worry.
If you do not appear, I will read." I think he meant to put read in there because it's the only thing that makes.
So of course he makes up read. He's like, I think he meant to put read. It's the only thing that makes sense. No, you want to know what else makes sense, Aiden? He's going to put it on the record, as in put the communications on the record to the judge, not read them into the record. Put them on the record. You dumb fuck.
Sense. There's no word there. It goes, I will these communications. I think he meant to write, I will read these communications on the record and represent transparently what you communicated to me here.
No,
so it's my understanding he's going to read these emails out loud in court. So I'm just beating him to it, quite frankly. So this is, he's going to read these in court. I'm going to beat him to it. So that's, you know, what the chat says. And so I respond to that and I go, Attorney Diller, and this is this morning, as I have told you, I am available anytime next week, except for Monday. However, if you need me to appear today, I am willing to appear via Zoom because I am with my children. Please send the Zoom code if you can. Thank you. That's what I said to him. So it's like, I'm being flexible here. I don't know. I'm not avoiding shit. You got to pick it. You can't just be like, it's this time or never. That's not being flexible. You got to be flexible. Okay. Like, I don't know what you're like, bro. I'll get to you when I get to you. Okay. Shit, life happens. You know, life happens. Shit. Michael Proctor ran to Florida and cried about being suicidal. And he's the biggest scumbag ever. He like covered up a murder. I didn't do that. I reported and exposed the murder. Like, you should be thanking me, dildo. I exposed the people who killed. Oh my God, I want to beat the most so bad. You know, you got to do what your lawyers say. You got to do what your lawyers say, but I got a lot to say to dildo, man. I got a lot to say. And as soon as these charges are going in, I have a lot to say.
There's a lot to say to you.
And so I'll be happy to do Zoom.
Remember, guys, he took screenshots of all of us. He's going to unleash on all of us who said he belongs in prison after his charges. After them, he's such a fucking idiot. It's not how it works. He's a dumbass. Once again, what the fuck are you paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to your attorneys for if you can't even get basic legal advice? Someone tell me.
That's what I told him, but he didn't want to do it.
He's not smart. You know what I mean? None of it should be said publicly. You should shut the fuck. I know we're all scared. I'm very scared. I'm so scared. Don't talk about me, Aiden. You're going to say all the things that are true that are going to embarrass me. Like, I used to be a stripper, and then then at some point was an addict in my life because I was abused in foster care and SA'd as a child. So, it's totally my fault and all. And then I turned my life around and I worked in a prison. So I guess I am such a horrible, bad person because of all of those things. Like, I'm just horrible. I'm bad. Like, that's so bad. I'm mean. I'm so mean. I'm a crazy, and I'm a scammer, and I'm a loser, and I'm all of those things. I'm all those things because it's all the same things that you say to everyone else all the time. Everybody is all those things, and it's never Aiden. How about a Muppet Man video? Muppet Man videos are always funny. Well, check out a Muppet Man video. We love Scott's Muppet Man videos. Shout out to the Muppet Man. Hypothetically, if I were facing criminal charges in the winter in Boston, I would pay to stay within walking distance because I know I'd get stuck in an ice storm. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? His case is not in Boston, right? His case is a Plymouth County judge that, yes, it might be in Suffolk County, so it might be in Boston, but he can drive. And even in an ice storm, like anybody who lives in Massachusetts, we're bred. I can drive through a fucking blizzard. I can drive through a damn blizzard, right? We're bred to do that. I don't think I would worry about it. And not for nothing. For the last 5 years, we've gotten 2 snowstorms an entire winter. And usually it happens in January or February, not December. So I don't even remember the last time we got a white Christmas. You know what I mean? So it's not realistic that he's going to get snow in December. It might be cold, but he drove to Karen's. He drove to everyone else's. Why can't he drive to his own? And even if you were going to stay in a hotel, why do you pick the most expensive one in the entire area? You know what I mean? Like, why has he picked the most expensive one in the entire area? Because he's not expecting to pay for it. He's expecting other people are going to pay for it and offer it to him, right? Like, hey guys, I'm gonna have to pay a lot of money in gas. So somebody goes, oh, hey, I have points at Enterprise. I'll see if they can give you my Enterprise points. I don't know if you can even do that, right? But if you can, right, like he'd be asking for like a hotel points, right? Hotel points. You need a hotel points, right? He's full of bullshit, right? Well, they are. They're telling him he cannot Zoom for the deposition. He cannot. He cannot do Zoom for the depo. He has to be in person. He tried that already. Well, I'll do a depo. You can give me the Zoom link. Nope. Got to be in person. Got to be in person. You know, he never grows or evolves. You know, he took the mugshot that said in me, it's number one dad, literally. Oh my God, gross. I can't. Number one dad. No, my husband's number one dad. You're number fucking, your poor kids. And yeah, absolutely. He hopes that, you know. Meredith had to work hard to make his rental palpable enough for his children to want to stay with dad on weekends. They refused to go over there and stay with him. Initially, they did refuse to go over there initially. A file of rough drafts cries out. Absolutely. I've lived in Chicagoland and Idaho, so I get winter driving, but yeah, he's full of bullshit. Yeah, he's full of shit. He's full of fucking shit, you know? And they are telling him to be in person. Easy to spend. It's easy to spend other people's money. You know what I mean? Like easy to expect all of that. I would never expect someone do X, Y, and Z for me. If they did, I would be grateful, right? But I'm not expecting. You know what I mean? Like the only occasions I'm going to go on is hopefully going to be end of August. My husband has a tournament. I hope. I don't know. I don't think we have many of you that live anywhere near Ocean City, Maryland, but if any of you or any of you newbies happen to live near Ocean City, Maryland, I would love if I end up being able to figure this out to go meeting up with any of you who are in the area of Ocean City, Maryland at the end of August. First, I have to come up with the fucking $240 for our portion of the team's Airbnb, which we were just offered because somebody bowed out. And it's got space for my kids, which is great. In that one room, there's like two little bed, like two twin beds for the kids and one for us, which is amazing. But I have to pay that before the end of this upcoming week. And then I have to figure out how to get there, right? Because everybody's got cars full or they're taking short flights. So we would have to get like a rental basically and drive. So I'd have to figure that out because that's a lot of money. So essentially I'd have to come up with like $1,000 to figure that trip out total, or at least close to it. So that's a lot of money to try to come up with in fucking close to not even 3 weeks. So it might not be feasible, but I'm going to try, obviously. But you know what I mean? Like there's all these things that he just automatically assumes is going to happen, right? Like I always plan for them not to happen. It always depends. I also don't bring in just $10,000 a month in like memberships. So it's like, he knows he's got the money to pay for it if someone doesn't step up, but he assumes that people are going to step up. No, they not allow Zoom for depositions. They want you there in person. You know? So he said to Diller, oh, send me a Zoom link. I'll do it from home. And Diller was like, yeah, no, we're not can't do that. Sorry, bud. Sorry.
Mr. Kearney, I'm starting to think you have a phone obsession. Are you using these for nefarious purposes?
No, Joe, I just can't keep nice things. Out to see my car, I have to take a class this weekend. But on phone, definitely not using them for burners.
That I thought of too. Does he fear being arrested? I mean, he's not going to the court. He's going to a lawyer's office, but does he fear they're going to pick him up there? You know, I mean, they can do that. If they know he's going to be there, they can. Is he afraid that because of his indictment in New Jersey? I don't know. Well, fun fact, they will if he's ordered to if he loses his like civil suits and he's ordered to fucking pay, like, yeah, absolutely. You know? Where's the date and time stamp? Mine always comes through with that. Oh, is Aiden now manufacturing texts again? The number is an 872 number. You want to know a fun fact about 872 numbers? Oftentimes they're text now apps. So essentially, what did he do? He made up a text now app number and made up a thing from a special prosecutor. Interesting, because when he got to the court yesterday, they asked him what he was doing there, that he did not need to be there. And now he's trying to put out a screenshot of an 872 number. Okay. An 872 number of a prosecutor saying it's a prosecutor about Meredith's case. Interesting. Why is it an 872 number? Wouldn't it be a Boston number? Like, I don't know, 617-774-508. It surely wouldn't be an 872 number now, would it? Or it would be a private number where they block it. It surely wouldn't be an 872 number, would it? Like, come on. How fucking stupid, at what point does he think people are? You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, come on, dude. Stop it. I can't with this shit. I can't. Nobody, they told him he did not have to be there. They told him he was not needed there. That is what they told him. Come on. He does. He acts like all donations and fundraisers are for legal fees. He's using those to live as well. Like, listen, there's no mistake. When I get donations on my channel, it is to keep running my channel and live, right? That's how I pay myself, right? I don't know. It could be Chicago. I have no idea, but it's not here. But come on. You know what I mean? Like, he can't be honest for 5 seconds. Oh, I have no idea if Brill's starting his own channel. I can ask him. You know, I'll definitely ask him for sure. I didn't hear that, but I'll ask him. He could be arrested at home. Yeah, of course. Of course. You know? Should call Will again. Oh, wait. Might have the same problem. Well, that's his mouth is the problem, you know? And Jen Altman said Aiden did not go to the courthouse Thursday before Meredith's arraignment because he was asked to go. He was actually told he didn't need to go. He wants you to believe that he drove to Leominster to clarify a date to the special prosecutor when he could have just picked up the phone. I mean, he had to get home for his, quote, family emergency. But fun fact, his family emergency, who he told Diller the night before, was a family emergency. So he had to get home at 1 o'clock for a family emergency that he told Diller was the night before. I don't get it. You know? No, I am not. I'm doing a raffle. I'm doing a raffle, but that's really to help me. And I mean, it's a way to give back to the channel and help me in August because I'll be running 2 households and 2 sets of kids after my sister's brain surgery. So I'm really going to have days that I can't stream and days that I'm going to have to move it around and I'm going to be exhausted. And so really that's more to like help me out and sort of give back to you guys in the same sort of way. But that's a raffle, not fucking. And also, I don't commit crimes so that I don't have to have, you know, legal fees. I don't commit crimes for that. You know, he did. Oh, I didn't know. I have to ask him. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's better off to do your own thing and make a little bit of cash while you're doing it, you know? Unless you, like, if you're doing a channel where you're splitting the proceeds, that would make sense. But if you're just guesting on a channel and you're not really getting paid, like you're not splitting any of the proceeds, it makes more sense to just do your own if you're going to spend the time doing it, you know? But I'll have to ask him what it's called, you know? Yeah, but I don't just do the 4 hours, right? So even when I'm here and it's what, been 4 hours, 33 minutes, like I was at this computer before I went live, right? I had to do the thumbnail. I had to make the description. I had to set up all the back end stuff. And then I was also bookmarking the clips I needed to show you guys and sort of catching myself up on yesterday while I wasn't here. Then I have other like bumpers that I've been working on. I'm just sort of like taking smaller details out, fixing details that are wrong, things like that I've been working on for like 2 weeks now. And so like I have other things I'm working on to put in the show. And I have a couple other cases that I'm waiting on FOIA documents too. So I've been checking my emails, you know, back and forth to see what they're going to give me or if what they're going to charge and whatever. And so even when I'm not live anymore, I'm usually still here for a couple hours, either before or after or together, the show, doing work for the show, if that makes sense, right? I got to answer the emails. I have to call back sources. I got to go get documents. I got to see if I can email to get certain documents, FOIA documents, like so on and so forth. There's one case I've been working on for a really long time quietly. That's going to be really, really important in the next year. And that one has taken up a lot of time. I do. I have the whiteboard. I love my whiteboard. It keeps everything where I need it, how I need it. I wish I could figure out a way to use both sides because it's double-sided. But if I put it on like a thing that like moves with legs, then it would take up way more space. And I got to find a way to have like an arm or something that lets it flip. I know there's got to be something that exists like that you don't have to like stand it up on legs, but you never know. But I do, yes. I have my whiteboard here, which has the court dates and whatnot on it, things I want to talk about, things that I need to do, so on and so forth. I do my best. I do my best. Okay, let me, oh, here's another Muppet Man video. I love the Muppet Man videos. They're my favorite.
Ghetto Mel, I don't like the way he's looking at all of us. Whose turn is it? I think it's yours, Aiden. Me and DeSantis, Trump already had ours.
Those were his sock accounts. And mind you, he has plenty of other sock accounts, okay? Plenty of other sock accounts. Plenty of other ones. All right. He has already put in black and white. He's available anytime next week with the exception of Monday. Not sure why he would need to check his calendar. He's reading an email to Diller in this video from last night. He is so screwed. Agreed. Agreed. Trying to fend off Diller. We already watched that, but I can't see it. I can't see the date. I can only see something AM. So I'm guessing it says 9 a.m. Yeah, I can't see the date on what the date is supposed to be, but all right, I'm gonna wrap this up because I need to go figure out dinner. I'm starving like a hostage over here. I want to know what you guys think about all of this. You know, if you're catching me on the restream here, I want to know in the comment section on the video, what do you think? What do you think about all of this? What do you hope happens? You know, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to get shittier and shittier and shittier for him. That's what I can say. It's going to get shittier and shittier and shittier. He can't help himself. He simply cannot help himself. It's get shittier and shittier is what's going to happen. That's all I can say. Matt, thank you so much. Sends $20 and says, hope this helps. Keep being you. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you, my friend. Just checking real quick for any more donations before I end this. I do not see any besides Matt's. Yeah, he's digging his hole per usual, as he's going to keep doing. Insert foot in mouth, right? Like that's, I do have plenty of little takes and teas that I, you know, can't give at the moment. I'm kind of keeping a little bit of tea that I do have to myself that I can talk about. I'm just going to keep that one to myself for now because I think I'm going to do that on a members only stream. I don't know if I'm going to be live tomorrow. If I do, it won't be until nighttime because I have my niece's birthday party, which is going to be extremely taxing. But if I get home early enough, I hope to do a nighttime one, even though Saturday is usually my day off because I was not here yesterday. We do have our Sunday show. You have 2 days to get your raffle stuff in for the raffle. Right. Just own it. Like he can't own it, you know, can't own it. National Night Out is Tuesday, August 4th. Check with your local areas to find out time and place. Oh, that's the day my sister has her surgery. So that's the other reminder. I will not be here on August 4th. My sister has brain surgery that day, and there's no chance in fucking hell I'll be able to focus on anything until I know she's safely out of surgery. So, I will not be here that day. That day is going to be for family. So don't worry. I'm okay. If you don't see me, just be aware that I'm not going to be here on that day. So with all of that said, I love your stinking faces. If you choose to donate to the channel when I'm not live, I will read it tomorrow or on Sunday morning. I appreciate you. Please make sure that when you leave, you punch the like button directly in its teeth and replace its teeth with chiclets. Okay. Make sure you do that. Give it a whole box of chiclets. Be like, here you go, bitch. All right. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We appreciate that. And if you'd like to donate to the channel, we have a bunch of different ways that you can do that. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. Revolut and Chime are the same tags as Cash App. We have our Justice Chats link. That's all in the description of the video as well. That you can use any debit or credit card. You can use Google Pay, Apple Pay. It works for all of those things. We have an Amazon wish list. I just put the link in chat. It's also in the description, although I have to make sure it's the right one, and I'll check that right after the show. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you all very soon. Bye.